All right, we are live streaming. It is 6 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. We are starting at about 9 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to have our good man, our Grand Maester, Mr. Aristides, deliver the blurb and then pull everyone on to the bandwidth. At which case, we'll start probably monologuing as soon as possible tonight, just in case George Knight shows up later, and that way everybody can just participate and interject. I will, of course, ask everyone how they're doing, and let's start with that. So before you go into the blurb, dear Aristides, a little bit of whatever you feel comfortable sharing concerning your status, your status update, situational report.
Not too much. I never have too much to say. Things are holding pretty well day to day.
Good.
Yeah, that's sorted as it comes, and weather's getting warmer. Hope to do some spring cleaning in so many ways, and that's that.
Wonderful. Well, please emphasize the need for the subscriptions in particular, but
Yes. All right. So I have just arrived at the program page. I also saw a notification pop up, which if you click that, it will take you there, and you can get that notification by not only making sure you've hit the subscribe button, but turning on that notification bell next to it. That will send you a notification when the program starts, either on time or sometimes not on time with a restart situation, which we hope to avoid, and that can take some time for Douglas to reboot. So make sure both of those are turned on. And above all else, make sure you hit the thumbs up upvote there.
Yeah.
The downvotes are not shown, but there are those that place downvotes against Douglas, possibly using bots to do that and hit it right away. And what that does, it affects the algorithm and his Douglas's ability to be searched and suggested and found and seen and gain new audience and get his information out and make a living through contributions, which he does and is obligated to do through the Working Disabled program, right?
250% Working Disabled program. Yes.
So he has to do this. This is his job.
Yes.
This is his job. So yeah, please hit that upvote. Also, what you can do now, you do have to have an account to do these things. Some type. So if you don't have one, sign up for, I'm not sure how it works, if Google and YouTube. Yeah, it is a Google account. It's not a YouTube specifically account. It's just because I'm using my Google account. Anyway, make an account if you don't have one, so you can do these things. And then once you have an account, you can go under your little account settings, and you can create sub channels under your account. People normally do this to have different types of content, organized in different channels. But the cool thing is each one of them can do its own upvotes. So I've just placed a second upvote, and usually I place 2 or 3 at the beginning of the program. You could do that if you were so inclined. I should probably make a couple more. Basically, you're basically making like dummy profiles just to do the upvotes if nothing else. Remember to switch back to your normal account though before you chat or go about your business. I will also place the link to provide PayPal link to provide contributions to Douglas there in the chat. So please see that. Please contribute. Help him get his month started out right. If you are not seeing this and you're just hearing it, it is on. Go to PayPal and just search Douglas D. Dietrich, one word, and you will find him. You'll see his little picture, and click on that and send him some money. So easy enough. And you can also take the link out of the browser window for the current program, and it will be the same link after the program's live when it converts to a fixed program. So if you share it now, it will be good later on. If you grab it now, and you can share that around wherever you see appropriate, or randomly, or surprise people. And once they see this enticing thumbnail picture, they can't help but stick around.
You're too kind.
And also, if this is after the live program, Douglas will always put the comments below the program window not the chat room, but there after the program there will be commenting available below the program window. Douglas will always put a pinned comment there. Please like that as well for similar reasons. I'm actually going to the previous one. I hadn't hit it yet, so I'm doing that.
Thank you so much.
Vote that, and it's what do you put in the comment? Review and update. So you had your part one, and basically your website, and just the standard kind of tagline. I guess is that what we usually do. Please upvote that as well. So yes. All right, while we're talking, I should start.
Wonderful. You did that so well, and feel free to keep talking while you're adding people on. Don't be afraid to just mumble while you do that.
Well, I can call out. Here.
Yeah. You go ahead and do that. That's
Holly.
Eric, thank you. It helps me immensely.
John Doe.
Yes.
Let's see, not that one.
Yes, there's people that we
got a few on the no list.
Yes.
Don't mention any.
Yes.
George.
Yes.
Marina. Oh, and you saw the thing I sent you. She's going to be coming to the U.S. I think for the first time.
Oh gosh!
And,
invite her to visit you. Invite her to visit you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. She'll love it here at this fucking shitty place with these annoying dogs. So, yeah. Drive away a woman. Can we meet out for drinks? How about that? She is. Wait, let me see. She is coming to an event in Arizona. I think it's in the summer. I don't have the. And I did leave a comment under her thing. Hey, nice. Hope you can come on Douglas's program soon and tell us about it. And she saw it and she liked that comment.
Oh, excellent.
So,
excellent.
Yeah.
Very good. See?
So she saw that.
You're thinking ahead.
I hope she. Oh wait, let me keep adding. I got distracted. Let me keep adding. She was the last one. Okay.
You're thinking ahead. You're strategizing. I'm proud of you. And
she never. She's not real good at reading messages. So let's see, Crystal. That's one of the. There's like 3 people where it's like he gives me a weird. Like 2 different options when I try to add them, and I don't understand it, so I usually do that in the on the computer. Let me skip forward here.
Well, we've only got about a month's worth of time, less than a month now, before we switch over to something else. We're going to find out what. Yeah, it's
Amy, Victoria, Brooke.
Give me a second here to try and get my head
let's see. Yeah, I still click Amanda Ute, even though we don't hear from her. Let's see, not that guy, not that guy. Brendan, I already got. Let's see. Go down here.
And I just want everyone to know, I apologize. I still don't have my head together. Really don't want to be back here in the crypt, dealing with an issue concerning San Francisco Municipal Paratransit and my card, and I won't be able to get anything definitive on that until tomorrow. After this show is over, I'll give them a call. They probably open fairly early. I'll give them a call. If I can stay awake that long, if I don't want to take a nap instead, before being picked up and taken back to the States to make up for some remedial time, because my holiday should have started on Thursday, or rather my Teaching the Blood Boys during the national holiday season of Taiwan should have started on Thursday. Thursday began a 4-day weekend in Taiwan. So it was 4 days that for us will be more or less managed from Saturday and Sunday while I was gone, coming back tonight, and then having to go back again for Tuesday and Wednesday. We are joined by 2 wonderful people, T-Tank Barry and Heather Holman. Ladies first, then we'll turn to T-Tank. Heather, give us a nice little status report or update on how you're feeling, how things are going with yourself.
Oh, things are going great. I'm feeling great. I'm keeping myself busy.
Okay. And Vin and the cats, how are Vin and the cats getting along?
Oh, they're fine.
Really?
The cats are going to be the cats, but...
Okay. So...
Yeah, how are you?
Well, much the better for speaking with you. Thank you so much for asking. Not happy to be home for reasons I've just articulated, but we'll go a bit more into that soon enough. I do want to explain the meaning of these holidays to people and let them know that you always, whenever I do mention an exotic holiday, well, exotic to Americans, make certain that you note that there's always an asterisk that will take you down into the text. And then if you review the text, you will find that there is what is called a dagger footnote after the holiday as integrated into the blurb. And that will take you down to a footnote. And it's usually dagger footnoted, meaning that you'll see a crucis or a cross, a crucifix-shaped symbol, which will take you to a further footnote. And so the third footnote will give you some in-depth explanation of what's behind the holiday. And
Okay.
so I do that today, as I do many times, and I invite everyone to that. And thank you for reminding me, Heather. Some wonderful lady put a wonderful response to one of my older videos, one that's very special to me, in which I had experienced dental work, and that is something that I'll see if there's an earlier video than that, like maybe the day or the episode, within a few episodes before that episode, that she put her little note on, which I'm going to give everybody the date of very soon. Basically, it was from Angelo Casio, 96, and Angelo Casio put a nice little series of roses and stars on a episode that was from 3 years ago, dated Sunday the 12th of September. So if you take a look at the episode that's dated Sunday, September 12th of 2021, you'll see myself waving my, waving it's a shirt. And you'll see my teeth, and you can see the dental work that has been done in my mouth. All you need to do is focus on the picture, make it larger if you need to, and you will see the molar on which work was done in the back of my mouth. It is literally visible on that photograph because I'm laughing and smiling at no longer feeling dental pain. And it's only shortly before that that there's an episode where you can see me at the dentist, well, outside of the dental UCSF campus, the dental clinic, where I'm holding my mouth because I am experiencing dental pain. So just anybody who says these photographs are not myself, which is very funny that people say things like that, but it's very bizarre. It seems to be an ongoing theme that nobody wants to believe that I'm Douglas Dietrich or that I'm who I am. All of this has
Yeah,
lots to do.
people don't even, sometimes they don't even think that you're real.
Yes. Yes. It's absolutely bizarre, and I find all of that, it is what it is. You just contend with it the best that you can, and the way that we contend with it here is we just let people know the truth. And obviously there's nobody who could fake dental work in their photograph. It's not something anybody would aim to do. It becomes self-evident at that point. So Heather Holman says, tonight everybody donate what you can. Douglas is listener supported. Thank you so much, Heather. You're an angel. And of course, our dear brother T. Tank Berry always expresses that. Wonderful individual. And with that, oh, he dropped out. T. Tank, come back onto the call.
He'll be back.
Okay. And let me see if I can respond to what he said.
I think Holly's joined us.
I don't see her, but she's welcome to join us, most certainly. And I'm not.
Oh, it's just her name is there, but she's not on the call. I see.
Yeah, Aaron Tice's name is on there as well, and hopefully he's listening. Either way, I'll just start soon as possible with the monologue. I really have to get my voice back first, and that might take a few minutes. Understand, of course, I spend these days teaching and tutoring the Blood Boys, the transfusion affiliates at the estate. And after all the celebration that went down, I'm just barely I'm not even in the mood to talk, let alone having my voice back, but we'll get there. So John Doe, dear T. Tank Berry, please, whenever you feel comfortable sharing a little status report update on how you're doing, and you know, how things are around you. Again, whatever you feel you can share without, you know, compromising yourself.
Well, we're here on the Sonoma coast, and life is better than good.
Good.
Some of us are understanding that things are getting intense by the day. And,
Oh, yeah.
So we support the centrist movement over here. We're not right, we're not left, we're not political.
Yes.
But we do understand ethnicities, and we do understand people's right to be, to have an existence under God.
Yes, absolutely.
And so, yeah, life is better than good. Obviously, if you were needing to pay rent, or obviously one boots on the ground, you have that out here.
Well, thanks to yourself, dear T. Tankberry, who left, most recently left a $250 bills in my mail slot a matter of days ago, which helped towards rent, and had earlier in the month left 100 United States dollars, which helped me make it through the month. I want Holly Coditis Kiefer to know that her $100 has been received, and I'll let her know that as soon as she arrives. And of course, every bit helps, and it does come from all of these wonderful people, and they all make it possible. I would only qualify what our man T. Tankberry has said, is that any miscommunications on my part is strictly through my fault in terms of not articulating or communicating definitively enough. And we're dealing with massive subjects in which there's never a black or white area, or usually there isn't. The adult world is full of a million shades of gray. And I was the other day approaching our
jury box.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Say that again.
I'm sorry, brother. You were being a little too poetic there. That's good. That's the ultimate diplomacy, you know.
Yes. I do.
Continue. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Sorry, yeah.
No worries. I do
I'm fucked
overqualify.
up. Excuse me.
Oh, no worries. Hey,
I'm certified.
Dude, we're in it together. If you need to be in a rubber room, I need to be straitjacketed with you. So it's like, believe me, yeah, we're all in this together. We're not the norm. We're not the norm.
Amen.
Yeah, and
it's a new month, so you all need to support Douglas Duane Dietrich. The contributions were contributed last month, and this is a new month for Douglas. And so once again, we give him fiscal, mental, moral, and physical support when he calls upon it. So
that's right.
Here we are.
Yeah,
It's
someone's got to pay for
2025.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone's got to pay, and morally and substantially, someone's got to pay. So that's what this is about, really. And
My grandpa used to
we
always
just
say
encourage
that about
you to get
Hudson.
closer to the West Coast. We love you, Team Dietrich, and we want you to get closer to the West Coast. And so,
yes.
And we will always hold Douglas in our hearts because he is the forefront of geopolitical reality. You know, everybody who hasn't caught a clue yet, well, they're just dying to catch up, I guess.
Bless you.
And
go on, continue. Your words are beautiful.
Yeah, we're here, brother, and we support DouglasDuaneDietrich.com, and we'll give to the new centrist movement. I mean, I don't know what that's called exactly. Maybe I
radicalized
sum it up at once. Sum it up at once. But,
radicalized centrism. Radicalized centrism.
Okay, yeah, that's what it's called, but it has to do with California, or the West Coast.
Oh, well, only in the sense that you and I are here.
Everyone else has to be quarantined, right? Be quarantined.
No, I didn't say that.
Be quarantined to the East Coast. Hey, say it out loud. Say it out loud. Quarantine them to the East Coast. Say it out loud. That's for Uncle Oren, right? Yeah. Sorry. We got that on record. We got that on record. So Douglas isn't responsible, by the way.
Yeah.
So to all the NSA agents and the CIA agents and everybody else listening, we love you, and we just want you to know that we give a fuck. You know.
Thank you.
And he's here now to spread the message and spread the word, because we're all having fun over here. I mean, this is an enjoyable place to be on the West Coast of California.
Yeah. Yes. Well,
in America, for whatever it has left. Like, if you were to listen and pay attention to Douglas, you would know that there's not much else you could have faith in if you weren't listening. But if you were, they'll show up one by one, and I know I'll make my cash contribution again soon.
Bless you. And
I always will, because it's the forefront of the ground I walk on.
Thank you.
Where I was born, on the West Coast of California. I'm sorry,
That's right.
on the West Coast of America.
That's right.
The American empire that I live in or survive in or try to make great again.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we'll definitely be left to pick up the pieces. There's a lot going on right now that's bringing America down. So, with that having been said, I want to thank T. Tank Berry so much for his verbal contribution there. I'm glad he's having a good time. And yes, that is on record. I have said that, where I've spoken about basically shall we say, something similar to what happened in Asian India, which was after the fall of the Raj and the British withdrawal from South Asia. What had been a incredibly complicated system of divide and conquer was left to the peoples of South Asia to muddle through once the British withdrew, after having conducted a general partitioning that resulted in the deaths of millions and millions of people. A great deal that have never been accounted for. And this was due to the relocation of the Muslim and Asian Indian Hindu populations, or the followers of the Vedic tradition, that then realized they could not live in Muslim-dominated regions, and the Muslims who felt they could not exist in Hindu-dominated regions. And this resulted in what was originally known as East and West Pakistan, which was something the people of East Pakistan wanted, but the people of, well, it's what the people of West Pakistan wanted, but the people of East Pakistan did not. So East Pakistan was an abomination, which later became a Bangladesh, as they fought for their own independence in a war that, again, cost millions of lives. Now, this is history most Americans have never known about. It was a time that people became aware of Nehru as opposed to Gandhi, and it was something that I feel will happen in America. So what I do advise is that we do have a general relocation of the Jewish population in general towards the East Coast, but specifically centered on New York City, of course, and Long Island, where the majority of the Jewish population is on the East Coast. And I think basically they could declare New Jersey to be their new Palestine and resettle a lot of people from the West Coast there. And that's something that I think would help with dealing with a lot of Jewish dominance in the media, or at least bifurcate the media into a competitive media where you would have a non-Jewish dominated media in what is Hollywood, and a Jewish dominated media machine that would, of course, be reestablished in New York City, where there's already a tremendous media machine, and New Jersey and Long Island, which are not necessarily very photogenic places, but then neither is southern Los Angeles. So just remember, all this stuff is indoors and on set, or they go to other places to film, and so it's not going to be any problem. Of course, that is what I feel would add to a centralization of Jewish culture, because there's basically two red dots on the map. There's these two red dots. If you were to take a look at the media, it would be more or less generally centered in Hollywood, Los Angeles, California. And if you were to take a look at finance, it would generally be centered in New York City. And these two red dots, if you were to check the demographic and statistical distribution of the Jewish population in the United States, it would overwhelmingly be within those two red dots. Los Angeles, California, specifically around Hollywood and in New York City. And this, of course, shows a Jewish dominance of finance and media. There's nothing conspiratorial about this. This is not something that is at all imaginal. It is simply a fact, and how anyone can deny that fact is beyond me. Now, personally, I think that media is a lot more important than finance, so I would like to see a redistribution of the population along the lines of what happened in India without the mass deaths, I would hope. And this would, of course, leave media a lot more free and finance a lot more centralized. So now we have something here from our dear Heather. Oh, Heather's asking, how are we on Skype? It's the 6th, as opposed to being on, no, well, it's next month that they change to Microsoft Teams, Heather. And we've decided not to use Teams, so we've got less than a month to decide what we're going to use. And we're going to turn towards Brendan to help us do that.
Yeah, he would know best.
Yeah, well, we're making the decision not to use Microsoft Teams because of our executive producer, Aristides, because he knows best in that area as to what not to use. And he really has pointed out it's just Teams charges. So we're not going to use Teams because it charges. We just can't afford that extra $10 a month. We're going to do our best to avoid that. So we're going to find something free. And that having been said, we are joined by Holly Kiefer. So, dear Holly,
Hi, Holly.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi. I received your $100, dear Holly. Thank you so much, you angel. I love that and that fascinating sheet of paper telling me about the housing rules. Yeah. I love that. It's so fascinating. Oh my God. Oh, you didn't need to cross that out. Oh my God. Yeah, I understand it's not
I'm trying to be green, man, and recycle.
Yes.
Green.
Yes.
I'm green.
Yes, and that's fine. That's fine. No, it's great. And so a little bit, if you will be so kind, whatever you feel comfortable sharing about your own status report, your situational update, if you would be so kind.
I'm hanging in there and squeezing out donations while I still can, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, understood.
Still
That's
waiting
so
on the total impending doom that's sure to come.
Well, after that, you're going to go job hunting again, I presume, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean in general.
Yeah,
in society.
Understood. Well, honey, there's always going to be a need for people in care provision. I mean, so I think that you, with your background, are not going to have any problem finding work again.
Yeah.
Come to Sun City. There's plenty of work out here.
Yeah,
that's right.
Consider that.
Bet there is.
Yeah,
I'll bet there is.
Consider that, Holly. And
really,
God knows you could probably, initially at least, well, this would be up to Vin, but Heather, I mean, would Vin be open to Holly visiting once in a while, Heather?
I'm sure he wouldn't mind. I mean, we're all, friendly people.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are. I'd love to hang out.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a big house.
Remember when people used to hang out together in person?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I remember being on Revolution Radio, and it was unheard of for people to meet each other. And then finally, when I did, and people started meeting each other, we realized it wasn't that bad. But you do got to be careful who you meet online, right, Douglas?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, well, Lordy and Ann Fenton was scared to death of Heather. That was funny. It was a funny
And
scene.
I don't know why. I mean, I showed you a picture of that day, and I wasn't even threatening or weird or anything.
Let's put it this way. I consider her being afraid of you to be a positive. I consider that a selling point on your part, okay? That's if she fears you, it only speaks well of you. But yeah, she was scared to death of Heather, and I always found that quite funny.
Well, I kind of did just grab her, Like,
oh, you should have grabbed her and threw her to the ground. She never would have been able to get up again with her weight. That would have been funny as fuck.
She could believe how happy I was to meet her. I'm like, oh my God, and I hugged her.
Yes.
So it was kind of personal.
Yes. Oh, no doubt. And yeah, she doesn't understand such things. She can't believe anybody'd be glad to see her, and I know why. Yeah, it's if anyone knew her, they'd know why. Let's just put it this way: you're just an overwhelmingly positive person, Heather, and you assume the best about people, and that's to your credit.
Yes and no.
You just gotta stop doing that.
Yes and no. I kind of did use the element of surprise to surprise her.
Mm-hmm. And that's fine. That's fine. and I derived amusement from her relating that story. So how about
The sheer terror.
oh yeah, she claimed she stiffened up like a board, that every fiber of muscle in her body went taut and strung out, as she, expected you to plunge a dagger into her, like a pincushion. And that would have been fine by me, I assure you. But all such having been said, my only surprise is that you were able to hug her at all. It must have been like hugging a fucking tree. I'm sure the ends of your fingers did not meet at the other end. It's physically impossible that they could have, bearing in mind that the woman
she was kind of pulling away.
No, it's not like that. I mean, she's half 1,000 pounds at least, and got to be at least as wide as she is tall, which is about 5 feet. So, all such being
She
said,
just doesn't like surprises. I don't think that she appreciated me surprising her, and because she never knows she's got to know who she's going to meet, because she has to know what to say.
yeah, good point. Good point. Such is the nature of a totally fallacious human being, a facile human being like herself. Where everything is basically on the face of it, because there be no depth. But all such being said, dear Holly, anything in particular in terms of current events that comes to your mind before I delve into monologue again a bit earlier tonight, simply because I want to tackle some subjects head on while we have the time. George tonight may drop in later. We don't know how long he'll stay with us, but when he does show up, we tend to revert back to historical topics, and I try to cover as much of the current events within historical context, of course, that I can before he arrives. So such being said, what is it that strikes you most immediately in terms of our current events, foreign and domestic, as relevant?
Well, the thing I'm hearing is if they can crush Social Security, that will foment riots that will then allow them to declare a nationwide emergency with all the powers attendant to that in terms of suppressing civilian dissent. So that kind of made sense to me. I mean, we're all aware to kill Social Security is the goal. It's not a consequence of that point. And I could see that really breaking out and, panicked rioting. So it seemed kind of plausible to me that would be one method to go about, the big military lockdown. The only hope then is enough soldiers are pissed off at the guy, because he sure doesn't treat them very well in any respect. Except the guy building the laser weapons and shit. Anybody on the ground. He's any follow-up to that Lithuanian situation too, I'm curious about. But for clarification, I came in on the middle of the Pakistan talk. And I used to know this, but I've forgotten. Is the Pakistan split Muslim-Hindu, or is it Muslim, two different schools? Between East and West.
Oh, you mean between East and West Pakistan?
That's right.
Yeah, okay. So just to clarify for all our listeners and put it into perspective for everyone, what our dear Holly is referring to is the War of Independence for Bangladesh, which was Muslim on Muslim, as opposed to the split from India, which was both East and West Pakistan, or rather Pakistan and what became Bangladesh. Both were divided from India on the basis of both those regions being majority Muslim and India being majority Hindutva, or ruled by Hindu or Vedic cultural decree. Now, where the problem comes in is, for those of you who try and imagine South Asia, think of a triangle jutting out of the center of Eurasia, and in between the Arabian Peninsula and Indochina, you have this triangle known as South Asia. And on either side of the upper part of that triangle, you have Bangladesh on the right of the map, which would be east, and Pakistan on the left of the map, which would be west. And then imagine that triangle becoming a quadrilateral, a four-cornered diamond. And at the top of the diamond inland would be Kashmir. And Kashmir is majority Muslim as well, but is retained as part of India because it has a Muslim king who retains their autonomy under Indian military enforcement. So you have a large Muslim population in Kashmir that's effectively an occupied state, where India retains the figurehead rule of a Vedic monarchy. And that is as you can imagine, the situation is extraordinarily complicated and will not be resolved until another foreign occupier comes in and just reintegrates the entire affair into something more tenable. And that would include Sri Lanka, as far as I am concerned, because Sri Lanka is otherwise a failed state. And the end result would be, I'm imagining, a very large mega corporation that would dominate that entire region. And believe me, even under mega corporate rule, it would be idyllic compared to what you have right now. That's what you have right now is pretty much a hellscape. And our expert on that would be Brendan Sogit. But whenever he cares to join us, he would pretty much validate and vindicate what I say, not out of any loyalty to myself, but just out of the reality of the situation. So all that having been said, hopefully that rings some memory
Fair
bells.
enough. Good answer.
Okay.
So was it a Sunni Shiite conflict that made Bangladesh?
That's a very good question. I appreciate that. What Holly has just expressed shows a very astute knowledge of Islam. No, it was not. No, it was not. It was rather they were of the same Muslim stripe, so far as I could ascertain. But the fact remains that the people of the East have a very different history and culture than the people of the West. So for those of you who don't know, Pakistan is a nation that, for all intents and purposes, should not exist. It is the only nation on earth, the only nation probably in human history that does not have a name. It has an acronym. Pakistan is not a name. It is an acronym, meaning that it stands for something. It would be literally like it's an artificial nation, and probably the closest parallel I could imagine would be to go G.I. Joe cartoon on you and describe a kind of organization that is similar. For those of you who may or may not remember, there was a organization known as Cobra in the G.I. Joe cartoons. And in the G.I. Joe cartoons, when you had this Cobra organization, it was, let me see if I can remember what the acronym even stood for. I believe it was conversion. That was, it was, oh God, I'd have to remember, but it was something that I know. I've wrote it on my, here we are, my old maps. Here we are. I found it. I can't believe I found it. So I just looked through my old maps here, and I have it listed on one of my maps. And if I can just dig up the map, it was conversion operations via blackmail, revolution, and assassination. So it was known as Cobra Command, and they were always attempting to establish their own nation, and had done so in secret, or what you would call sub rosa, in the heartland of the United States. All of this was quite silly, and you would say, how could anyone do this? This is very comic bookish. No, you could see the equivalent actually in Pakistan. Pakistan is the equivalent of that. Just as Cobra Command which has an acronym, Conversion Operations via Blackmail, Revolution, and Assassination, starting their own nation, then demands that they have their own foreign policy, get international recognition. Pakistan was the same sort of thing. It started off as a terrorist organization whose name was this acronym. And since its name was this acronym, they began a bunch of terrorist operations that ultimately resulted in the British giving them an entire, an entire series of nations that they would occupy. And these were small tribal nations on the frontier of the British Raj. So they wound up basically taking this frontier land of the British Raj and making it this artificial nation, stitching a bunch of tribal areas together, and they called it Pakistan. And they're one of the largest sources, one of the greatest sources of terrorism on earth. So it is a constant source of heinous violence that's unending, and they're responsible for 6 major wars, in which have almost all of them gone nuclear, because they have nuclear weapons and India has nuclear weapons. Not to mention they also have submarines that are now capable of delivering nuclear weapons that can patrol pretty much the coastlines of Eurasia and threaten all the world. So no one ever talks about them, and that's because the majority of the world's processed heroin comes out of Pakistan, and that's their economy. It's their entire fucking economy, and it's how they purchased nuclear weapons. For those of you who are curious, Pakistan is a neologism that stands for Punjab. That's the P. Afghania. Afghania was the name for the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, the Khyber side Pashtun culture and society of the northwest frontier. And then it was, the K was for the Kashmir. The I was for the Indus Valley. The S was for the Sindh, or the ancient cultural hearth of what they're trying to emulate, an ancient kingdom that had converted to Islam. The T was for Turkmenistan. That's roughly the entire Inner Asian heartland that became the Soviet Central Asian republics. So if you imagine all of them collected together, they're claimed as irredenta by Pakistan. And then the the other A was for Afghanistan. And they managed to conquer a great deal of that. Then there was, let me see now, the N was for the last letter in Baluchistan, which is divided between Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iran. So they conquered a lot of the Baluchi tribal areas. So, and then altogether it has a meaning. The acronym essentially implies, I think it implies in the Urdu and Persian languages, the land of the pure. So it's an amalgamation that means the land of the pure in the Sindhi and the Urdu and Persian languages. So there you have that. So you had this artificial terrorist organization that is now a nation state. It is the most insane, absolute Frankensteinian creation on earth, and it should not exist. So there you go. How's that? So it occupied Bangladesh and raped and slaughtered millions of people. It forced all the women into areas where they kept them in rape camps, naked, not allowed to wear clothes. And the Bangladeshis rebelled and took their own nation. And the reason that they rebelled was they had a history of independence from the days of the Raj, when they fought on the side of the Japanese. So as I've mentioned before, when it comes to the World War II, everybody thinks of World War II against Japan in the American sense of the Pacific Islands. They think of the Pacific theater of war, and that's a pointed phrase. They use the term Pacific theater of war. So what does that even mean? Well, it means that as far as the Americans concerned, it's an island war, it's a naval war. But the British don't think of the war against Japan like that at all. The British had very, very few ships, effectively none whatsoever in the Pacific. To the British, World War II against Japan was CBI. That's an acronym for China, Burma, India. And their concept of the war was based on two major battles, their version of Leningrad and Stalingrad in the east, and that would be the battles of Kohima and Impal. These are spelled Kohima, and Impal is spelled Imphal. So if anyone looks up these places, Kohima and Impal, they're going to find that they're both essentially in Bangladesh. And so just remember that the Bangladeshi fought on the side of Japan. And so when it came to that, you can see it in their flag. The flag of Bangladesh is the Japanese flag. It's the Japanese flag with a mon, a rising sun, a red sun, on a green field instead of a white field to symbolize the fact that they are an Asian nation, a Muslim nation. So they're a Muslim nation, but they were freed by the Japanese. So when you think about what Churchill did to basically respond to this, was Churchill began the genocide of the Asian Indians. He made certain that no supplies went to Asian India, and basically choked the Asian Indians off and starved 100 million of them during World War II. So one of the greatest genocidal maniacs of World War II killed far more people than my biological father, Adolf Hitler, was Winston Churchill. So just remember that. It was called the Bengali genocide because they assassinated the Bangladeshis. And afterwards, when the British were forced to retreat, left them to Pakistan, a terrorist organization, to rule, the precursors to the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. And so the Bengalis obviously revolted against that and established a Japanese modeled society. The other Japanese modeled society that was freed from the Dutch by the Japanese was Indonesia, which is why the Indonesian flag is simply the colors of the Japanese flag. It's simply red and white based on the Japanese flag, and that's their national flag. So these were both nations that were liberated by Japan in World War II. The Malayans would have been the same, except the British fought that insurgency. It was their Vietnam, but they were fighting against a completely Japanese insurgency where all of the troops were trained by the Japanese and wore Japanese uniforms, were armed by the Japanese, and this was all throughout the Vietnam War. So, of course, do any Americans know about this? Of course not. They don't know anything about this. But when it came to the facts that would churn your stomach about the Bengalis and Asian Indians that were killed by Winston Churchill, just understand that it was called the scorched earth policy. That was how they hid their genocide. Basically, it was in Bengal, Assam, much of East India. Food was continuously sent to Europe to feed the newly liberated European lands, to build a stockpile for the invasion, D-Day, to buttress British food stocks. This was done when there was no need to do such heavy stockpiling. It was done as the Indians were dying by the millions, simply so that they wouldn't fight on the side of the Japanese. If anyone stockpiled food during the famine, it was the British. Food was deliberately not sent to India or even retained in India, just so that the British could be well fed. And in the same Bengal, the British were eating 5-course meals. So they were holding stocks of food that were far in excess of what they required. Thus, they not only caused the problem, they exacerbated it. And Allied food aid to India was deliberately denied. The prices were raised in the middle of a famine. I could go on and on. And of course, there were corpses. corpses everywhere, on the roads, in the fields. The authorities did nothing, and they couldn't understand why everyone was fighting for the Japanese. So it's like, I can go on and on about this, but this should give people an idea of what my father Hitler and Emperor Hirohito were fighting in World War II. So understand who the real villains were, and we're still dealing with the repercussions of that today. So there we go with that, and so thank you, dear Holly. As for what you said about Social Security, so what happens is all of this follows under the authority given to Elon Musk by Donald Trump under Secret Executive Order 550B. So that's 550B as in boy, under which Elon Musk has the authority to dissolve Social Security completely and divert all the money into his own personal bank account. That is a fact. It's not a rumor. So that's what we have to look forward to. Whether or not they actually have the balls to carry this out, well, that's up to us, and that's up to anyone listening to myself to spread the word. Because otherwise the word will never get out there. I do want everyone to understand just how important you are to this show, more than just any potential financial support, but also it's guerrilla warfare. Just understand the digital bandwidth is my bomb, and you're the only ones that can carry the blast effect to the places where it's needed. We need you to spread the word, because we're deeply suppressed, and we're shadow banned, and it's just a lot going on. Lately we had our show cut off in the middle, and I do want to remind everyone to go to part 2 of our latest episode and review that. It's a precursor to whatever we talk about tonight. And a lot of people will review part 1, but not part 2. Whenever they're cutting a show in half, go to part 2. Part 2 is always infinitely more important than part 1. So I do ask everyone, review part 2 of our latest episode. Whenever an episode is cut in half, give the upvotes and review the second half. They cut it off for a reason, so that no one watches or reviews the second half. Because the second half is when I go into all the important shit. And so that's what happened with our latest episode preceding tonight's. It directly bleeds into tonight's subject matter. And with that, we have Super Clutch asking, wasn't Osama bin Laden hiding in Pakistan? Yes, he was in the Valley of Deer. That's spelled D-I-R, but it's pronounced deer like the animal. The Valley of Deer. Just think of the animal and you'll remember it. Just think Bambi. Osama bin Laden with Bambi. Yes, Osama bin Laden hid out in Pakistan, where he was a hero. And so that was in the Valley of Deer, D-I-R. Thank you for asking that question, Super Clutch. And Jimmy Wormhole said church hell. Yes. And all such being said, anything else you can think of? Holly, Heather, before we continue?
No, I'm excited for tonight's steamroller.
You're so nice. You're an angel. And as always, none of this would be possible without you, Holly. And Heather, yeah, and Aristides, and of course, anyone else who is part of Team Dietrich. Nemo, and dear Nemo, hopefully you're listening. Let's see if he's given me something else that I should be paying attention to. And with that, we're going to check into... just do me a favor, people. If somebody else jumps on the call, let me know, because I'll be rambling on and distracted and not paying attention to the call necessarily. So if somebody jumps on, just let me know, because most of the time, for whatever reason, people will jump on the call and they will not... and they won't talk, which is bizarre to me. Just interject yourselves. Always interject yourselves. Now, in terms of where we're at today, it's I'll probably have to start shouting soon just to emphasize. I do want to bring attention to the fact that this weekend was what would be called a dinational holiday. The prefix di, as in di in the Latin sense, meaning trois, or twice or double. It's used commonly in chemistry as in dioxide. That's a compound with trois oxygen atoms. So it was a dinational holiday, meaning it was on both sides of the Taiwan Strait, where we had a aspect of the holiday that is celebrated. The other aspect is divided into two parts of the year by the communists on the Chinese mainland. But this was Taiwan-Hé Zhōngguórén QīngmíngJIÉ, or the Foreigners' Days by the People and mainland Chinese Pure Radiance Festival, and Ancestors Memorial Day for the 15th day after spring equinox weekend. Basically, in the proper Chinese, it would be 扫坟节和儿童节, or the CRYPTKEEPING-Cum-Children's Day Festival. Now, to remember and honor ancestors at gravesites in Taiwan is done to make known the human rights of children and to stop the abuse thereof, because Taiwan looks at this as a cycle, the cycle of death and rebirth. So it's celebrated in my Taiwan in tandem as a 4-day weekend called Children's Caretaking Day, which was established to help promote children's rights, welfare, and education on an important holiday in both, Taiwan and classical China on the mainland. And it's when both the Taiwanese and the Chinese visit their ancestors' graves, worship, pay respect, and sweep clean the tombs. This is done in Taiwan with an emphasis on children's rights and to prevent the abuse of children, to show that our future needs to be clean of the sins that drove our ancestors into the grave. And that, so it's called Pure Radiance Day. Also, another interpretation would be clear and bright. So the whole festival is known as that, but that's in the combinative sense in Taiwan, where it's blended with Children's Day, which for the Communist Chinese on the mainland, Children's Day is separated to June, I believe. And they celebrate only the Ancestors' Day this weekend, as opposed to the Taiwanese who bring the children along. So it becomes a day of rebirth and death. So that's the difference between the cross-straits culture. But for us, as far as you should be concerned, it's basically Obliteration Day, +4, Trump's bear market. As a matter of fact, you could make that into an equation like E equals MC squared. You could say Obliteration Day +4 equals Trump's bear market. The markets have plummeted, our allies have panicked, and Trump has declared victory while Trump voters are pretending like they were duped. Don't believe it. The real reason Trump is destroying the economy is to be found among the ghosts of trade wars past. Russia, Cuba, and North Korea have all escaped Trump's tariff wrath, as they be integral to the Trump lateral syndicate: Israel, Russia, and India. While India and Israel feel that Trump will give them a free hand to pursue their goals without regard for human rights, Russia hopes NATO expansion will cease. Trump is imposing ruinous tariffs because American democracy is no longer strong enough to stop him. In summary, point: Trump has imposed tariffs on allies and foes alike. Point: but Russia, Belarus, Cuba, and North Korea are all off the reciprocal hit list. Point: Trump claims that the United States does hardly any trade with them. And yet, he's tariffed Heard Island and various other territories of Australia where the population is nothing but penguins and seals. So go figure. Another point is that our Governor Gavin Newsom, to his credit, is angling for California exemptions to the Trump trade war. Of course, the Trump tariffs mirror the 19th century trade wars. Now, a one-day faceplant across markets certainly sends a message as to what Wall Street thinks of Donald Trump stargazing on global trade. 2 days in a row, however, where the second day is even worse than the first, may be more of a warning that permanent damage is being done. The S&P 500 saw its worst 2-day plunge in more than 5 years in a tariff-induced rout that torched $5 trillion in value, with the gauge down a tooth-snapping 6% on Friday after having dropped almost 5% the day before. Oh, and the Nasdaq 100? Bear market. The Dow closed Thursday after falling to its worst level since the COVID era, dropping 1,700 points on opening this Friday morning. JP Morgan Chase said it was raising the odds of a recession to 60%. This is all in reaction to the decision this week last by the president to put an average 22% tax on all imports. He called it Liberation Day. On Thursday, in wake of his decision to enact 10% tariffs on imports from any country into these United States and even higher tariffs for 60 other trading partners this week last, President Donald Trump told reporters, "I think it's going very well. The tariffs have already earned the ire of world leaders, as well as vows of retaliation, rattled global markets, and prompted at least 5 United States automotive plants to lay off hundreds of workers." Thus far, the administration's attempt to spin the escalating trade war it started didn't help. His own top trade advisor, Peter Navarro, told Fox News that while Trump said the tariffs give us great power to negotiate, this is not a negotiation. In other words, he contradicted himself, but I believe it was his own way of making a statement. He says that while Trump said the tariffs give us great power to negotiate, this is not a negotiation. Indeed, it's his way of trying to keep his job while, delivering a criticism. And Vice President J.D. Vance said he thought it could be worse in the markets because this is a big transition. That inane comment fell flat in the face of the worst day on Wall Street in 5 years and the disappearance of $2.5 trillion United States dollars from the S&P 500 index. The Dow fell 1,679 points, or about 4%, and the Nasdaq plunged nearly 6%. President Donald Trump touted Wednesday as a landmark in American history, saying his onslaught of tariffs against much of the world would make America wealthy again. Instead, the announcement of the steepest levies in a century sparked a rapid sell-off in risk assets, culminating Thursday with a 4.8% rout on the S&P 500. The Wall Street economists concur the tariff maelstrom set off by Trump has escalated the already growing risk of an American imperial recession this year. Meanwhile, inflation, which like the economy in general was closing in on a soft landing when Trump took office, will spike to pandemic levels. The 78-year-old Trump, who was elected by but the slimmest of margins, 1.5% in the popular vote at most, had promised he would speed the decline in consumer prices. A new Reuters poll shows his approval rating sinking to 43%. Supporting evidence for the dark economic outlook could arguably be seen in the American imperial stock market, which saw calamitous drops across the board. The market as a whole is down almost 10% since Trump took office, marking the worst 10-week start under a new president in 24 years. The last one was under then-President George W. Bush during the dot-com sell-off. The S&P 500 index is virtually in a correction over the 52 trading sessions since Inauguration Day. Bruce Kasman, JP Morgan's chief economist and head of global economic research, said if the tariffs go ahead as announced, they'll most certainly push the American imperial and the world economy into recession this year. Playing off of Liberation Day, Trump's name for Wednesday midweek last, Neil Duda, head of U.S. economic research at Renaissance Macro Research, instead dubbed it Obliteration Day. The United States misadministration, after having punched the world in the face, warned its victims not to punch back. The folks running the second largest economy in the world apparently didn't get the memo, however, retaliating against Trump's tariffs with commensurate levies on all American goods and exports controls on rare earths. ̶hōngguórén, or Red China, will impose a 34% tariff on all imports from these United States starting April 10th, matching the level of Trump's so-called reciprocal tariffs on all Communist Chinese products. Authorities in Beijing also announced other measures piling on as the rest of the world began to position itself for a potential economic war with the United States of America. Some nations, however, were simultaneously preparing to negotiate. Trump reacted to Beijing's clapback with one of his all-caps social media posts claiming China had panicked. But it wasn't the People's Republic of China who is being seen as the rash party. To quotist Dylan Law, assistant professor at the Nanyang Technological University in Singapore, the speed in which the countermeasures were rolled out shows a high level of deliberation and a suite of appropriate responses to hit back at the U.S. It strikes the balance between inflicting some pain but not being seen as a overreaction. Now, as I'm watching this unfold, I can't help thinking about something that may seem unrelated to trade, economics, and the harms coming our way, but in fact is central to it all. I'm talking about resentment. Resentment is usually associated with the right. Time and again, over the last 10 years, we were told that the people who voted for Donald Trump are deeply resentful about the state of the nation, about immigrants pouring over the border, about men competing in women's sports, about the radical woke agenda. The list goes on and on. It was on the strength of this resentment that voters in this country chose for a president, a convicted felon, and failed businessman who promised to hurt everyone in the name of making America great again. And what I want to say is this. If you thought that was resentment, just you fucking wait. Only 5 months ago, the head economist for Moody's said the economy under Joe Biden was the best he'd ever seen. Mark Zandi said, to quote his T, "This is among the best performing economies in my 35 plus years as an economist." I'm going to quote him 6 more times. Point. Economic growth is rip-roaring, with real GDP up 3% over the past year. Unemployment is low, at near 4%, consistent with full employment. Point. Inflation is fast closing in on the Fed's 2% target. Point. Grocery prices, rents, and gas prices are flat to go down over the past more than a year. Households' financial obligations are light, and set to get lighter with the Fed cutting rates. Point. House prices have never been higher, and most homeowners have more equity in their homes than ever before. Point. Corporate profits are robust, and the stock market is hitting a record high on a seemingly daily basis. Now, that's 5 quotes. But now, on March 30th, before this last week's midweek tariff news, Zandi said, "I'm raising my odds that a recession will begin sometime this year to 40%, up from 15% at the start of the year. Last week's economic data were disconcerting, including the slide in consumer confidence, punk consumer spending, and persistently high inflation. The intensifying trade war and dodgy cuts are behind all this. And with last week's announcement of big tariff increases on vehicular imports and the coming reciprocal tariffs, things are sure to get only worse. How much worse? The Financial Times, to quotist therefrom, one of the greatest acts of self-harm in American economic history. Tariffs will wreak untold damage on households, businesses, and financial markets around the world, upending a global economic order that America benefited from and helped to create. The Economist magazine, to read therefrom. The most profound, harmful, and unnecessary economic error in the modern era. Almost everything he said on history, economics, and the technicalities of trade, Trump was utterly deluded. This is where we are, but never forget, this was a choice. It was made by people who were so resentful about something. For now, it doesn't matter what, that they didn't notice their wages were growing, their expenses were falling, and they had more power in the workplace than they'd ever had in their entire miserable, misspent lives. Everything Trump claims to be doing, bringing jobs back home, supporting domestic industries, revitalizing infrastructure, and investing in the future, Biden actually did. Most everyone prospered, including all those resentful white trash pieces of shit and all the colored coon dogs, the fucking house niggers, running with them. As the former president himself was fond of saying, Trump talks a good game, but never built a goddamn thing. But that wasn't enough, because seeing other people doing well, that is, black and brown people doing well, hurt their white feelings. Their cracker guts, like something was being taken away from them, which added to the resentment they felt about a government trying to serve everyone and not just them. The harms coming won't be any accident. Their cause will be easy to understand. Vice President Kamala Harris saw them. She tried to warn us. Most people didn't listen. And because these harms were a choice, it's entirely reasonable for those who didn't make that choice, but who are now living with all the consequences, to be resentful of those who did. Especially if they don't understand, claim they didn't understand the choice they were making. They believed an ignorant and stupid story about ignorant and stupid Americans who were being resentful of being looked down on for the fact of their ignorance and stupidity. And I'm telling you, if they keep talking about that, they're going to learn the full, real meaning of resentment. Perhaps fear of being held accountable explains why we are now seeing a slew of Trump voters who are whipping up stories about how they had absolutely no idea what he was going to do. They are the victims of circumstance, totally innocent, and how they are so disappointed, not so much for themselves, but for the country they claim to love. An anonymous writer at www.betrayedbytrump.com. As a matter of fact, since it's full of anti-Trump stories, I'll actually dump this into the chat. Make sure you go in there and tell them what a bunch of morbidly inbred white trash pieces of shit they all are. That none of them deserve any sympathy, and that you hope all their grandmothers get their Social Security checks taken away, so that they're forced to watch her die in their hands. Yes, I wish that on them. But as one anonymous writer in this shithole site says, I didn't sign up for this. I wanted reform, not cruelty. Strength, not delusion. I've been a lifelong Republican, and I know I'm not the only one starting to feel this way. We need to seriously ask ourselves, is this what we voted for? Or just what we've been sold? It's hard to not feel conned, and I'm angrier than I've been in as long as I can remember. Oh, you're angry, huh? Imagine the anger of those who didn't choose this but are now going to live with it. The job's gone, the savings gone, the future prospects gone. Imagine the anger of those who voted in your interest, in the hope of saving democracy and protecting you from your worst self. And then hearing you moan and groan and piss and bitch about how you've been done wrong. Imagine the anger of those who tried to tell you, to reason with you, as if you were a retarded child who doesn't understand a goddamn thing, but who might snap out of it and finally act like a responsible grown-up. Just imagine.
Dude, I've had those conversations. Oh, you're killing me.
The worst part is, there are still some Democrats who are willing to tell the rest of us that we shouldn't look down on the ignorant and stupid, because looking down on them only makes them feel more resentful, which pushes them further and further into the arms of Trump. Worst of all is hearing some Democrats choosing not to hold them accountable for their terrible choices in the hope they might one day vote for a Democrat, so that there's never any downside to being ignorant and stupid, and there's never any upside to growing up. Resemblance, or should I say, we're done with the parallels. Forget the resemblance. Let's concentrate on the resentment. Resentment is usually associated with the right. If there were any justice, that would change. Trump voters would be ashamed and take responsibility for their actions. They never will, of course, meaning no one will ever take seriously the lasting resentment the rest of us feel. Obviously, history does so much more than just rhyme. It repeats itself inexorably. America's periods of high tariffs dating back to the 1800s carry eerie similarities to today's trade war escalation. As to why it matters, the history of post-tariff higher prices and weaker economic conditions offers some perspective for what might happen in the months and years ahead. Point, according to a new briefing by a trade group that represents companies responsible for nearly all of American imperial footwear sales, tariffs have historically resulted in retaliation, pain for agricultural interests, higher consumer costs, political backlash, and currency chaos. So as to what they're saying, there's a man out there named Andy Polk, the senior vice president of the Footwear Distributors and Retailers of America, who says he's a descendant of President Polk, whom Polk Street on San Francisco is named after. And it's a haven for gays, and known to be, one of the homosexual mecca points in San Francisco, aside from Castro Street. Polk and Castro, yeah. One's a communist, and the other one was a capital colonialist. But rest assured, the names aren't misnamed because they were both a couple of faggots. Anyhow, Polk lowered tariffs in the mid-1800s. And Andy Polk, who claims to be his descendant, told the Fourth Estate, regardless of the era, the consequences of high tariffs and retaliations remain largely the same. You could swap the names of the main actors and their quotes, justifications, and politics would remain basically the same. Almost like a blind taste test. If you lay out the quotes, it would be hard to guess which person said what and when. Now that's pretty fucking scary. So, here's a flashback. The 1890 McKinley Tariff imposed levies of roughly 50% on almost all imports, a policy aimed at protecting domestic industry from foreign industry. meaning that President William McKinley had absolutely no faith that American products were at all competitive. Point, several nations, including Canada, retaliated with tariffs on agricultural goods. Remember, we were still a nation of farmers back then. So my sourced briefing cites a go-to expert on trade history, Douglas Irwin, whose book notes that Canada created stronger trade ties with Great Britain. Point, many economists had expected Canada would be so economically damaged that it would lay flat on its back, spread its legs, and join these United States. A direct parallel, if not inspiration, for President Trump's 51st state rhetoric. Now, sourced briefing notes that the Smoot-Hawley tariff, which raised the average tariff to almost 60%, resulted in higher sugar prices for the American public to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars, while tariffs on imported eggs soared. Now, I don't need to tell you the next point, that the Trump 1.0 trade war in 2018 resulted in higher prices for a slew of consumer goods, including washing machines, clothing, and furniture. What's bizarre about this is the intrigue. Rather than shy away from the history I've just exposited, Trump has openly admired former President McKinley for his trade policy. The 1890s, after all, were indeed a time of rapid industrialization. Point being, last year, Trump, who recently restored McKinley's name to our nation's highest mountain peak, said, "President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent." Trump's critical omission, and the raison d'être for my program, being that McKinley ultimately regretted imposing such high tariffs. Indeed, he paid for it with his life. Now, how's that? If history does repeat itself, we know what to expect. Now, let me tell you something here. McKinley also started an expansionist war, the Spanish-American War. He invaded Cuba, all the other Spanish possessions. The crowning jewel of which was the Philippines. This was America's first Vietnam. It was the largest genocide in human history to that point that we are aware of, that was integral to something beyond an extended series of campaigns, such as the Mongols, who wiped out effectively, well, we can almost say half the world. The Americans were conducting all of this as a singular counterinsurgency, in which over 3 million people died in the Philippines, mostly Muslims. In fact, it was 3 million Muslims and well over 100,000 Roman Catholics. All of this resulted in Americans narcotizing themselves to blunt out the pain of the crimes they were committing by heavy indulgence in opiates, which became the drug problem of the Filipino counterinsurgency. They ultimately were so antisocial, it was deemed they could never be resocialized. They were so mass murderous, it was deemed they could never be released back into American society. So millions of soldiers that came back home to the United States never went home. They were given free land in the Pacific Northwest. That was the birth of Washington State and Oregon. And if you ever go to Washington State and Oregon and wonder why it's all a bunch of armed lunatics who are batshit fucking crazy, they're all the descendants of genocidal American veterans of the Filipino conflict. And beyond that, one Roman Catholic Filipino named Leon Cholgaz came to the United States and hid a firearm in a artificial cast that was supposed to be nursing a broken arm, but it was really the delivery mechanism for his one shot, one kill on President William McKinley. He shot him at point blank range after offering his free hand, which McKinley took for a handshake, and while he grasped McKinley's hand with his free hand, he pulled his trigger with his cast hand and blew McKinley away. They had to hide the fact that it was a short little acorn chestnut brown Filipino, and they hired a Polish family to claim that Leon Cholgaz, which is a distinctively Filipino name, you can find hundreds, if not thousands, of Filipinos with that surname left over from the Spanish colonial days. They claimed he was a Polish person. And to prevent anyone from contesting their lie, they dissolved Leon Cholgaz's body in a vat of acid. You don't need to take my word for this. You can look it up yourself. So Leon Cholgaz's body was dissolved in a vat of acid after execution, so no one would ever know a Filipino had taken out the President of the United States. They claimed it was a communist before there was even a fucking Soviet Union. Now that's some prescient lying for you. So that's what ultimately happened to McKinley, and history is inexorably repeating himself. I think you could draw your own conclusions as to the ultimate fate of Donald Trump, who just named our highest mountain peak in the United States after William McKinley, taking away its Native American name and replacing it with the name of the man he intends to emulate. All this speaks volumes, speaks a lot more than even Douglas Dietrich could make up in his wildest dreams. Noting that tariffs would never cover America's revenue needs, the UC Davis economics professor Christopher Meisner, who wrote a recent paper on tariffs and manufacturing in the Gilded Age, which I was just referencing, has told the Fourth Estate, "We had no real income tax, so tariffs were the main source of revenue, but it was a rather small federal government at the time, whereas now it's not necessarily the most efficient way of raising revenue to meet a modern economy's objectives." So as I've said before, people might accuse myself of living on World War II time, but the man these same kinds of people voted for lives in the American Civil War time. Or he's on the Civil War I clock, still today. As for what to watch, one difference from years past, the embrace of trade protectionism might be too strong to completely reverse. Point, Trump's tariffs from 2018 held over into the Biden administration, though it's unclear what might happen in a post-Trump era. The White House has already imposed more tariffs than in the entirety of Trump's first term. This is irreversible, people. We're heading towards a world of autarkic economic blocks, meaning a multipolar world in effect, even beyond ideology. Regardless, the Trump misadministration's tariffs are, by every reasonable account, an economic catastrophe in the making. So why are they even happening? One explanation is that this is simply democracy at work. President Donald Trump campaigned on doing more or less exactly what he's just done, and the voting public elected him. So here we are. But that's at best a partial story, kind of like the one I gave you about Leon Czolgosz, in neglecting to tell you that Leon Czolgosz assassinated President William McKinley on September 11th, 1901, 100 years to the day before September 11th of 2001. You can look up the Capitol site, meaning the historical site of our federal government, and you won't find the date. They'll simply say it happened on a certain week in September of 1901, but they won't give you the exact date. That's the deep state. But in fact, or point of fact, per today's circumstances, it's probably more accurate to see Trump's tariffs not as democracy at work at all, but rather as a symptom of democratic decay, of America transitioning into a kind of strange hybrid system that combines both authoritarian and democratic features. Were America's democracy functioning properly, Trump would never have the power to impose such broad tariffs unilaterally, because Congress, not the presidency, has the constitutional authority to raise taxes. And tariffs are, of course, a tax on imports. Yet the basic design of the American system has broken down, allowing the president to usurp far more authority than is healthy. In many policy areas, the presidency functions less like a democratic chief executive who operates under constraint and more like an electoral dictatorship. And historically, dictatorships, elected or otherwise, suffer from a fatal flaw. They have no ability to stop the people at the top from acting on their own policy whims and, in the process, producing national disasters. This tendency is why democracy tends to produce superior policy outcomes in the long run, or at least over the long run. Why America, and not the Greater Soviet Union or Maoist China, won the 20th century. The tariffs, in short, show the true stakes of democratic decline. It's not just a matter of abstract principle, but the difference between stability and disaster. So, this is the point I told my blood boys when tutoring them this just over the last few days. America's democratic decline caused the tariffs. When Donald Trump and Elon Musk began laying waste to our federal government in February, the political scientist Adam Przeworski declared himself at a loss. Though Przeworski is one of the world's most eminent scholars of comparative democracy, author of many defining pieces in the field, he could not find the right vocabulary to describe what was happening in these United States. Though Przeworski mistakenly posits that Trump was elected in fair elections, Przeworski more astutely observes that Trump's subsequent policy agenda amounted to revolutionary change of the relation between the state and society, one that attempts to replace the rules and norms that define democratic politics with something very different. Understanding America in this more textured sense as any country, well, as a country under a new and confusing regime that is both democratic and not, helps us make better sense out of the Trump tariff debacle. On the other hand, an electorate that picked Trump is getting one of Trump's signature policies. Sometimes, in democracies, the demagogues win elections. A problem so old, you can find a discussion of it in Plato's Republic. On the other hand, democracies rely on legal rules constraining that executive to prevent any such demagogue from becoming a dictator. In the American system, that means a complex system of constitutional checks and balances, one of which is the Constitution granting taxation powers to Congress and Congress alone. Yet instead of asking for statutory authorization to raise tariffs, Trump is exploiting broadly worded emergency legislation to do an end run around the legislative branch. This is what a hybrid political system looks like in practice. The United States still has free and fair elections at all levels of government and is in that sense democratic, but elections don't matter in the way that they're supposed to, because the people's representatives in Congress are not playing their constitutionally assigned policymaking role. This is the autocratic component of the current American system, one that enables the president to sabotage the global economy if he so wishes. The transformation, or should I say mistransformation, of America from democracy to Frankensteinian amalgam has been in the works for decades. The primary culprit is Congress, which has, due to a combination of partisanship and political cowardice, become both unable and unwilling to act as the supreme lawmaking body. Instead, it began delegating significant amounts of its own authority to the executive. Sometimes this was intentional, authorizing the president to make policy through executive agencies, creating the administrative state that conservatives so decry. Sometimes it was unintentional. Congress giving the president vague emergency powers that were supposed to function in narrow circumstances, but in practice allowed the president to act unilaterally in all sorts of normal policy debates. And sometimes Congress simply did nothing on crucial policy issues, forcing the president to try to address them with dubiously broad interpretations of their own powers. The judicial branch deserves some blame as well. While the Supreme Court has occasionally stepped in to address presidential overreach, it has done so in a haphazard and partisan manner. Moreover, it has long deferred to the president on key issues like immigration, trade, and war. Observers on both the liberal left and the libertarian right warned for decades that growing executive power posed a problem for democracy and good policymaking. Obviously, they were right to do so in the hindsight. Yet part of the reason that they were ignored is that there were other checks on the president that seemed to keep the executive in line. Some of these were internal executive branch checks. The White House relied on the Office of Legal Counsel, a group of senior executive branch attorneys, to provide independent opinions on the legality of various policy options. Internal policy shops like the Council of Economic Advisors provided informed expert opinions that would steer presidents toward more evidence-based policymaking. In dire cases, the Justice Department would probe potentially criminal activity by executive branch staff. Other checks were more informal. Fear of losing the war for public opinion might prevent a president from taking a particularly radical stance. The president's own moral code, a sense that there are just certain things one should not do even if you can, also provided a kind of soft check on the abuse of power. But what's clear now is that all of these internal mechanisms were voluntary. Trump has neutered executive branch checks on his authority and clearly does not possess the judgment we expect from people in the highest office. It turns out that the rest of the political system, and especially Congress, had created the conditions for our descent into a hybrid political system. The only barriers remaining were norms about how the executive branch should work, ones that a determined president like Trump smashed through with ease. So, again, as I've tutored the transfusion affiliates on site our estates, the tariffs show why our hybrid system is so dangerous. A Frankenstein out of control, gone rogue after having risen from the table. Sometimes the stakes in this kind of conversation can feel a little fuzzy. What does it matter if we are living in a hybrid system rather than a full democracy? Sure, the president may be powerful, but if we've still got elections, then isn't everything going to be fine in the end? The tariffs provide one of the clearest examples of why this matters for everyone. Without democracy, the quality of our policy making gets dangerously worse. Political scientists have long found that, on average, democracies produce better outcomes for citizens than authoritarian states. They produce higher rates of economic growth, superior technological innovation, better public health services, and are even more likely to win wars. One of the key reasons for democracy's success has been its formalized policy-making process. Because laws are changed through legal and transparent processes, one subject to public debate and legal oversight, they are more likely to both be well informed by the best available evidence and corrected if something goes badly. Authoritarian and hybrid regimes ditch these constraints, which allows them to make policy changes a lot faster. But it also enables one person or a small group of people to make radical decisions on a whim with disastrous consequences. Think about Mao's Great Leap Forward in Communist China, a direct product of the leader's adherence to a communist ideology that was catastrophically out of touch with reality. While Trump's tariffs are nowhere near as immediately evil, what with the Great Leap Forward killing 100 million people, the same formal problem contributed to both malpractices. For a more recent example, look at Russia's invasion of Ukraine. That disaster began with Putin's personal obsession with the idea that Ukrainian nationhood is fake and that the territory is rightfully Russian. This notion went from Putin's personal obsession to actual war because no one could stop him. Trump's tariffs will, as fully implemented, be remembered as their own cautionary tale. While he campaigned upon them, he wouldn't have been able to implement the entire tariff package had he gone through the normal constitutionally prescribed procedure for raising taxes. The fact that America is not functioning like any normal democracy, with public deliberation and multiple checks on executive authority, is what allowed Trump to act on his idiosyncratic ideas in the manner of a Mao or a Putin. Now it's still possible that Trump steps back from the brink. But even if he does, and the worst outcome is avoided, the lesson should be clear. The long decay of America's democratic system means that we are all living under an axe. And if this isn't the moment that it falls, there surely will be another. Thus it is that on Friday into this weekend, our California governor, Gavin Newsom, declared that he is pursuing agreements with other countries to ensure California is exempted from retaliatory tariffs stemming from President Trump's escalating trade war. In other words, California is now acting as its own nation in foreign affairs. This is far more important than any of you can even begin to understand. As to why it matters, aside from what I've just articulated, Trump's Liberation Day tariffs spurred global blowback. Newsom, himself a 2028 presidential hopeful, is looking to insulate our state nation from the fallout. An ironic state of affairs considering the fallout game is so heavily favored on California. As to what's driving the news here, in a video message released on Friday, Newsom said that California, whom he quite rightly touted as the tentpole of the U.S. economy. Actually, that's a pretty disgusting graphic image. All I can think of is somebody waking up with a morning wood. All I can imagine is Gavin Newsom with a big fucking hard-on, waking up with that under his sheets. I mean, what a fucking thing to say. It just goes to show
Gavin.
what a glory hole hound he is. Anyhow, he says, California, which he touted as the tent pole.
I'll never live that down.
Yeah, of the U.S. economy. We shouldn't allow him to. Aims to maintain.
There'll be memes.
Yeah. It aims to maintain stable trading relationships around the globe, emphasizing that, in his words, Donald Trump's tariffs do not represent all Americans. I've directed my administration to look at new opportunities to expand trade and to remind our trading partners around the globe that California remains a stable partner. In point of fact, referring to Onyx, of course, to our nations, our state nations, economic might, and remember California is the only other state in the Union that was once an independent republic aside from Texas. So going on X, where Gavin Newsom now feels at home since he's fucking as red as his pecker under that sheet, he says, well, Newsom wrote that our golden bear flag republic is, his words, ready to talk with global trading partners, adding that California is not scared to use our market power to fight back against the largest tax hike of our lifetime. As for the state of play here, and I mean aside from wherever he's swinging his tent peg, according to a press release from Newsom's office, our Golden State's economy and our workers are heavily reliant on trade with Mexico, Canada, and mainland China. And retaliatory tariffs stand to have an outsized impact on California's businesses, farmers, and ranchers. Same press release noting that the tariffs will also impede our state nation's efforts to rebuild from this year's devastating Los Angeles wildfires by hurting access to construction materials like timber, steel, aluminum, and the components of drywall. Now the enemy side. On Friday, White House spokesperson Kush Desai told the press, Gavin Newsom, he should focus on out-of-control homelessness and crime and regulations and unaffordability in California instead of trying his hand at international deal-making. Now, this brings us to Brendan, you could do a better indie accent than myself. Come on. So Brendan Zogan has joined us. That way he could give me a break so I could get back to pontificating.
That dude doesn't deserve that kind of respect. Doesn't sound like a Brahmin. This dude ain't no Brahmin. This dude's a scrub.
Thank you. I was really trying to sound like Apu, but yeah, it's like I would think a Brahmin
That's elevated. At least Apu could run a store. This guy couldn't run shit. Look at everyone lost their 401k. Everyone's fucked, and then he's still trying to glaze Trump. I mean, ridiculous.
you know.
Bless you, and thank you for coming on. I'll need you. I'm going to take a short break, and I'm going to come back, and we'll roundtable a bit before I get back to expositing on all of this. If they allow me, if they don't cut me off, I'll try and get to the Zyos soon enough. But oh, by the way, Coco Shrageville. I'm sorry.
I'm building something. Is there anyone else here?
Oh, everyone
I'm
else
here.
is here. Everyone else is here.
That was a mind-boggling rip, Douglas.
Oh, thank you, honey.
Mind-boggling.
We're
Really,
just beginning,
really
honey.
something.
We're just
I
beginning.
get it.
Coco Shrageveld said something, but she retracted it. But welcome to Coco Shrageveld, and also to Coco Shrageveld. Please be patient with me. As I said, it was a very important holiday. It's actually a holiday season in my Taiwan, and we're making up for some remedial time tomorrow and the day after. I want people to know that tomorrow is Make the First Move Day, and Make the First Move Day, for whatever reason, is really popular in Taiwan, and it encourages women to make the first move. So it's kind of like a it's
Kind of cute.
it is, but it's really a day to encourage anyone to take the initiative and overcome hesitation in any aspect of life, from social interactions to career opportunities. But we'll have that qualified.
Forgiveness in the family or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, but we'll have
friends.
Yeah.
Take the first move, yeah.
Yeah, like initiate conversations or take action or be proactive in general. But we're going to have Brendan give us any qualifiers concerning astrology in that regard. You might not want to start something until you get Brendan's permission in terms of how the eclipses are hitting us, our planetary alignments. And the day after that, on Tuesday, will be Buddha Day in Hawaii and a number of other places. But basically, since 1963, the birth year of my late sister, who's dead to me, Buddha Day, or Hanamatsuri, the flower festival, in the Empire of Japan and Hawaii, which is basically a Japanese colony, as Brendan will attest, they have both recognized the 8th of April as Buddha's birthday. So that being said, we can always get back to that. And
what's that thing called? It has a name.
I'm sorry, honey. So you're all glitchy.
Brendan may know. Yeah. Okay.
Repeat your question.
That festival has a name for his birthday.
Oh, tell us, Brendan. Yeah, Brendan should know.
Yeah.
So Brendan,
Yeah.
you with us? You and Holly and Aristides and Heather and Aristides, come out of the woodwork, will you please? I can't leave in good conscience until.
Here. All right.
Okay.
I'm here.
It is glitchy on my end and has been.
No, you're better now, honey. Ask Brendan your question, please.
Yeah, but I mean the audio has been.
Yeah, no, you're okay now. You're okay now. Oh, you mean, I get what you're saying. I've been glitchy when you've been listening. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah,
See,
just
the bastards are intercepting you.
At one point, this kind of strange thing happened.
I bet. Tell us.
You know, it's usually only a couple of words, so I can still follow.
Mm-hmm.
But this got really choppy. And it was one word here, and then a break, and then you, and then a break. And then I heard Aristides, and then I heard Heather interspersed with you. And it was a little wacky.
I bet. It's kind of shit they pull. Okay. Well,
it was really short.
Yeah. Well, Brendan will tell you some of the shit he hears. And
it's been pretty strong after that. Yeah.
Good. Okay. And so I'm going to go mute, and you guys have got this, and everybody listening, you're in the best of hands. I'll be right back in about 10-ish minutes or so, and when I do, we'll get back into roundtabling and segue back into monologue with everybody interjecting whenever they feel like it, and they're not only welcome to do so, they're encouraged to do so. And but for right now, let me go mute, and everybody stick with it. You've got these wonderful people here. You've got it good, and I'll be right back to, dare I say, make it better. Okay, let me go.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
I'm here.
Everything.
I'm here.
Good. So give us the astrological rundown already. This grouping, I mean, I know Mercury and Venus are going separate ways from it, but golly, it's hanging on, and ooh, it's so creepy.
Yeah. I mean, it's it's part of the celestial parade, so it's nothing
Drama, yeah.
But it's definitely a change. So as we could see,
Pageant, yeah.
Things are definitely.
And it's all up in Aries by now. Has it
Oh,
tracked
no.
back to Aries?
No, they're still floating around Pisces.
Pisces.
Still
Okay.
Piscean.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fascinating.
Yeah. So there you go. But as you can see, everything as was predicted as per Vedic astrology has happened. The markets got hit. Trade is severely affected, and things like that. Trade over water. All those different things have been as of late.
General turmoil.
Yeah. Churning. There's a churning happening. So anytime you have the lunar nodes in a sign, and then when they get activated by the eclipse, they create this churning because they're related to the churning of the ocean story in Vedic astrology, Vedic mythology.
Churning ocean story.
I could I could give a summary of some
the crib notes. Yeah.
Notes. Spark notes. Yeah, the spark notes kind of.
Okay. I don't know. I'm on edge of my seat here.
Yeah, it's a good story. It's a very important part of galactic history.
Okay. And relevant for today.
Maybe not today per se, but it's relevant. Just cosmically.
Yeah.
Because a lot of things came out of that incident.
All right.
It's called Sumandra Mantan, the churning of the ocean story. So that's if anyone's interested in it.
Yes.
Yeah. So, it's one of the central events in the ever-continuing struggle between the Devas and the Asurs. The gods, who had become weakened as a result of a curse by one of the sages, Devasa, invited the Asurs to help them recover the elixir of immortality, the Amrit, from the depths of the cosmic ocean. Mount Mandara, a spur of Mount Meru, the world axis, was torn out to be used as this churning stick, and was steadied by Vishnu in his avatar as the tortoise Kurma. The Asurs held the head of one of the Naga kings, who is half human, half cobra, Vasuki, who is procured and used as the rope for churning. The gods held his tail, and the Asurs held his head. When Vasuki's head vomited forth the poison that threatened to fall into the ocean and contaminate the Amrit, the god Shiv, or Shiva in the West, took it and held it from his throat, a feat that turned his throat blue. In the churning of the ocean, many wonderful treasures that became prototypes for their earthly and heavenly counterparts were brought forth from the depths. Chandra, the moon itself, Parijata, a beautiful tree that is in heaven and in Indra's abode, the four-tusked elephant, Arivata, Indra's mount, which is his vehicle, Kamanedu, the wish-fulfilling cow of plenty.
What?
Yes.
Came from
Madira.
the ocean.
Oh yeah, more's coming. Madira, the goddess of wine, who became Varunti, the wife of Varun, the ocean itself. Kalpavrishka, the wish-fulfilling tree. The Apsaras, who are the heavenly celestial dancers, these nymphs that came out, these beautiful nymphs. The celestial horse, Uchashravas, the goddess Lakshmi, who became Vishnu's consort. Panchjanya, Vishnu's divine conch. Vishnu's mace and magic bow. Many gems. And then finally emerged Dhanvantari, the physician of the gods, the god of Ayurveda, the one who gave all medical knowledge to humans. He rose up out of the waters, carrying in his hands the supreme treasure, the Amrita, the food of the gods, the nectar of the gods. When the Amrit appeared, the gods and Asurs fought over it, though they had originally agreed to share it. And after many adventures, this is the Cliff Notes part, after many adventures, it was consumed by the gods, who were restored in strength and given ultimate immortality. So there's your Churning of the Ocean story.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was really something.
Yeah, there's a Hindu movie that depicts it, and the Hindu movies are just great at depictions.
Really?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Hollywood. Or not?
Bollywood. Kind of Bollywood style. They're all kind of like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So all these things came out. Yeah, all these like treasures came out. Yeah.
Wow. Sacred become. Love it.
Yeah.
And so that's what's
it has like a fractal meaning. Stirring now.
the four up there all together are stirring.
Yeah, because that's how the lunar nodes, Rahu Ketu, that's how they were created in that event.
Yeah.
So they're directly related because they're the head and the tail of the serpent. So
were you telling me this happened like 10,000 years ago on record?
5,000.
Like millions, millions,
Oh.
like multiple millions, billions. I mean, this is like a fractal, multiversal level story. This isn't just like
creation story.
Yeah, it's like a creation story. Yeah.
Nice. Well, that's too creepy, man.
I
put a picture in the chat, Holly, and you can kind of see.
That's not convenient.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're getting the churning whether we like it or not because Pisces is a 12th house thing. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a nice thing, Heather. I like that.
I did not see it.
And are those cats coming out of those things?
Yeah, no, those are my paintings that I painted. They're my cat.
Oh, that's sweet.
And they're wearing the masks, the Venice Moriarty mask.
Ah, okay, I see. Yeah, that's very nice.
Yeah, I think I did see that.
So this is the spiritual meaning on like a more mundane level. In life, we are churned through different challenges and obstacles. The ultimate intention is to purify the higher consciousness through learning and these tests. The physical self is personified by the Mandara mountain, which is used as the churning rod. Problems and obstacles personified by Vasuki, the snake lord, who was the rope. And the turtle in the form of Vishnu signifies the eternal Dharma that forms the base of all realization. The jewels that came out.
Thing.
Yeah, Turtle Island. We're on Turtle Island. Yeah. Jewels that came out are good qualities that finally revealed. And gifts when we successfully face the test. The poison is the negativity that comes out and has to be dissolved in the throat of the wisdom by our higher consciousness, which is personified by Shiv himself. So there you go.
What an image.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. So Shiv is the savior of this story because Vishnu's like busy, during that time. He's being
supporting the world.
Yeah, supporting everyone. So Shiv saves the universe from the poisonousness of the hala hala, it's called, that emerge from the churning of the milky waves. The poison was so dreadful that it could destroy all creation. Fearing this, the gods approached Lord Shiv to save the worlds from being destroyed. He decided to consume the poison, and as soon as he drank hala hala, his consort Parvati placed her hand on his throat to prevent it from spreading into the body of Shiv, thereby turning his throat blue. And from then onwards was as Nilakanta, the blue throat one. Yeah. So that's the story of that. Yeah. And then there's the whole thing of how Rahu Ketu even exists, like how those celestial nodes that create the eclipses, like they were created in this whole situation. So,
jeez, are you kidding me? Oh, it's too TMI, man, because now I'm really worried.
Yeah, there's more.
Oh, go on.
Well, in the same time, they, at the same time, they're switching signs as well. Like even the nodes are transiting. So they activated in Pisces and then they're going to transit further. So we're just kind of in for it for a while.
Yeah. Like
Well, you're
I
seeing
don't
it.
see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm saying
Go
you're
ahead.
seeing it. You know.
Yeah. Playing right out. Yeah.
I
boy.
think it's really fascinating how they can incorporate Cupid into the Krishna consciousness.
Yeah. Okay. How so? Do you have an example?
Yeah, Mohan, that
Mohini.
incarnation of
Mohini.
Krishna.
Yeah.
It's like he's the enchanter of all Cupids, and they talk about the Cupid's arrows being poisonous, like Cupid's venom is like even. Yeah.
Well, they give you the full story of why Cupid isn't a good like entity.
Yeah.
It's just weird how they
Devil.
incorporated it together. Is that where Cupid came from?
Yeah.
Wow.
Wait, what did Cupid come from? Not this constellation event.
Just the reference from Krishna consciousness and Modini Mohan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also like Kamadev and stuff is there. Yeah.
I've been reverting back to my Krishna fanaticism lately in the last few days. It really helps.
No, it's great. Really good news. So that's what the 12th house can help with as well. Like Pisces 12th. It can give you more depth in your spiritual practice. Yeah. But in the Cupid is basically Kamadev. It's like this entity that's, he
like
has
a demon?
the arrow. No, Deva means he's a Deva, but he's the son of Brahma. Like he's very high level, but it's just, he's like a trickster kind of. Yeah.
And how did it go from that to the naked baby on Valentine's Day? It seems like a far cry.
Oh no, it's the same entity. It's the same entity.
Right, but how it derived from that, I just don't see the connection.
Because it's like, it's like fertility and stuff. You want to be youthful, like that's, and usually those kind of things come in when you're very young, like, teenagers and stuff. Like,
right, those arrows are nothing nice.
The love syndrome. Yeah. What?
Those arrows are nothing nice. If they're venomous, Cupid's arrows.
Yeah. I mean, that's just like
it's kind of like the person might not love you back, but you still got the arrow.
Well, no, it's like a distraction from divine. That's all. That's why they consider poison. Just like
acquiring magical powers as it's a distraction.
No,
Yeah.
not exactly. It's just you don't, like if you're in love with another being, then you won't go to like the highest being just by default.
Right.
It's
Like,
more of a lust thing than a love thing, because Krishna is the triumph of divine love.
Yeah, in a way, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That darn Cupid.
Yeah, Cupid's just a troublemaker in all stories, I think.
Right.
I experienced.
Right, but totally directed at human need. I mean, everybody wants to love and be loved, but you got this deadly arrow in you for somebody that isn't right for whatever reason, you or either of you, but you're stuck with it in you. Yeah. And so long-term dramas play out.
The Greco-Roman explains that, like who Cupid was aiming for and all that.
Yeah.
That stuff is explained quite well, in that scenario. So
my high-up Zen Buddhist friend, ordained and shit, says love.
Her high-up Zen Buddhist friend, Brendan. Ordained like you are, a minister.
Yeah. Well, whatever, but I'm just saying that romantic love is an irritant. So you have sex to get rid of it.
Cool.
Yeah.
I think it might be described as like passion, because passion is like kind of a bad motivation. Like there's different motivations that people have, and passion is one of them.
Yeah.
And
it's like called kama, like
Kama
Sutra. Kama. It's like passion. It's lust.
Yeah.
Passion.
Yeah. It's like it's kind of
different
like
than different than bhakti. It's like it's not bhakti. That's like there's another word. So Sanskrit's much more rich, like linguistically. So there's a completely different word for like divine love. It's called bhakti. It's service.
Christians have it too, eros and agape.
Exactly. Yeah.
Beautiful.
So that comes directly from Sanskrit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that stuff.
Exactly.
Wow.
Because Latin is a Sanskrit-based language, so it's coming straight away.
So how did we get onto all the romance talk? Or continue in whatever direction you were going? I was just curious.
Oh, talking about Hindu gods and what they do.
Which is apparently a lot.
The horniest one.
Yeah. Wow.
Wait, what was that?
I was just joking. I said Heather brought up the horniest god.
Krishna? Is Krishna the horniest god?
No,
Krishna's
it was the being that she mentioned.
Okay.
Yes. And
Krishna was able to get with like 13,000 chicks at once. So
all right.
beating that.
That's pretty good.
He's still the undefeated reigning champ as far as I'm concerned.
What do they call it? The Brides of Vrindavan? There's like 16,000 of them.
Yeah, exactly. So he did that all in one night. So good luck anyone else catching
it.
No amount of Andrew Tate can get to that level.
It was the flute for me.
Yeah. Yeah. That's how he did it. Yeah. By playing and all that.
Oh, there you go. That's a model to follow, kids. Learn to play that flute. Yes, that's that can also be taken as a rather obscene image that comes to mind. But so moving on.
That's different.
Yeah. What was that, Brendan? You're away from the mic. I hope you realize.
I said that's a flesh flute.
Yes.
And that's not what we're talking about.
Understood.
Yeah.
Skin flute. That's it. Skin flute. Yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you for that insight, Brendan, and of course, Heather. Thank you for bringing these incredible topics up. Were you going to say something else, dear Holly? It sounded like you were taking a breath to say something else, so I hated to interrupt that. Was there something else?
No, it was just a wise crack, but moment passed.
Okay.
Never mind.
No worries. And how about Aristides? So, Aristides, you still with us? Just curious. And,
yeah. I'm still here.
Wonderful. Okay. Always so thankful for your presence. And yeah. So with that being said,
listen, I would say a couple of things.
Sure.
We had a marvelous talk. Thank you to Brendan and Heather, but thank you very much for the story of the churning sea, churning ocean.
Wow.
Whoa. It was awesome.
Cool.
But I did have I had a question.
Mm-hmm.
Your monologue so far has been dazzling.
Oh, thank you.
So if I may bring it back down to a kindergarten level, seriously, if Trump, my phone's about to die. I got to get it plugged in. Shit.
Of course, they would kill it at just this moment. But do what you can.
No, I got to plug in the battery charger.
Take your time.
Really fast.
Yeah.
Here's the quick question, but you got to wait to answer it if I drop.
Understood.
What is to stop now if the market crashes and all these companies go into free?
Oh, they got
the 2,000 billionaires you never hear about, to stop them from strolling in and cherry picking the ones they want to remake them in their own image of whatever they want. Pennies on the dollar, and then that wraps up the whole thing. That's the new world.
Okay, your
Does
question.
that make sense?
Of course it does, but your question was interrupted. So to make certain that our listeners hear it in its totality, please repeat it. Yeah, because your question was interrupted by your needing to jack. I presume now you've been able to jack it into a recharger.
No, I'm just getting the final thing done.
Okay.
Give me a minute and.
Coco Schreijveld says, thanks, now I can't stop thinking of Krishna. And then Heather Holman answered with a Bhagavatam Katha. Bhagavatam, am I saying that right?
No, it's the story of Cupid and Krishna, the triumph of love.
Oh, wow.
Divine love.
Well, yeah. So Cupid and Krishna, I take it Brendan's already explained this. How did Cupid and Krishna get involved?
Oh, it came off of the churning ocean.
Oh.
And the poison.
He rose up out of there with jewels.
Oh, wow.
What a story.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Cupid did not come out of the churning of the oceans, did he, Brenda?
No. It was just, I was just kind of riffing on it a little.
Okay.
Because somehow it was entwined with that great story.
Well, I take it you're plugged back in and your audio sounds good, so by all means, repeat your question, dear Holly.
Okay. If, with the stock market plummeting and all these companies in free fall, what's to stop the 2,000 or so billionaires you never hear about from strolling in, cherry picking the companies that they want for pennies on the dollar, rebuilding them in their own image, and pretty much running society?
Well, I would say
mission accomplished. Exactly.
Well, first off,
Mission accomplished.
I
Isn't
would.
this how corporations take over the world? Which I see nothing in the way of stopping them.
Well, let's put it this way. What you posit is a question in which you are presenting a scenario that serves as its own endpoint. It's a what's to stop, say, for instance, this from happening, and then you posit what will happen. It's not what I would consider to be essentially. Not to decry yourself.
No, please. It's a dumb question.
It's not a dumb question.
Kindergarten.
No. It's not a dumb question. Believe me, there are dumb questions. There are stupid questions. This is not one of them. But I think it is a question that
I thought that's where your talk was heading.
Well,
into this inevitable.
Well, I could see.
Takeover.
I could see where people would say that, but understand. That I could see where people would interpret that or get that impression that my talk is heading in that direction. Yeah, albeit it is not, because I think it far more in geopolitical terms than I think in the terms in which you're speaking, which I would call dystopian. So
well, these
by the way,
corporations are multinational.
Right. Well, it's not a riff on you, or I'm not coming down on you when I say that you tend to think in dystopian terms. You've expressed that yourself, that you tend to think in dystopian terms. The worst case scenario, which I also am a worst case scenario person, which is part of planning ahead. You hope for the best, but you prepare for the worst.
Because I never mean to come off as cynical.
Well, I mean, there's actually a difference between cynicism and somebody who's concerned. You're a concerned citizen, but you still think in extremely dystopian terms. And
listening to you don't help none.
But there's a difference. I do offer. Remember, I do offer solutions.
Always you do.
Yes.
Always you do.
Yeah, but when it comes to
always you do.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but when it comes when it comes to
and they're right.
Thank you. I appreciate that even more. Yes, but when it comes to this has been a constant concern with you. And believe me, you're not alone. Holly is not alone in this. Generally Americans are miseducated through our media into thinking that the corporations have acquired more and more power, and it's going to be more and more powerful. And this was considered to be it was considered almost an inevitability by the time of the 90s that mega corporations.
I want to say something here.
Sure.
Because it was a two-part scenario. The other part is all my life I've watched Americans rush to elect government officials that run on the platform of hating the institution of government.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All my life.
Yeah. Yeah. And,
so 1 + 1 equals, and I believe that with that hatred of the holy institution of basically getting along with your neighbor has been corrupted by corporate slow power and purposely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Aristides, did you want to add to this because you had a nice little image?
I think I'll just leave that there. But I didn't want to add that. But I mean, so what you're saying? People blame corporate power, but it's really what?
Oh, if you're
No,
talking to me,
people
are you
blame
talking
government.
are you
People
post?
Blame government.
Yeah,
Right.
No,
People-
don't- yeah.
So were you talking to Holly or to myself?
Either way, I don't know.
Okay.
I heard
Okay.
about
Right.
people blaming increasing corporate power, and maybe not. That's not the whole
Oh,
picture.
so no,
Well,
no,
I'm saying the dichotomy of why would you elect somebody to government that hates the very institution they're running for the seat for and have promised.
Right.
And this didn't start with Trump.
Right. So
Way back to Reagan, privatized everything.
So remember, we're no longer in the, shall we say, venue of a question per se. We're now in the venue of an articulation of a scenario that is extremely complicated and requires volumes. But of course, I'll do my best to respond as quickly as possible.
And I'd rather you stay on point with what you came with.
Oh, sure, I will. But
Sure.
I will respond to this because this is a topic that we continually return to. And Aristides' point is well taken. I mean, both when he entered into the text box and what he, said to us just now. So what I'm trying to point out is that throughout the 80s and the 90s, there has been a popular conception, which I would articulate is in many ways a misconception, that the corporations are becoming more and more powerful. But understand all of this is magnified by the social spectrum or the social venue in which people are growing up. In other words, here in America, everybody is in the largest economy in the world. It's basically the world's marketplace. And of course, people have for ages have gone on about its consumerism, and they'll say that Americans are materially wealthy, but they're spiritually impoverished. And people tend to overreact to this and respond by joining cults. I mean, the Beatles are a preeminent example of that, where with all the money that they had, they decided that they're going to go batshit fucking crazy and join extremist cults that basically bleed them, and this makes them feel somehow spiritually elitist. It just adds to their sense of elitism. Before they were simply materialistically elite, and now they're spiritually elitist. It's a form of sickness, and it really compounds itself. But with America, because of the environment that we're growing up in, where people would observe that the American concept of freedom is the ability to buy anything you want, which of course is not true because most of us can't buy anything, let alone what we want. The reality is that people still somehow have that impression in the rest of the world. But in America itself, their impression is that the corporations are coming to run the world. This is a fallacy. It's a fallacy not because I'm defending corporations, far from it. Indeed, we've had corporate ideologists in America like Ayn Rand, who was a capitalist response to, we just had a comment from Aristides in the text that brings this to mind. When it comes to the incredible clashes of ideology in the 20th century, nobody who was a communist would have thought that corporations would come to run the world because of their own indoctrination. This was all resultant a Jewish individual named Mordecai Levy, who was raised in a German educational matrix and took on a pseudonym, that of Karl Marx, and then began to promote a atheistic communism, which was an ideology that is horrific in its results, which are there for all to see. We don't need to overdwell on what happened with the attempts to apply communism. When it came to Ayn Rand, who was originally a refugee from communism, she herself is a Jewess who took on the pseudonym Ayn Rand. And very similar to Karl Marx, these are single syllable names. Both the first name and the surname of their pseudonyms are single syllable names because they're looking for a pen name that will sell, and automatically it's a brand that's easy to remember. When it came to Karl Marx, scientists always felt, even in the West, historians in particular, or liberal arts majors or liberal arts academicians, like economists and historians, would always feel that they had to bring in Karl Marx, even throughout the West, just to prove that they were a liberal academic. They would always bring in Karl Marx, even though economics had effectively, meaning in practice, completely ignored him. So when it came to here in America, where we had Ayn Rand begin to portray corporations as the victims, the real victims is what she would say, and said that they're the ones who need defending and they're the backbone of the economy and all this other crap. She was never taken seriously by the general public. She essentially was always a cultic influence as far as the public was concerned. But where she had a profound influence that impacted us all was with Ron Greenspan, who was her secret lover. And as her secret lover, even though she was actually gay, she wasn't having any sex with her husband, who was effectively impotent, old and impotent, and she wanted to use Ron Greenspan as her beard, to make her look hetero. Well, when Greenspan was running our economy to the ground, he was doing it on Ayn Randian principles, and he was always waiting for the invisible hand of the market to intervene, and it never did. And our economy, which crashed in 2008, ultimately crashed as a result of Greenspan's policies, which ultimately traces back to Ayn Rand. So understand that Ayn Rand had as much effect on capitalism as Karl Marx did on communism. It just came at a later time in what we would call late-stage capitalism, which brings us almost on the verge of ideologically acknowledging Marxism. All of this is because I come from an academic background. It has to be, shall we say, contextualized. But when it comes to the real action and corporations, understand that corporations exist as they exist, becoming ever more powerful only by parasitization. I've gone over this repeatedly. And the corporations only exist by socializing all of the costs and privatizing all of the profits. So they cannot do that anywhere else on earth but here. So when you say, oh, these corporations are transnational, it is not your fault, but you are simply regurgitating a gross misconceptualization or a gross misunderstanding of the reality of the corporate economy. The corporations are not multinational. There is no corporation on earth that is multinational. This is a work of fiction from James Bond novels, where the closest thing you have to that would be someone like L. Ron Hubbard and Scientology being a preeminent example, where he declared war on the United States of America. And like the Mormons, who originally left the United States of America to pioneer the frontier West, literally leaving the legal boundaries of the United States of America to establish a theocracy in the desert, the Scientologists went to sea, and they maintained their state in exile on the high waves, with a high seas fleet that continually sailed from Morocco to Mexico and back again, going in this back and forth between Morocco and Mexico in the hopes of converting one of those nations to Scientology as the state religion, and thereby establishing an empire in a geographic nation state of their own. If they had succeeded in doing that, they would simply have become the geographic equivalent to North Korea, which North Korea is not so much a nation state, but a cult with geographic boundaries and its own army. South Korea is not very different from North Korea in that respect, because it's been ruled consistently by cultists. But then the United States has as well, with the cultic influence from Reverend Moon, when George Bush Sr. converted to the Reverend Moon's Universalist Church. So all of this is deep state. Most people are unaware of this, yet everything I say can easily be looked up and vetted. Anybody can look up the fact that George Bush Sr. converted to the moon religion. Why does this matter? How does it deal, or how does it relate to corporate mergers and this world of mergers and acquisitions, the M&A world, which everybody thought was going to be ushered into a golden age by Donald Trump, which is the mantra you're repeating when you say what you're saying with your scenario. And yet, if you were to talk to any of these bad boys who was hoping that this would be a new age, a golden age of mergers and acquisitions, they're all afraid they're going to be given pink slips. All of these people are aware that the economy is dying. This is not an environment for mergers and acquisitions. This is not their world. It is fucked. They are fucked. Mega corporations are fucked. So understand that the reason all of it has turned upside down and you don't need to worry about that is the reason I've given before. Mega corporations cannot exist without a strong state to parasitize. And of course, the only difference was, say for instance, in America, this is where you get the real insanity. When you're talking to communists and they're working in an ideological box, they are stuck in an ideological box. You're working with someone like myself who is not stuck in an ideological box. I cannot talk to a communist because the communists will not understand anything I say. They're filtering through their communism. And so they think that there's an endpoint to all of this that is inevitable based on cycles of history that are fallacious. When it comes to the people like yourself who are thinking in dystopian terms, you cannot see this world come to pass because it simply cannot economically exist either. In other words, when I'm talking to a communist and I'm talking about corporations, a communist will tell you that a corporation is the ultimate fascist state. And therefore, if you elected, say, for instance, anyone who's at the head of a corporation to become president, and people who have headed corporations have become presidents before, that you would be instituting an electoral fascism. This is what a communist truly believes. Now, this is why when Ross Perot ran for president, then people said, oh, like Noam Chomsky. Noam Chomsky is a communist. He is an ideological communist. And Noam Chomsky perceived that Ross Perot was the greatest threat to democracy because if he became president, he would run it as a corporation. And as far as Noam Chomsky is concerned, a corporation is a fascist microstate or state within a state where everything devolves from the top down. But it's a single tyrant, the CEO of that corporation, who is the Führer or the leader figure of that corporation. And that if such a person became president would reflect that hierarchical structure. All of this is...
They're certainly godless.
I'm sorry, what?
Secular as well, hell. You know, you say...
say that again.
Reference that back to what you're saying about Marx, that he ripped all the spiritualism out of it.
Well,
sense of...
I mean, let's put it this way. As we understand communism in the modern sense, it's Marx's godless communism. You might be thinking of a more romantic communalism, something that is communist in effect, that's practiced by...
Right, but I'm saying corporate culture is also pretty godless.
Okay, yes. Well, that was thanks to Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand, of course, introduced the godlessness in corporations. Remember, corporations didn't used to be like that. Corporations...
No, they were owned by, like, important Protestants.
Yes, who were at least paying lip service to God, at least went to church in order to make a good impression on people, at least sponsored charities in order to showcase a sense of philanthropy, indeed.
And thought their wealth proved their spirituality.
That's right. And remember that when it came to, say, for instance, Eastman Kodak, George Eastman established Kodak Company, and even though that was run like a concentration camp, the people who lived there would tell you otherwise. Many of them would say, oh, it was like heaven. There's all kinds of people who say
it was the ultra company town.
Yes, yes. And like I said, when my father's lunatic father, the man whose nervous system was poisoned by all the chemicals that he worked with, in which case he was no different than his leader, his CEO, George Eastman, who was so poisoned in his nervous system that his nervous system was registering constant, chronic, endless pain, that he killed himself. So, but in the case of it poisoning my my legal father's, biological father's nervous system, he was just a stark, raving mad abuser of all of his own children. This individual, when one time his teeth got so infected that it infected his blood, he had a systemic infection through his bloodstream resultant a necrotic tooth. Then the company presented him, because he couldn't go to work, the company showed up and presented him with a full turkey dinner for Thanksgiving. And it was like a big turkey. I mean, like big, like made, like what you get in the stores look like nothing. I mean, like a real fucking turkey that they came in and brought. It was like a Japanese company. It was functioning like a Japanese company in that sense. You're all family. You're all family. Okay, there's no corporation that's like that now. Okay, it's not the same beast, not the same animal. So Ayn Rand changed all that. Right. So when it came to...
I lived through that, witnessing the changeover.
Oh, yeah.
From government, big government providing for a stable society.
Yeah.
At war with the coming... And in the early years, the big wave was very generous, but it did not last.
Yeah.
Now, I will say, back to what you were saying, that I have avidly looked for the many times that this regime has stepped on the toes of big corporations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And there's a lot of them. And
this regime mean Trump's. This regime mean Trump's.
The whole thing.
Or simply our U.S. government
kicking Disney in the nuts and all that, picking fights. These pipsqueaks, picking fights with these powerful organizations that have funded their campaign and they're winning, thinking they'll be in favor.
Well, another way to express what happened in the past was at the time that defense contracts were ongoing in World War II all the way through the Third World War, misnomered as the Cold War. There was this saying that was in business about the quality of product they were turning out, such as all the equipment for the moon launch. And they would say, aside from the moon launch, defense contracts, etc., they would say that's good enough for government work, meaning it's the final say. That's good enough for government work.
Can't see it from my house. Was the one I used to hear a lot. The work is done. Might be a problem, but can't see it from my house.
No, that wasn't what they meant. And in this case, what you're talking about is something that's a cynical remark, as opposed to what was a point of pride. So in the old days, what they'd say was,
really?
That's good enough for government work was a positive.
My God.
Like, this is the epitome of what we can do. This is the best we can do.
Wow.
That became something cynical.
It was derogatory by the time I came along.
That was the gold standard, of course.
Yeah, thank you. Then
now in the 80s and the 90s, it was a joke.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not that old.
So what I'm saying is, because I was raised by people who were old enough to be most people's great-grandparents, this is how I understood it. Then it changed. But remember, I was working with the old government documents. So thank you for that interjection, Brendan. So when that became a joke, when people would sarcastically say, yeah, what's that, Brendan?
Right.
I said you're also a vampire. You might as well be as old as that.
Thank you. No, I mean, your point's well taken. I assure you.
He remembers.
Let me just put it simply. You're on a different time.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm definitely on a different time span. It's just so when it comes to.
So that's the thing. This was the corporate degradation, because when good enough for government became a bad thing.
Yes.
That's when it was getting its.
Right, and that's when it became parasitic. That was all part of Ayn Rand. So when the Jewish
hell, Elon's all parasitic.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Yeah. You're right.
So when
You're fucking right.
But
of course he didn't cut his shit. Yeah.
Yeah, there we are. Of course not. No, he hasn't cut his stuff. Yeah, just like Trump hasn't, tariffed Russia. And
Right.
but when it comes to what I'm describing, once the corporations became parasitic, it becomes impossible. Well, it always was impossible. Let me give you a good example. When it's good enough for government work was the gold standard, and it meant this is our best shot. Okay, at that time, you had examples of corporations fighting the government in their own way. Good example that I've always given was General Motors. General Motors had all of these subsidiary companies, factories really, that they opened in France. When the Germans rolled into France with the Blitzkrieg, then Vichy France nationalized all of those General Motors factories and then used them during the war to build items, weapons, implements they were using against the Allies. So the Allies considered them a primary target and bombed the General Motors factories in France. Now, General Motors sued the United States government for that, and they lost. But the very balls, the very audacity to sue the United States government for bombing their property, that gave a preview of what corporations were turning into. It wasn't that General Motors did a bad thing, but it was interesting. As such, it showed what people became afraid of. Oh, these corporations are now developing the balls to challenge the government. And that was while, government contracts were still important and considered important work for the national defense, and everybody was on the side of right.
They were getting elected on platforms of hating government in order to get their contracts and privatize the whole thing. Well, my whole life has been watching government be privatized.
So
to cut back on.
What Holly is expressing is her experience that has been glitched out. But I get what you're saying. A lot of it was glitched, but I get what you're saying, and I will repeat it for our listeners. Basically, what Holly is saying is that in her lifetime experience, she has seen corporations basically lobby through purchased politicians, basically buy politicians out so that politicians will campaign against the government. All of this to make government smaller so that they interfere less and less with corporations. So hence the dystopian vision pushed in the 80s and the 90s.
Sell it as your taxes will go down to the little schmo.
Well, however they sell it.
Taxes never go down.
Yeah, of course not.
I think taxes was the issue of the last election.
Well, it's insanity and it's based on stupidity.
But anyway.
Yeah, I can deconstruct that easily. But, in terms of course, it's stupid that anybody falls for that. Yeah, but when it comes to the corporations, the ultimate dystopian conclusion, which is illogical, is then the corporations take over. The corporations don't want that responsibility. For one thing,
they can't.
They can't take over because then they'd have to supply the military defense of the nation. They're not going to do that because that's so astronomically
expensive. We know they largely
not profitable.
do.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
We know they largely do provide their private armies.
No, honey.
For conflicts all over the world. Come on.
Honey, you're confusing mercenary actions and operations taking place in Africa, which are indeed corporate wars, with national defense. That's not a responsibility of national defense. They are investing in something that provides them a return. And it's not...
Yeah, but all the way back to the Contras, it happens.
Well, the Contras was totally different from that. That's not...
I get that.
Yeah,
but,
that's not the same thing.
There's been crossover. Yeah. There's been crooked crossover.
Yeah, but
between
of course,
those
two. Sure there is. But like I said, corporations cannot afford to take over because they cannot afford to govern. What are they going to do with all the
fucking Iraq?
No. The United States took over Iraq and it let the corporations loose, but the corporations are loose only because of American defense. Granted, they hired their own army through Blackwater, and Blackwater was heavily involved with a lot of corporate actions and atrocities, but it was the U.S. Army that made it all possible. So it's the U.S. military that makes it possible. Without that military, they wouldn't have the Blackwater in there, because the Blackwater does not have fighter jets. The Blackwater does not have combat helicopters. The Blackwater does not have any of this at the level that's needed to wage an occupation or a war. So corporations
Nor
are
the infantry to clean the toilets. I get that too.
Yes. All of this is like, so there's no way that corporations can ever run the economy. As a matter of fact, I will tell you that I do feel that there would be a ideal synthesis of a corporocratic economy with governance, but America's not.
So let me
ready
ask
for that
this:
yet.
do they think they can? And so that's why they're doing.
No, they
all
know
this,
they can't. Oh God, no.
Even though it'll end in utter.
No. God, no. The terms they think in are far more limited than you're giving them too much credit. They think in very limited terms, but you're not alone. Everybody gives them too much credit because everybody thinks that they're somehow the successor state to traditional government or nation states, and it's not the case. It's not the case.
Listen, I want you to be right.
Well, I already
God, help me, I
have
do.
talked about this at length in the past. And yeah, we don't need to keep going over it either. It gets really redundant. But for new listeners, I am happy to do it.
What?
I think your point is being proven in real time.
Yeah.
I'm trying here. I really am.
No, I mean,
so the stock market crashes.
Talking about the situation around us.
Yeah, I mean, look, if the stock market is crashing, it could help them. You could say that by saying like, oh yeah, it's like gonna do great, you know.
Go pick the pretty flowers, and we'll just start. I'll just start my own empire.
Nobody likes that. Nobody likes the stock market crashing. Nobody can do anything with it.
Well, yeah. See, I want to get this.
Yeah,
I
mean,
I don't want to be right.
Look, when it came to, say, for instance, the wildest trades of 2024 that were like, even back then, you had a lot going down, and it just didn't pay to think too hard. When you had on when you were wagering on all these whether and when proposed mergers and acquisitions will close, all of this did poorly in the long run, and it's doing poorly now. When it comes to Trump's bear market, all of the stocks that I've just articulated, all the fog of uncertainty, business does not thrive in this environment. So you've got to stop even thinking on those terms.
Yeah.
I mean, you can continue thinking on those terms if you want.
He's stepping on toes.
Yes, and I'll get back to that.
Weak like him.
Matter of fact, I'll just repeat what I said, a while back. I'll repeat it as we go into monologue, simply because it'll help drive the point home. But when it comes to, you don't need to worry about corporations taking over because they're totally dependent on parasitizing off of functional nation states.
So how do you get elected for hating government and then kick big corporate in the nuts? What's left?
Pretty much nothing, and he might very well be taken out. So you're talking about a person who does not know what he's doing. He doesn't. He's insane.
Wing arms. Yeah.
Yeah. So
this gets back into like great Vedic cycles.
It can. We don't want to get too cosmic about it.
It's almost like when it gets that crazy that a just completely crazy guy, when the earth is convulsing and raining down fire and brimstone on us all by itself, and all that, this is no time to like create ultra chaos.
Yes, thank you.
We're in ultra chaos.
Definitely. Yes, we're entering a state of anarchy. Yes. So there we have that. But I've answered your question to the best of my ability in a quick sense. We've done it concisely.
It was quite a ride. Thank you, Douglas. Thank you.
Thank you. And get used to the uncertainty, of course. I
Of
mean,
course. And
obviously,
we may battle again. I
well,
love it. A
the
good wrestling match.
well, the uncertainty is not going to end. One of the consequences of the move fast and break things approach at the core of Trumponomics is that it has brought a toxic uncertainty to the global economy. And yet the uncertainty that Trump is injecting isn't entirely new, and it's also not going to go away. The predictable pillars of the modern economy are crumbling. The global economy is now a perpetual uncertainty machine, so get used to it. By now, the context should be familiar. We just survived a decade of monumental shifts in the global economy, the resurgence of populism, a pandemic, trade wars, and very bloody real wars of attrition that have brought back Cold War geopolitics and, more recently, scrambled them all over again. We're facing the end of a decades-old order and confronting existential questions around artificial intelligence and climate change. So this current bout of unpredictability will pass eventually, but history indicates that one period of uncertainty feeds another. The Smoot-Hawley Tariff Acts of 1930 helped lengthen and deepen the Great Depression and led to the collapse of global trade, which hit German exports the hardest of all. And that, in turn, contributed to the downturn that helped Adolf Hitler recover from a false start in German politics. Which I have an actual history book that was published shortly after the Beer Hall Putsch, which said, literally as its final sentence, or its closing paragraph, that a courageous young World War I veteran tried to conduct a putsch in Germany and failed. His name was Adolf Hitler, and he was never heard from again. It was literally published 1923, the year of the Beer Hall Putsch, the year of my mother's birth. Now, applying that historical scenario to today's world is obviously a frightening exercise, but it's a reminder that the real uncertainty coming out of this week is not only what the impact of Trump's tariffs will be on the American imperial and global economics, but what they will do to American power and its influence around the world. The surge in anti-Americanism seen already in places like Canada is one tangible effect. How do you expect corporations to sell to people who refuse to buy their products? In fact, legally cannot do so. But what if the world's largest economy becomes the source of instability rather than a ballast for the world, as it is now? Will Red China fill the gap? Will anybody? Epochal challenges from climate change to artificial intelligence combined with the interregnum, the in-between regimes between global wars, will make each shock more difficult to navigate. If there is a committee to save the world forming, it's doing so in hiding. The day a financial market swoon turns into a crash and sets off a deep and prolonged economic disaster, it's hard to know who will be leading the rescue. But one thing I can tell you, it won't be the fucking megacorporations. They cannot come in and just buy everyone when they're going broke and conducting mass layoffs. How can they expand when they fired everybody?
That's right.
So there you have that.
Zuckerberg needs a payout. I did you see that headline?
Yeah,
Zuckerberg's trying to snuggle up.
he's been sucking Trump's dick.
He needs some kind of help.
Yeah,
And I don't know if he'll get it or not. I mean, it's all tits up now.
They're all doing poorly.
He didn't get to Elon.
I'll get to Elon soon enough. Let's just put it this way. When it comes to Brendan, any other observations that you can share with Holly concerning all of this, by all means, before I dive back into the subject at hand, which is the same subject, but leads us to geopolitics again.
That was brilliant. It was great. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Solid gold.
And just remember, everybody thought that Trump was going to bring this new paradise for business at the markets.
Right.
Yeah, but it's just the opposite. So you're just going to have a lot of pissed off
Love
people.
it.
Oh, and so
Give me hope.
Yeah.
Carry on.
thank you. I appreciate that. Well, that's what I'm here for. So
Yep.
if we zoom in, according to Fox News, which first reported the news of the agreements that I was discussing earlier concerning California, trying to finagle his way around the tariffs America's imposing and are being imposed upon America by making California effectively act as a regional autonomous economy. Newsom is particularly concerned with retaliatory measures from other countries that could impact California's agricultural sector, especially our almond industry. The point being that California is the world's 5th largest economy, exactly on par with United Germany, and our agricultural sector is a key economic driver for our state. In terms of the big picture, on Wednesday midweek last, Trump announced a baseline 10% tariff on American imperial imports with steeper reciprocal levies on goods from dozens of other nations. Business leaders and economists have all concurred that Trump's tariffs guarantee the raising of consumer prices and the reignition of inflation, indeed prompting almost inevitably hyperinflation, which brings us back to the Weimar Republic. The American imperial stock. Remember, I always want people to understand America is an empire, not a republic. The American imperial stock market has spiraled in the wake of Trump's plan and was poised to fall further Friday after the People's Republic of China announced it would levy a 34% tariff on imports from these United States. While U.S. President Donald Trump announced tariffs on allies and foes, including Europe, the Empire of Japan, Communist China on the Asian mainland, and India, some of the world's most heavily sanctioned countries, Russia, Belarus, Cuba, and North Korea, avoided being singled out for any special punitive treatment whatsoever. With the world gripped by trade war, Trump imposed a 10% tariff on most goods imported to these United States. Market Leninist China, the biggest supplier of goods to these United States, now faces a 54% tariff on all exports to the world's biggest consumer market.
Yeah, we can buy cigars now. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah, Cubans.
From Cuba.
Yes.
Cuba.
Now,
Yeah, I'll meet you out at the country club for Cubans.
now, as he presented these tariffs, Trump said, "In the face of unrelenting economic warfare, the United States can no longer continue with a policy of unilateral economic surrender." Now, the White House then released a list of comments from people praising his tariffs, which I think all sourced from Arkham Asylum, but that's just my opinion. They said ordinary American workers would benefit after years of what they described as abuse from trading partners such as the People's Republic of China. Yet Trump's tariffs can only help market Leninist China. Analysts are trashing. Yeah.
Running sweatshops.
Say that again? Yes.
I said they're so mean running those sweatshops for us. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah. At any rate, well.
how could they?
Yeah.
How could they provide us cheap, easily accessible items? It's just. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand a moral argument actually for the tariffs on the basis of that, but that's not where Trump's coming from, obviously. And
No.
he's going to give them a run for the money with us starting our own on this side of the fence, I assure you. Yeah, I mean, we've got him now. Look at you. Yes, look at everyone we know. Jesus Christ. The fact that I have to come back home to do this because I'm required to work through the Working Disabled program. 250% disabled. At any
Yeah,
rate.
we're never waking nightmare.
Yes, it is. It is. But analysts are trashing Trump as all our American imperial allies unite with ̶hōngguórén, or Red China. And it took just 12 months! Indoctrinated by Trump, Americans are learning to dislike our own allies. In a classic case of friend into foe, The Economist magazine's polling proves that Americans and Europeans' attitudes towards each other are changing quickly. As much of the world lines up against these United States, the European Union seems to be leading the way. Le French President Emmanuel Macron urged companies to pause investments following Trump's tariffs on the EU and other regions, declaring that it makes little sense for EU firms to invest there while the US punishes them, himself asking, what would the message be of having big European players that invest billions in the American economy at the same time they are hitting us? Indeed, Macron said the EU shouldn't shy away from a strong response to American imperial tariffs. He suggested the possibility of using the EU's anti-coercion tool and hitting US digital services as well as financing mechanisms for the American economy. The EU's anti-coercion measure is its most powerful trade tool, designed to strike back against nations that abuse trade and economic measures coercively. Macron insisted that any EU response should be coordinated at the bloc level, adding he had spoken with EU Commission Chief Denis Ursula von der Leyen earlier Thursday. The EU heart and powerhouse, United Germany, was none too pleased either, with one official comparing Trump's economic assault to Vladimir Putin's war on Ukraine. On Thursday, the outgoing United German Vice Chancellor Robert Habeck told reporters in Berlin, last night's decision is comparable to the war of aggression against the Ukraine. The magnitude and determination of the response must be commensurate. Now, obviously, Donald Trump doesn't think much of any of America's allies. He says the European Union was formed to screw America. Canada is nasty, and Denmark has something he wants. Now, Asia is getting dangerously unbalanced, as polling proves that Trump's rhetoric is starting to reshape people's opinions at home and abroad. President Donald Trump's new tariff chart, which he unveiled Wednesday at the Rose Garden, has a mixture of surprising and predictable countries on that list. A high tariff on communist China on the Asian mainland? Not so surprising. But among the top 10 countries on his chart, 8 are in Asia. The Japanese imperial superstate, South Korea, and White Australia tried to negotiate with Washington but got nowhere. One thing that the American imperial government has tried to do a lot in the past few years is get cooperation from the Corpo Japanese and Chaebol, or conglomerate, Korean governments, in particular on things like export controls of semiconductors into mainland China. That's going to be a lot more difficult to execute if you are putting really steep tariffs on them. Meaning, well, hey, this will get the Japanese and Koreans to stop doing that. But when Trump held up his chart, it showed Vietnam, for example, levies a 90% tariff on goods coming from these United States. South Korea, a 50% tariff. Donald Trump is saying these countries put tariffs on American goods and I'm going to fix it. Is he right? And if so, why was this going on? So, to be clear, we should start by saying there are trade restrictions that other countries put on these United States. In some cases, they're steeper than the ones going in the other direction. That is a reasonable thing for American imperial policymakers to be upset about. But what became very clear in the immediate aftermath of his announcement is that the figures being abused weren't drawn from any meaningful measure of, for example, the rates that Vietnam tariffs American imperial goods. There was no relationship with that data. What seems to have happened here is there's been a reverse engineering of a figure via the trade deficits and surpluses that individual countries have with these United States. Basically, they've taken the trade surplus that Vietnam has with these United States.
Math. Obviously, you're talking about it, but did you see how wonky that math was? Like,
tell us!
Ridiculous.
Tell
Insane.
us! Yes!
Oh, you're saying it right now. It was just totally. It was almost like they had an AI write it. It was obviously that's what they did.
Yes.
It was just they just had two inputs. It was like trade deficit divided by our deficit, and then multiply that by the percentage of tariff that they wanted. So it was just absurd. It was this absurd metric that no economist would ever sign off on in any kind of scenario.
Thank you.
Craziness.
Yes, and I appreciate that profoundly. It's like Brendan Zogit has just articulated. Basically, they've taken the trade surplus that Vietnam has with these United States, and they've divided it by the figure for Vietnamese exports to these United States. It's sort of, as Brendan articulated, it's sort of an Excel spreadsheet job. And it bears...
Yeah, they just put in the formula and then press tab, and it just calculates it. So there's some idiot that doesn't know how to use Excel doing it. That's how absurd it is.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean,
you don't just use one formula for international trade. I mean, it's crazy. And then on top of that, it was just these random places that no one ever trades with, like this island on the south coast of Australia that literally has no inhabitants. They have no exports, and they were saying like the person that runs that island, it's just basically some Aussie bloke. He said, what exactly are we trading? It's just a bunch of penguins.
Yes,
we don't even have fishermen here. So why even put trade? Why waste your resources putting tariffs on an island that's uninhabited? I mean, that's how absurd it is.
Thank you.
It's comical. It's literally comical. Well, who the fuck lives there? The Penguin, like the villain from Batman?
Hey, maybe that's what they think. I mean, honestly, these are people who literally...
lunatics.
Yes. Well, remember George Bush Jr.? He was reading comic books when he got his impression of what was going on around the world. It's this is the same level. It's this is feel free to interject more about the penguins, because that situation is just so fucking funny. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of other people that,
Well, did you hear about it? You heard about it?
Oh God, yeah. It's Australia's Heard Island. Heard Island is one of them, and it's the other Antarctic islands that Australia has. So he's put these tariffs on them. And it's absolutely bizarre, and everybody's making fun of him for it, and as well they should.
It's like a waste of ink to even print that. It's just so dumb.
Yes. But
a reciprocal tariff. It was the Heard and McDonald Islands.
Thank you.
Near Antarctica, home to penguins, seals, and glaciers.
Yes. Yeah.
Entirely uninhabited except for humans that go via a 2-week voyage from Perth.
Yeah.
Nowhere on Earth is safe. That's what the Australian Prime Minister said.
Thank you. Yeah. And understand.
Which brings me back to the Sentinel Island attack. Did you read that thing that I sent you, Doug?
Oh yes, thank you. I do want to say, so the question from Brendan about that, before we go back to the tariffs, was that, and important as well as the Middle East, the video contradicting the IDF on the aid workers' death. That's
That one was sick. That one was just sick.
Yeah, yes, and tell people about that. But first, I do want to say this about the tourists arrested for entering the forbidden Indian island. Is that this is something that Diet Coke? I don't know what Diet. Oh, he carried a coconut and Diet Coke as a gift. What a piece of shit!
Yeah,
Jesus
so that's
Christ.
why I was thinking it was almost Edomic, because why else would he be carrying, out of all the shit you could bring, why a Diet Coke? That's
Oh
what
my
Trump
God.
drinks.
Yes, yes, and it has been
bizarre.
deferred. I think it's just. I don't know enough about the story, but I do know the first guy who tried to do that recently, meaning years ago, was this Chinese American. He was like Chinese ethnically, but he was adopted by an American and raised as a U.S. citizen. And he just was out of his fucking mind, brainwashed by all these missionary groups. And yeah, so but what are you asking me about the? Oh, is that the Q dude? Meaning that, is this one of Kino's cultists?
Oh, the
This-
NSA director. I said, oh, I'm just saying how lame he looked. He looks like
Oh.
he looks like just as bad as Colonel O'Neill from Stargate. It's like, this dude's a clown. I mean, so
Yeah.
bad.
Thank you. Thank
And
you.
he's like, and they tried to say he was decorated and served our country for years, and I'm like, dude didn't do nothing. I mean,
Thank you. Thank you. Well, Trump dismissed him anyway, citing his disloyalty. So, yeah, there you go.
what does he have to say? That guy doesn't look like these were the guys you were writing their term papers for.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
This
Pretty
dude
much.
doesn't have a thought in his brain that's not told to him, you know?
Yeah, so true, so true. They're walking jokes. And as for, I have no idea what the story is behind the latest attempt to pierce that protected island, North Sentinel Island. But I know the original guy, his father was a white guy who adopted him and said that these horrible, horrible missionary groups that brainwashed him online and convinced him to do what he did never went to that island themselves. So he said it just shows everything. They just were. It's almost like these groups that try to convince somebody to conduct a mass shooting. You've got these online right-wing extremist groups where all the neckbeards and all the keyboard warriors get together and convince incels to go on mass shootings while never going themselves. Get what I'm saying? So this is what they were doing to him. And aside from that, we'll have...
Yeah.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Oh, I just said, yeah, I heard you. It just cut out for so long, you didn't hear what I was saying.
Oh, okay. Okay. And so Nemo sent an image. Let's take a look at that. In the interim, I'm going to have Brendan educate us a little bit on Studio Ghibli when I get to that topic, because we'll be covering that tonight. Yeah. So here's a joke from our man Nemo, which conservatives in 2021 to 2024, everything is so expensive. And 2025, Trump says, I made everything more expensive. And they say, okay. I doubt they're saying that, Nemo. Doubt they're saying that.
Not anymore.
Yeah. Not when it comes back to bite him in the ass.
Not when their 401ks got wiped out.
Yeah.
Like,
well.
now they're crying. Now they're really crying.
Yeah. Well, all I can say
it
is...
was like that thing that I showed you, or I didn't show it to you yet because I couldn't find it again, but it was like, it was this cartoon, political cartoon of like, it was like Lady Liberty, Uncle Sam, Lady Justice strapped to a wall, like chained to a wall. And then there's like the MAGA dude with missing limbs and shit. And he's like, I just got to endure some pain and it'll pay off. And then they're all looking at him like, idiot. He's like missing legs and shit. He's like, if I endure the pain, I'll gain. And it's like,
yes.
yeah, no.
Yes. Yeah, there you go. They might be stupid enough to believe that. But when it comes to the tariffs and what we were just talking about, this Excel spreadsheet job where they got their numbers from, it bears almost no relationship to how these countries actually limit American imperial trade. It's a very strange measure to have used to decide which countries have been hit hardest. Many staunch American imperial allies like the Empire of Japan and South Korea were stunned by the steep rate increases applied to their exports. Since the announcement, markets in Asia have tumbled. The commu-capitalist Chinese government reaction notes that the tariffs are deeply unreasonable and that it's a sort of attack on the rest of the world, which is probably the least surprising. I think it's more interesting to break down the countries that are much closer diplomatically to these United States. My own Taiwan called the Trump tariffs deeply unreasonable and highly regrettable, especially since they're investing, as is Japan, so heavily in these United States. South Korea said that they were studying what was happening, which is just a way of saying, we're too fucking stunned to even digest it yet. Fortress Japan's chief cabinet secretary and the Corpo-Japanese trade minister have tandemly called the tariffs maneuver extremely regrettable. That tends to be a phrase that's being repeated all over Asia. I'm beginning to see a pattern. As stunned as these U.S. allies were at the steep increase in tariffs levied against them, they weren't caught totally off guard. Just a few days before Trump's tariff announcement, Dai Nippon Teikoku, or the Empire of Greater Japan, Market-Leninist China, and South Korea's trade ministers met in Seoul, the capital of South Korea, for the first time in 5 years, to discuss coordinating a response. Now the Communist Chinese Empire is poising itself to lead new alliances on the continent. On Monday, Reuters reported that one-time American allies Dai Nippon, or Greater Japan, and South Korea joined forces with commun-capitalist China to jointly respond to tariffs imposed by these United States under misguidance of President Donald Trump. It's all prompted political analysts and commentators to expect more and more allies to abandon America. Former Homeland Security appointee Eric Columbus sarcastically asked, "Who needs Japan and South Korea on our side when Europe and Canada love us?" The commentator, Catherine Rampel, said, "It took just 2 months to drive two of our closest and most important allies into Red China's arms." CNBC reporter Carl Quintanilla noted, "Japan's body language in recent days, even with Hegseth on the ground there, has been remarkable." The investor account Citrini remarked, "Do you know what a cosmic level asshole one has to be in order to get," and here he wrote, all in the uppercase, "Red China, South Korea, and Japan to agree on something?" Now yeah.
Oh shit. Yeah. Yep. That's it.
The entrepreneur Arnaud Bertrand said that there's no overstating how huge this is. To quote his T, "It's actually the smart thing to do to be effective against Trump. If you act collectively as major economies, there's nothing he can do. Or you can wait to be bullied and threatened one by one for the next 4 years while others wait for their turn." This question of closer trilateral cooperation between the Empire of Japan, Hongzhonghua, or Red China, and Korea has been going on for a long time, and it's always been frustrated to some degree by the fact that these are 3 countries where usually, at any given time, someone's upset with someone else. Whether that's the Japanese imperial superstate and South Korea, they have a very fractious relationship, or whether it's South Korea and Market-Leninist China, whether it's the Japanese commercial sphere and the Communist Chinese Empire, there's usually someone that's upset about something, and it's limited the trilateral cooperation. There's always been discussion of a potential Black Star Japan, Red Star China, and White Star South Korea free trade area, and it's never really come to fruition. Now, if you wanted to make it come to fruition, what you would want is an external threat that was common to all of those nation states. I'm not sure there ever will be any trade agreement of that nature, but if I wanted to force one through, these are exactly the circumstances which I'd create to try and do that. One thing the Chinese Communist government has really struggled with in the past, and for good reason, is that they don't really have a lot of natural allies or friends, even in Asia. Now, the American empire is seriously damaging its own relationships in region, apparently with every intent of making ̶hōngguórén a more trusted trade partner to American imperial allies than America itself is right now. If you listen to the Market Leninese Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they will tell you, and they have done so for decades, that the United States of America is an empire that bullies smaller countries. It talks a high and mighty game about these lofty ideals of freedom and democracy and human rights, but in reality, it's just looking out for itself. Obviously, these tariffs make that argument a lot easier to take in large parts of Asia. It's a golden opportunity for the Chinese Reds. You couldn't have drafted these conditions better if you were a Commu-Chinese diplomat. And Asia is ready to respond. South Korea's acting president called an emergency meeting to strategize a response. Vietnam and India have offered to lower tariffs. The People's Republic of China says it's ready for war. But a lot of these countries are a little bit more circumspect and a little bit quieter, precisely because they have these very tight security relationships with the American empire, and they're very, very keen not to upset the District of Columbia. Regardless, Trump said he would impose a 10% baseline tariff on all imports to these United States and higher duties on dozens of countries. Yet Russia, Cuba, and North Korea did not appear on that list of countries facing higher reciprocal tariffs released by the White House. In their annual threat assessment, U.S. intelligence agencies said that Red China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea were the biggest potential nation-state threats to these United States, and advised that Trump should threaten Moscow with new trade measures. Asked why Russia was not then on the list, the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent told Fox News that the United States did not trade with Russia and Belarus and that they were already under enough sanctions. That, despite the fact that according to United States figures, goods trade between Russia and these United States was $3.5 billion last year. In 2021, the year before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, it was $36 billion. So we have an unclear future, and
Now I can buy my kvass and freaking cabbage and borscht. Can't wait.
Hope all you fucking Reds in America like beet soup. And by that, I mean you red states, motherfuckers. Yeah.
Better start liking it, learning to like it. That's all you have money for now.
Yeah. That's, after all, no tariffs on Russia. We can afford all this. Yeah.
As they say in the Slavic countries, you grow the potato, you eat the potato.
Yeah. Well, not in Russia. They drink it. Shit. Yeah.
Well, I meant west of Ukraine, like Poland and shit.
Yes.
Yeah, the Russian translation would be grow the potato, drink the potato.
What was that, Heather?
Grass soup. They used to make soup out of grass.
Oh, yeah, that was during the real bad times. Don't take us there. We'll get there soon enough.
Wasn't that in Germany anyways?
Well, the Midwest is on its way.
Fuck, they won't even have the grass. They'll become another dust bowl. Yeah. As for grass soup, honey, I don't think that was ever Germany, even during the worst of times. But I think that...
I remember they made us read the book.
I think it was when they were migrating here.
Oh, okay.
It was like a Russian fairy tale called Stone Soup.
Yes. Yeah. Actually, I don't remember if that was Russian or not, because that was a favorite story of mine when I was young. But I do remember that.
Oh, I liked it.
Yeah.
But
You might as well be Russian. I mean, if it wasn't a Russian story, we might as well project it there because fuck, that's
the European folk story. So any
Yeah.
European, like
Yeah.
Eastern Europe.
yeah. Any time during famine and times of starvation, so fucking sad. But obviously we have. By the way, Holly dropped out without saying goodbye. I hope she's all right. Maybe she was pissed off. Jesus, Holly. Jump back on. Let us know you're doing okay, and that you're not pissed
I
off
think
or
she's
something.
fine.
Yeah. Okay, I would hope so. She's like, it's just sometimes she gets really lost in what I call a loop. It's kind of like a feedback loop that just keeps on worming in her brain. It goes back to these kinds of like ideas or notions that are not uncommon, but she seems to overdwell on them. At any rate, the White House press secretary, Caroline Levy, told the Fourth Estate that Russia was left off because there was no meaningful trade with it, and Cuba, Belarus, and North Korea were not included because existing tariffs and sanctions on them were already too high. Russia, which is under more than 28,595 different Western sanctions, has classified trade data since the start of the war. According to the Office of the United States Trade Representative, American imperial goods imports from Russia totaled $3.0 billion in 2024, down 34.2% from 2023. But the fact that we have any trade at all is irksome to me and should not exist. For the Russian Empire, however, the biggest risk is a potential slowdown in global demand from the wider tariff war, which could hit the price of oil. Earlier this year, the Russian central bank warned officials that the United States and OPEC have the capacity to flood the oil market and cause a repeat.
Which it already has, apparently.
Yes, thank you.
Oil futures are down, and all those idiot like red pill traders are like, look, he helped us. Oil's down. And it's like, no, that means everything's about to fall out. You know, it's about to explode. Like the economy is going to fall apart.
Thank you. Tell them
That's not good.
Yeah, tell them it's a paper asshole. It's all going to come out. Yeah, all that shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're definitely not seeing the benefits of cheap oil. I'll tell you that. I paid $6 a gallon for gas.
Thank you. Yeah, if oil's so fucking cheap, yeah, why do the prices keep going up? It's at any rate, obviously, this is a repeat of the prolonged price collapse of the 1980s. The reason the Russian central bank warned officials that the United States and OPEC have the capacity to do this, to flood the oil market and cause a repeat of the prolonged price collapse of the 1980s, is because that's what contributed to the fall of the Greater Soviet Union. So in other words, this could collapse Putinista Russia. We can only pray. On Sunday, Trump told NBC News he was very angry after President Vladimir Putin criticized the credibility of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and the U.S. president suggested he could impose secondary tariffs of 25% through to 50% on buyers of Russian oil. I mean, I'll believe it when I fucking see it. In the face of such bold bollocks, as they would say in Great Britain, Israel, Russia, and these United States have formed a new synaxis. And alongside North Korea, India is tripping over themselves to join the Trump lateral syndicate of the Israeli, Russian, and Indian empires. Israel's genocide being symptomatic of the weakening of the West. Again, Israel, Russia, and these United States have formed the new synaxis. Trump's astonishingly marginal victory in the American imperial presidential election is having a serious impact on the global order through the emergence of a diplomatic Trump axis, said Trumpsocium inclusive of Israel, Russia, India, North Korea, and Cuba, all historically commu-sympathetic cacocracies that are looking at these United States of America more favorably since the return of Donald Trump. Now, subservience to Israeli interests is stifling Americans' freedom of speech vis-a-vis the launch of GPT-4o, inspiring a rash of AI-generated Studio Ghibli-style images. They may bode worse for audiences than for artists. For a country that proclaims to deeply value individual freedoms, how has it even reached this point? But the causes and consequences of Israel's genocide can only be understood in the context of declining Western power. The limits of AI-generated Miyazaki represents the end of illusions by betraying Israel's stranglehold over all American civil and political life. Biden's disastrous foreign policy was predicated on the refusal to charge both Israel and Russia with genocide. Following U.S. President Joe Biden's catastrophically executed withdrawal from Afghanistan in August of 2021, the United States has been involved in two unrestrained hot wars. The war in Europe has gone on for nearly 3 years, and the one in the Middle East for over a year. Yet if Israel is being charged with genocide at the International Court of Justice, why isn't Russia? That is a question I find very troubling. Despite harsh critiques of the civilian carnage in Gaza caused by Israel's bombs, of which I myself have delivered my share, that war originated with a strategic Hamas preemptive attack on Israel, which the West chooses to interpret through the filter of Hamas explicitly calling in its charter for the military destruction of Israel and the death of its Jews. Ukraine, on the other hand, never attacked Russia, yet Vladimir Putin unleashed a brutal war against a peaceful neighbor that specifically targets civilians. Moreover, he has made no secret of his intentions, which are the critical element in finding a verdict of genocide. Putin has repeatedly said that Ukraine has no right to exist separately from motherless Russia. According to the 1948 Genocide Convention, a charge of genocide requires deliberate intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group as such. Intent is the key word, and Putin has made crystal clear his intention to swallow Ukraine into the greater Russian Empire as a subjugated entity, as he has done with Belarus. The night before the 2022 invasion, Putin declared, "The idea of the Ukrainian people as a nation separate from the Russians has no historical basis." Putin's frontmen have been blunt about wiping out any remnants of Ukraineness from that country. The Chechen dictator Ramzan Kadyrov, on whom Putin leaned to dispense cannon fodder troops to the front lines, said that Ukro-Nazi trash and rodent pests, it asked Ukrainian leaders, should be wiped from the face of the earth. If asked to come up with a quintessentially human work of art in this context, one could do worse than to name a film by Studio Ghibli. The Japanese animation studio, founded by the legendary 84-year-old director Hayao Miyazaki, is known for its hand-drawn imagery, lushly organic color palettes, epic narratives, and evocation of both the emotional ambiguities of childhood and the twisting path to becoming an adult. American millennials were blessed to have the films translated and distributed in English just as they were growing up. And so movies including My Neighbor Totoro, Princess Mononoke, and Spirited Away are nigh universally recognizable touchstones of their youth. Any Ghibli imagery is primed to make us feel a combination of pleasurable nostalgia and mournful shivers, evoking the doomed forest creatures, greedy bathhouse ghosts, and missed connections featured in Miyazaki's cinematic storylines. Unfortunately, that sense of poignancy quickly erodes when you are bombarded with thousands of Ghibli-esque copycat images, as we all were online last week, thanks to OpenAI's latest version of its ChatGPT tool. GPT-4o, as this newest version is called, can generate images with much higher fidelity than past iterations could, and can do so right within the program's chat window. The tool is currently only available to paid accounts. Last year, on OpenAI's image generator, DALL-E 3, users were likely to produce renderings depicting wonky hands and gibberish text, trying to repeat the same images produced unreliable results. The new model, by contrast, can generate clear text, maintain a consistent protagonist over multiple images, and faithfully replicate artistic styles ranging from hand drawing to photorealism. During a release demonstration on March 25th, OpenAI staff, including the CEO, Sam Altman, prompted the tool to turn a group selfie into an anime frame, which resulted in a cartoonish scene drawn in precise lines with characteristic cell shading and detailed fig leaf plants in the background. One figure did have 4 fingers on a hand, but who aside myself was ever counting? After seeing the demo, an engineer named Grant Slatton posted a family photo to X that he had converted to Studio Ghibli anime. It showed he himself and his wife with their pet Gorgie on the beach, sporting the kind of shining pupils, voluminous hair, and softly creasing clothing familiar from Miyazaki's films. The effect was uncannily convincing. Any flaws, pixelated chin scruffs, revealed themselves only on close examination. Slatton's post now has nearly 50 million views and has inspired a rash of other Ghiblified scenes, raising, including ones that, let's just say, this is where we get Brendan involved, because it includes ones that are very unbefitting of the Miyazaki cinematic universe. A Ghibli Donald Trump raising his fist defiantly in the aftermath of an abortive and completely staged assassination attempt. A Ghibli aeroplane hitting the Twin Towers. The bizarre nadir of the trend may have been reached on Thursday, when the official White House X account posted a Ghibli-filtered photo of a sobbing, alleged drug dealer from the Dominican Republic getting arrested. Why are we even surprised? By way of infamous example, this is the same White House misadministration account that previously, on February 18th, posted a 41-second ASMR video of people being shackled and marched onto planes to be mass deported. The post's caption read, ASMR, subtitled, Illegal Alien Deportation Flight. Now, ASMR itself being abbreviative for Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response, or the titillating sensation caused by certain noises, such as whispering, tapping, or for Brendan's sake, I'll add crinkling as well, a private joke between us all and Peter Moon, who always complained about crinkling from our man Brendan. Videos of people. Yeah, this brought him on. That brought him on. The videos of people making such noises being enormously popular across social media, especially those recording the adult screams and infantile cries of babies being torn from their mothers' arms at the border to be mass trafficked into phony Christian adoption human child sex services, wherein they have since vanished, leaving over 1,000 grieving families still not knowing the whereabouts of their little girls and boys to this day. In fact, those very videos raised the funds to support Putin's mass kidnapping of over 100,000 Ukrainian children to sell into the thriving Russian child sex industry, Russia being the only large nation-state on earth where possession of child pornography is legal, all enabled by Trump shutting down the group documenting Putin's child crimes. Talking heads on Russian state-controlled TV, along with most parliament members, have proposed mass drowning Ukrainian children. They also talk of killing millions of Ukrainians and turning Ukrainian children into Russians by what they said was loving meat injection or force fucking. Officials have documented at least 100,000 Ukrainian children who have been taken away to Russia when the number is known to be much higher. Ukraine has successfully charged Putin with war crimes for mass kidnapping children before the International Criminal Court, a separate venue from the International Court of Justice that handles cases of genocide. The abuse of Ghibli-esque anime in the OpenAI demo was intentional, with Altman later posted, with Altman later posting on X that, "We put a lot of thought into the initial examples we show when we introduce new technology." He has since boasted that his company's servers are melting from the demand placed on it by GPT-4o. The success of the Ghibli meme marks a new chapter in the evolution of AI mimicry. Previous AI tools have produced memes celebrated for their otherworldly glitchiness. A 2023 Mid-Journey image of the Pope wearing a swagged-out puffer jacket, or an AI-generated version of Jay-Z's voice singing a retro rap track. In those cases, the technology's failure to produce flawless verisimilitude was part of the charm. With the Ghibli images, one can almost enjoy the winsome color palettes and line work for their own sake, forgetting that they are the ersatz creations of a machine. That potency has as much to do with GPT-4o's capabilities as with the indelible archetypes that Miyazaki created. One popular post on X last week crowed, "Art just became accessible," over a photo of 6 male friends. The frame transmuted, in turn, into 3 different visual styles. But it is not art that is becoming accessible per se, it is but a Xerox of art, a more extreme version of, say, a photograph of a painting. One bitter irony of the faux Ghibli meme is that Miyazaki is an avowed hater of AI technology. In an infamous clip from 2016, he described an automated animation tool as an insult to life itself. That Miyazaki's life work is now grist for the generative AI mill might be not only an insult, but a copyright infringement. OpenAI argues that copying the style of a movie studio rather than of a living artist is allowed. I myself would propose that Disney would not support this argument. Yet other artists in these United States are already suing OpenAI and other AI companies for training its tools on their artwork and infringing on their styles. Those lawsuits are still making their way through the court system, and their outcomes will determine how, well, much of how AI-generated images are treated going forward. One case setting a precedent in 2023 that AI-generated art cannot itself be copyrighted. Artists have confronted reproduction plenty of times before, of course. Painting survived the advent of printmaking, then the advent of photography. Older media has survived because some kernels of insight and expression cannot be replicated away. As Walter Benjamin wrote in his 1933 essay titled, "The Work of Art in the Age of its Mechanical Reproduction," to quote us therefrom, "The presence of the original is the prerequisite to the concept of authenticity." The photograph of the cathedral has no meaning without the cathedral itself. The replication of Studio Ghibli's style has no meaning without the collective feeling we have for the Miyazaki aesthetic, inspired by its films. In our present moment, I worry much less for the artists who are driven to create things than for audiences who may be content to settle for so many pale imitations. Miyazaki's most recent film with Studio Ghibli, titled The Boy and the Heron, is a sui generis blend of autobiography, Japanese history, animism, and surrealism that probes the artist's very urge to create something that will outlast himself. The film's energetic abstraction, accelerating into the deepest, ineffable parts of our souls, is one way art can respond to the challenge of technology. Even as Miyazaki's style proves mimetic in this moment, his work might foretell the future of aesthetics as well. Meantime, Russia systematically bombs infrastructure, electric grids, heating units, schools, hospitals, markets, hotels, pizza parlors, even blowing up a dam and leveling entire cities such as Mariupol. We have all seen unbelievable horrors with our own eyes. Shattered apartment buildings nowhere near any military installation, blasted churches and shredded restaurants, all targeted to convince Ukrainians they have no alternative but to surrender to Russian rule. That doesn't tell us why no other country has brought a genocide case against the Russian Empire, as South Africa has done with Israel. One answer is that power talks. Peter Doran of the Foundation for Defense of Democracies argues, and here I quote his T, "The world is afraid of the consequences of charging Russia. A lot of statesmen fear the idea of putting Putin in the dock because they want to go back to the world as it was pre-February 2022 when the Russians invaded. But you can't go back. To charge Israel and not Russia makes the genocide charge look like a political tool. Makes the genocide charge look like a political tool to bash the West, rather than a search for justice in an ugly world. Israel's assault on Gaza has sent shockwaves around the world. Israel has become isolated like never before. Tensions have flared in countries that continue to support it, and the Western powers' whole rules-based order has been thrown into question. Three things have been particularly destabilizing. First is the sheer barbarity and length of the attack. Israel has been harassing and killing Palestinians ever since the 1948 Nakba, when the state was established in occupation over Palestine. But the violence of the last year is on a new scale. The horrific official casualty figures are certain to be underestimates. Israeli leaders have confirmed what is obvious from the facts on the ground. This is an indiscriminate attack on an entire people, otherwise known as genocide. The second shocking thing has been Western leaders' full support for Israel, even though its crimes have been so blatant. Behind the scenes, Biden has half-heartedly attempted to restrain Netanyahu, but publicly, the U.S. president showed ironclad support, Biden's own words, throughout the entire murderous affair. Mass murderous, I must say. British and most European political leaders have only followed suit. The final surprise has been the refusal of Israel to bend in the face of global opinion or to comply with the wishes of American imperial leaders, who used to be called their Washington masters, to limit its own operations. Israel appears, because indeed it is, out of control. If Israel appears to be out of control, it is because it is. It is now a rogue nuclear terrorist state, on par with Pakistan. The ramifications are immense. Israel and its Western allies have ignored United Nations votes, rejected international criminal court rulings, and flouted all international norms. Their misactions have made a joke of the already shaky idea that Western foreign policy is driven by values of democracy or freedom. The attack has, of course, also sparked a huge popular movement around the world, involving massive and sustained demonstrations, spiraling local activity, and probably the biggest student movement in these United States since the Vietnam War. But that brings us to the West and the Middle East. What is behind these dramatic developments? There are some local drivers. Since the collapse of the Oslo Accords and any realistic prospect of a peace process, the crude and violent logic of the settler state has openly asserted itself. Far-right forces have gained support in the country and positions in the cabinet. Netanyahu is now dependent upon them for his political survival. However, these events can only be fully understood in terms of the fortunes of Western foreign policy. The American empire has been the main supporter of Israel since at least the 1967 war, when Israel proved its military use by defeating 3 Arab armies. This support stems not mainly from the influence of the Israel lobby, but from the fact that Israel has become crucial to maintaining American imperial power in the Middle East, while, still the world's biggest producer of oil and gas anywhere. As President Biden has said, if there were not an Israel, we'd have to invent one. Without this support, Israel would not be able to survive in its current form, let alone pursue its serial attacks. Changing Western foreign policy has shifted Amero-Israeli relations. At the end of the last century, Western foreign policy took a new aggressive turn in response to growing threats to its economic power, especially from the Communist Chinese Empire. The shift began with NATO's first out-of-area operation in the former Yugoslavia in 1999. It continued with the post-9/11 invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq and the subsequent disasters in Syria and Libya. These wars were expensive failures. The American empire was forced to evacuate Iraq, which was left in a state of chaos. Syria and Iraq remained devastated, while the sudden Western withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2020 was an even clearer humiliation. Nonetheless, military interventions have been, they've continued in modified form with enormous support for Saudi Arabia's invasion of Yemen and the massive military backing for Ukraine, which has turned the war there into a proxy war against the Russian Empire. Israel's genocide and the response thereunto can only be understood in this context. At the height of the Iraq War in 2004, the American Empire made a deal with Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, agreeing to Israeli expansion in the Galilee and the Negev, the building of the apartheid wall in the West Bank, and a withdrawal from the Gaza so that it could be turned into an open-air prison for the Palestinians. Bush also agreed that the United States would stop pressuring Israel for a peace process and that it would abandon the demand for Palestinians' right to return. As the dissident Israeli historian Ilan Pape points out, the the United States of America, agreed to this plan because it dovetailed with the kind of operation they were conducting a few hundred miles east in Iraq. At first, President George Bush was reluctant to greenlight the colonization of the West Bank. To quote his T, the Israelis, however, hope that the similarities between the American and British conduct in Iraq and Israel's policies in Palestine would lead the United States to change its position. And they were right. The United States was effectively abandoning any pretense at a peace policy and backing a turn towards open war on the Palestinians as a people. This brings us to the disasters of war. The failure of the American Empire's wars, combined with continued relative economic decline, have weakened the United States on the world stage. And the wars have hastened the thing they were designed to prevent: rival powers militarizing. Russia and Red China have both increased their arms spending sharply in the last quarter century. Global arms spending actually doubled between 2001 and 2023. The tectonic shift towards a multipolar world, welcomed on some parts of the left, has in fact led to a more contested, dangerous world. All this means the American empire needs Israel more than ever and is less able to control or restrain it. It is this which explains the fact that despite the extraordinary damage the genocide is doing to the Western powers standing in the world, they continue to support it. In fact, far from limiting support for Israel in the face of genocide, a recent report co-produced by the Financial Times proves that the United States has massively ramped up its military supplies since the carnage began. According to that report, at times, so much lethal cargo was transported that there weren't enough planes to carry them fast enough. The West's turn towards a more aggressive posture has taken place in a situation in which most people believed the days of open imperial violence had been consigned to history. A long period of relative peace had created the illusion that world affairs had become more ordered and consensual, an illusion the Western powers were keen to reinforce. As a result, ever since Tony Blair led the charge to war in Yugoslavia in 1999, Western leaders have tried to dress up their interventions in humanitarian and democratic terms as wars against dictators, against terrorists, and in defense of Western values. This always had limited traction. Around the world, millions marched against the war in Iraq, and polls in Great Britain show that, in general, foreign interventions are unpopular. Israel's brutal assault on the Palestinians streamed in real time around the globe, has finally blown up these myths. It has taken us back to an imperial world of open barbarity and mass collective punishment against a largely helpless population. No wonder it has been met with revulsion around the world. This brings us to Hong Kong's warning for America, which is titled, "You Must Take Part in Revolution," subtitled, very stupidly, "A Graphic Novel," as if you couldn't realize that by opening it up and flipping the pages to see storyboard. But it's published by Street Noise Books. And it plays out a nightmarish scenario of authoritarianism in the hopes of waking us up, tangentially alluding to, by my reading, unto Great Britain's role with Hong Kong as the new Berlin Wall. One country, trois systems, is breaking down, but not yet dead. Thus, communist China on the Asian mainland is home to trois firewalls. One must be demolished, the other protected. This week, I brought to my blood boys an unusual lens on the upheavals in Washington, a graphic novel spinning a tale of rebellion in Hong Kong, intrigue in my Taiwan, and war in 2035 between ̶hōngguórén, Red China, and an equally authoritarian United States. The trois creators of this work, titled "You Must Take Part in Revolution," subtitled, again so stupidly, "A Graphic Novel." Oh shit. Heather Holman says, "My phone is burning up. I'll try to come back in if I'm not sleeping. Honey, say goodnight to everyone if you would be so kind." Oh, she's gone. We love you. At any rate. Yeah.
Are you trying to have her phone detonate? Jesus.
But by the way, this is your part to start bringing up comments about that stupid graphic novel you were forced to read as required reading in school. Mouse! Oh
my God! What brought that up? That's horrible.
Because I'm requiring.
The Germans as cats and the whatever those people they put in the camps were a bunch of rats.
Yeah.
Mouse. Sorry, they were mice. Yeah. It was so cheesy, and yeah, they made us watch it like it was
gospel.
Like trying to indoctrinate the kids. Like, look how bad they were, and we just thought, oh, okay, it's like we don't have to read; we can just like look at the pictures. Yeah.
But even worse than that, I mean, they're cats. Of course they chase mice. It's like, Isn't that what the species does? I mean, doesn't that render the dynamic into exactly the way my biosire Hitler said it was? A battle between species?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what's so absurd about it. I don't know if maybe it was like the artist was like a secret defector because now everyone, like the Hitler cat meme is all like popular. So it almost like worked on the opposite for us. My generation. It was like, oh, it's, you have a Hitler cat and everyone loves it and they make posts about it. And like, it's like.
Well, while you're on, tell people about
Not a villain.
Yeah, tell people about Studio Ghibli and where that source is from, the very name.
Oh, Ghibli?
Yes.
Yeah, Ghibli. Well, I have to go back to my notes. I don't know it offhand. Other than it's based off of, firstly, it's an Arabic word that made it into Italian, meaning like the desert winds.
Yes.
But it was also named after, I think, a World War I fighter or exploration group. I think it was a scouting group.
I'm sure it was World War II era. But continue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fascist.
Or something, yeah.
It was a fascist. Era. Go on. Yeah.
So, let me find my notes. I'm still looking here.
Yeah, and I'll talk while he's looking for it. Well, you're talking.
I have it here.
Okay, good.
The name Ghibli was chosen by Miyazaki from the Italian noun Ghibli, also used, and I think it's pronounced Ghibli in Italian as well, with the like the J, like a kind of like Arabic J. And there's even an Italian car named Ghibli. I think it's Maserati produces it, so it's an Italian word. It's the nickname of Italy's Saharan scouting plane Caproni. I don't know what the acronym CA stands for, but Caproni CA 309, which was in turn derived from the Italianization of the Libyan Arabic for the hot desert wind, Khubli. I'm reading it out of the Arabic, so Khubli. The name was chosen by Miyazaki due to his passion for the aircraft, and also for the idea that the studio would blow a new wind through the anime industry. Excellent. Although the Italian word is accurately transliterated in Japanese as, and I'm reading it from katakana, Giburi, with a hard G, the studio name is actually written in spoken Japanese as Jiburi, with the katakana Jiburi. So there you go.
Excellent. And also we've pointed out that the Al-Aqsa Mosque is also known by a very similar term. This was pointed out by my son, and he's convinced that there's a connection here as the Ghibli Mosque, or how do you pronounce it again? The Southerly Mosque, Qibli. Say that again.
Hubli.
The Hubli Mosque.
It's like an archaic. I mean, it's archaic Arabic. It's older. Hubli.
Yes. But it's definitely, therefore, something I would use would be the archaic term. And that derives from it being southerly from the old maps, I would say, plus some other factors that our man Brendan would point out. Brendan pointed out during the days of the Ottoman Empire, which ruled the Islamic world as a caliphate for hundreds of years. It was southerly to their Sophia Mosque. Of course, they turned it into a different name. What was the name that when they turned the Church of Sophia into their mosque, they called it by a different name in Islam?
Well, we know it as Hagia Sophia, but the mosque name I forget.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah.
I can look it up.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. And also I pointed out that the old maps of...
it basically translates to Great Northern Mosque, literally. So it corroborates what we were saying anyways.
Yes, correct.
It's just called the Grand Mosque. That's the English translation. Because it was the biggest in the world.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm reading it from the Arabic, so give me a second.
Yes.
Hagia Sophia. So it's just Hagia Sophia. It's like, the thing is, when they took that over, they respected Constantine so much, they left everything in there.
Yes.
They left his paintings. They left his imagery, his wife or his queen's imagery in there, which they normally would never do. Yeah. So they considered it, sacred.
That is true. That is all quite true. And it's...
Okay, here's the actual name. Hagia Sophia I Kibri Kami al-Sharif. The great Hagia Sophia. So it didn't really have it. So that's how much they revered it. They left its name. Yes. And the Latin name would be Sancta Sapientia.
Thank you. And in terms of the old maps of Duar al-Islam, or the Islamic world, all the lands under submission, would include the rest of the world collaterally, of course. It would be centered on Mecca. All of their maps would be centered on Mecca. But in the old days, the Nile was, because it drains into the Mediterranean, the maps would point, the maps would be in the Islamic world what we would consider upside down. They would have the world basically with, to show the Nile draining into the Mediterranean, what we would consider south would be north on the maps of Islam. So their world is actually an inversion of our own. And by that reckoning, the southerly mosque would be the third most holy mosque in Islam. Oh God, say its name again. Ghibli? How did you say that? Ghibli.
Which one?
The mosque, the Al-Aqsa. Al-Aqsa. Yeah, the archaic name.
Hubli.
Yeah. But it's spelled with a Q, so more, yeah.
It's a guttural consonant.
Thank you.
Hubli.
Hubli. Thank you so much. And it's that mosque that was the reason for the war, the current extermination in Gaza, because the Hamas was preempting the setting of demolitions on site to destroy the third most sacred site in Islam after Mecca and Medina, to build the third temple. And the red heifers had arrived that they were going to sacrifice, and they wanted to get to work on the third temple before the red heifers got too old and imperfect to sacrifice. And in preemption, Hamas attacked. They never tell you that part in any revisions or any renditions of reality that you get from your totalitarian media here in the West, because then people would understand that this is a religious war. But that brings us back to the reason.
The reason why it's called Hubli is because of great religious importance as the first Qibla for Muslims before it was changed to the Kaaba in Mecca.
Ah, thank you.
So it was the original. It was when you face east, that was the original direction before, the Beit Saud and stuff took over, those Wahhabis. So that was the original, because that's where Muhammad ascended, actually, not in Medina or Mecca. He ascended there.
Ah.
Yeah. So there you go.
Thank you. Most important. Thank you.
Yeah.
And and of course, we were going over some of the animation because it's very important. It's all part of this inversion process of the Edomites. And now I've introduced a new graphic novel as required reading for my tutés on Cite the Estates. This week, I brought to my blood boys this unusual lens.
Now, sorry.
No, of course not, silly. Jesus Christ. Give me some credit. That's just plain vicious. But I brought to them this new graphic novel that I'm talking about, titled You Must Take Part in Revolution. The 12 creators of this work, You Must Take Part in Revolution, stupidly subtitled A Graphic Novel, both have experience with authoritarianism. The journalist, Melissa Chan, having been forced to leave mainland China, while the Shanghai-born artist, Bǎidǎo, lives in exile in Australia. I myself read the work as a warning to Americans not to be passive as the White House tests the workings of American imperial democracy. In just the past few weeks, the Trump misadministration has attempted to deport student protesters on the basis of their pro-Palestine perspectives, enlisted police to help execute what Democratic lawmakers described as a hostile takeover of the United States Institute of Peace, a congressionally funded think tank, and claimed falsely that Kiev, not Moscow, was responsible for starting the war in Ukraine. These are the kinds of headlines that people have come to expect from communist China on the Asian mainland and other authoritarian dictatorships, less so these United States. Against this backdrop, the journalist Melissa Chan and the ethnically Chinese activist artist Bǎidǎo recently released their debut graphic novel titled You Must Take Part in Revolution. I refuse to read the subtitle ever again. Following the tradition of graphic novels such as American-Born Chinese, which is also acronymous as ABC, and The Pride of Baghdad, which I recommend everyone read, and Persepolis. Well, like those examples, this latest title grapples with autocracy and resistance, charting the journey of three activists as they confront the 2019 Hong Kong protests and a 2035 future of war between Red China and these United States, which are both under the grip of total authoritarianism. It is in just this context that all too many argue that what Great Britain does in relation to Israel's genocide is not important. Yet Great Britain supplies significant amounts of arms to Israel. 42 million pounds sterling worth of licenses were made public the year before last. But more importantly, Great Britain is these United States of America's main ally over its Israel policy. Great Britain backs these United States on the United Nations Security Council and slavishly supports the American imperial line in public. If the Greater British government could be forced to break from Washington and call Israel out, it would be an enormous blow for Israel's standing in the world and would mark the unraveling of the already fraying Western alliance. That is why the movement there across the Black Atlantic is so important. The tremendous marches and protests in support of Palestine formed the latest phase of opposition to the West's more and more aggressive foreign policy. Great Britain's role as the American Empire's main booster around the world explains why the three largest marches in British history, the Iraq demo on February 15th of 2003, and the Palestine demonstrations on Armistice Day in November of both yesteryear and the year before last, have all been about foreign policy. 3.5 decades ago that month, the Berlin Wall fell. Millions of people across Eastern Europe tasted freedom, democracy, and human dignity for the first time. And despite the resurrection of dictatorship in Russia, the rise of ultranationalism across Europe, and renewed threats to liberty throughout the world, millions are still free today as a result of all the brave people who chipped away at the bricks that divided my biosire's fatherland of Germany. Yet today, there are new walls that separate people and a new Cold War to fight. And there is a new front line in the battle between freedom and tyranny. That front line, that new Berlin Wall, is Hong Kong. There be 12 firewalls that divide the increasingly repressive and aggressive Communist Party regime in mainland China from the rest of the world. The Great Firewall on the internet denies the people of Market Leninist China access to the truth about the world and its own regime, while the firewall of one country, trois systems was designed to protect Hong Kong's liberties, rule of law, and way of life when that city was handed to Communist China on the Asian mainland 22 years ago by now. And Jesus, help me out here. Was it 22 years or did I kind of calculate that? Year China, Hong Kong.
No, it was less than that. It was like, I think it was 2018. That was that recent.
And
or are you talking about when the Brits gave it?
No, when the Brits handed it over to China, 1997.
Okay, 97.
So subtract that from 2025, and what does
That's
that give?
33 years. You're 10 years behind.
33 years. Jesus Christ. Like you said, I'm on a different fucking time frame. And goddamn, it feels like yesterday to me. So it was 33 years ago. And at any rate.
Wait a second. Maybe less. 97? Is that what?
Yeah,
okay,
97.
So 4, 5, 6, 7. So 27 years. Excuse me.
That's okay. That's a little better.
We're all on a different timeline at this point. But
no worries. No worries. Thank you.
Almost 30 years.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. At any rate, as I said, we had 2 3-word sets of concepts that are important here. Hong Kong's rule of law and way of life, as well as all its liberties, were designed to be protected by the one country, trois systems concept when the city of Hong Kong was handed to Red China on a platter 27 years ago. The first firewall needs to be broken, the great electronic firewall, but it remains robust and threatens our very own freedoms this side of the Pacific. The second firewall of one country, trois systems needs to be preserved, but is being torn apart by Red China's regime and its agent, Hong Kong's chief executive, John Lee Ka-chiu, before our very eyes. The events of the past 6 years in Hong Kong are well documented. A city whose freedoms were already being chipped away with increasingly alarming speed deteriorated out of control when that city was convulsed by anti-China, pro-democracy protests, which all began in opposition to an extradition bill. The spark that lit the bonfire of protests was the former chieftainess executrix Carrie Lam Jung Yut No's decision to try to force through a new extradition law allowing Hong Kong suspects to be sent to the mainland for trial. This allows for the extradition of people Red China's regime doesn't like from a city that has, until half a decade ago, been regarded as one of the world's rule of law exemplar centers, to a jurisdiction that arrests, detains, disappears, tortures, and executes arbitrarily, has no concept of an independent judiciary or fair trial, and is guilty of forcibly harvesting organs from prisoners of conscience. It has almost destroyed the firewall set up at the handover to protect Hong Kong's way of life. Lam's bill was met with opposition from an extraordinary coalition of unlikely allies, businesses, chambers of commerce, attorneys, as well as more traditional pro-democracy activists. Before that bill, there was a clear polarization between businesses, which tended not to want to rock the boat and upset Beijing, and Democrats who wanted political reform. The bill brought them together. This was followed by an international outcry with the top levels of these United States, the European Union, Great Britain, and the Dominion of Canada, among others, speaking out. And then 1 million, followed a week later by 2 million ordinary Hong Kongers took to the streets peacefully. This was a quarter of the population. Housewives, teachers, doctors, nurses, students. Yet through all this, Lam continuously refused to listen. She only suspended the bill after 2 million people marched, ignoring the pleas of businesses, attorneys, and world leaders until that point. Yet suspension was far too little, far too late. She refused to dialogue, refused to condemn police brutality against peaceful protesters, and refused to countenance any reform. She conceded that the bill was dead, yet for months refused to bury it, only withdrawing it finally in October of 2019, by which point distrust and hostility stirred up by her actions, or rather her inactions, had boiled over into violence. The rotting corpse of an extradition bill that never should have been conceived had poisoned Hong Kong. Worse even than Lam's refusal to listen, however, is the extreme police brutality Hong Kong sees on a daily basis now. Reports of police beating peaceful protesters with batons, pinning them to the ground and continuing to beat them even when they have already been arrested and are defenseless, and spraying tear gas and pepper spray at point-blank range are shocking. Reports of torture and rape in detention are growing, leading Amnesty International to call for an independent inquiry. More than one horrific case has been reported of Hong Kong teenagers having abortions after having been gang raped by the police. Is it therefore any wonder that the people of Hong Kong have completely lost trust in those who govern them? They have a legislature that is only partly directly elected, with a majority of pro-Beijing members and whose pro-democracy members are harassed, intimidated, disqualified, or jailed. They have a chief executive foisted upon them by Beijing through a sham electoral college, who does not listen to them, proposes legislation that erodes their rights, condones police brutality, and destroys Hong Kong's autonomy. Whenever they protest peacefully, the chief executive refuses to listen, and the police beat them and shower them with tear gas and pepper spray. Pro-democracy candidates in the local council elections are violently assaulted. For openly ordering these crimes, the pro-Beijing legislator Junius Ho Kuan-yu, whose remarks have been filled with vile, racist, and even genocidal language, and who is guilty of links with triad thugs, was finally stripped of his honorary fellowship from Anglia-Ruskin University, deservedly so, and was ultimately removed from registration as a solicitor in Great Britain itself, which was more than justifiable. The mass protests of 2020 came to a swift end only months later with the introduction of the NSL. Enacted by Beijing, that law criminalizes dissent, broadens definitions for crimes against the state and collusion with foreign powers, and allows Beijing to influence the selection of judges as well as a security presence in region. The NSL being acronymous for National Security Legislation, I believe. Within a week of arriving in Hong Kong in 2023, my Tong, or literally Hall brother, my Tonkster, my gangster brother Beaver, almost couldn't believe his eyes when he saw PLA, People's Liberation Army tanks roll down the main thoroughfare, Nathan Avenue. Pro-democracy activists called this the end of Hong Kong. Beijing overhauled the electoral systems a year later, ruling that only patriots who respect the party, meaning the single Communist Party, where there's no partying involved, believe me, can stand for election. And in 2024, a new Article 23...
That shit sounds familiar.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Look, that's why these people are writing this "You must participate in revolution" graphic novel to show that by 2035, America and Communist China will be identical. That instead of Mao statues, we'll have Trump statues all over the goddamn place. He's given the order out to resurrect, to re-raise all of those Confederate statues and replant them in the ground. So there you go with that. We'll have all them back up soon enough.
Yeah, but there's going to be no bronze to cast them in. They're going to be like, it'll be like the Soviet Union where it's all that shitty freaking concrete statue shit.
Thank you.
That looks like dystopian and lame. The brutalist architecture. Watch it be like that. Guaranteed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Rebar and concrete. Or rebar and concrete, yes.
Thank you. Yes,
For
absolutely.
our great leader.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. But the problem is that somehow Holly is lost in this corporate dystopia where she's still worried about the companies. It's not the companies doing this, Holly. I mean, you get what I'm saying, right? The corpos aren't doing this. The corpos wouldn't waste money on statues. Yeah, I mean, right. Jesus Christ.
No, you made perfect sense. It's like they're not gonna bankroll anything public.
Thank you.
Because that, like you said, it's just the exact opposite of a business.
Yes. Thank you.
Businesses can't give away profit.
Thank you. And
There's no way.
And the corporations
even for their own self-interest.
Thank you. And the corporations do not want to deal with governance. That's all. Yeah, they simply can't. They don't. It's not profitable. So yeah, and by 2024,
and hasn't anarchy been disproven or come on,
Thank you.
It's cheesy at this point.
Well, she's still stuck in all those old 1980s and 1990s post-apocalyptic dystopian films where she turned on late-night television. This comes from watching too much late-night television and just seeing, the corporations run the world. Here, right. Into the future, the corporations run the world. It's like, dude, they don't even want it. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like...
they would have done it by now. It's just...
Well, beyond that,
a bunch of wasteful.
As we pointed out, the thing about all of those films that doesn't make any sense is that everyone, the overwhelming majority of the population, is shown to be impoverished. And while that may be accurate, the problem is, how then do you have big corporations extant at all? Who are they selling to when no one can afford to buy their $200 sneakers, if no one can afford to buy their cars, if no one can afford to buy their cell phones and any of this good shit, how do they even exist? Are they selling?
They simply can't.
They can't. There you go. They can't exist without a population that has no money to buy from them. And she's thinking, oh, we lobby government contracts. Well, you just said they've destroyed the fucking government. So no more corporate welfare. So there you go with that. It's like, how can anyone even believe that circular logic? It doesn't even make any sense. But again, you know what?
It's just communist propaganda.
Thank you! Thank you! That's what it comes down to. She's been indoctrinated by the communists. She just doesn't know it. Just doesn't realize it. And, yeah. And so like I said, just by last year in 2024, a new Article 23 of the Hong Kong Basic Law extended police powers and allowed closed-door trials. National security education has entered Hong Kong schools, and universities aiming to instill Chinese patriotism in the city's youth. Hong Kong universities are even promoting the abuse of mainland social media platforms. I call it an abuse to even go on those things. It's self-abuse because they're so fucking slow because they go through an army of interdictive fucking censors. They don't call it the web over there for nothing. You're growing cobwebs by the time you navigate to where you fucking want to reach. If you reach it at all. At any rate, each holiday period, the Chinese flags that adorn the street posts get bigger and bigger. And the Hong Kong flags, smaller and smaller. Half a decade ago, walking around the city, one would hear almost exclusively Cantonese. Today, one hears mainly Mandarin. That's the language of mainland China as opposed to the Hong Kong people who speak Cantonese, for those of you who don't know. Over the past 10 years, Hong Kong's freedoms and autonomy have come under increasing threat, with booksellers abducted, pro-democracy legislators disqualified, peaceful protesters jailed, the Financial Times' Asia news editor Victor Mallet and some foreign activists expelled, a new law criminalizing insults to the national anthem proposed, and other steps taken to erode Hong Kong's basic rights. But in the last half-decade, this has all escalated into a crisis that may destroy Hong Kong's way of life completely. Trust in the police and the government has, on the part of many Hong Kongers, has totally broken down. And society is severely polarized between those who want change and those who blindly follow Beijing. At the handover, the promise was made that one country, trois systems meant, in the words of the last governor, Chris Patten, Hong Kong people are to run Hong Kong. Today, that promise lies in tatters. Hong Kong is run increasingly by Beijing, using a few puppets as proxies. However, Hong Kong remains a global financial powerhouse and a regional hub for foreign banks. Low taxes and light regulation make it still one of the world's most attractive markets and cities to live in if you work in finance. Hong Kong's functioning capitalist economy is likely what is keeping Beijing from extending their reach into the city's system any further. Local politicians argue that safety has returned to Hong Kong under the NSL. While it is undoubtedly true that Hong Kong, like most Chinese cities, is largely safe from violent crime, the overwhelming police presence and high punishment for exhibiting a dissident opinion or identity underscores that physical safety, as important as it is only one part of what makes a person feel safe. Hong Kong politician Regina Ip says, to quote a she, "I think most of us are happy. The numbers of people affected are actually very limited. The national security laws are irrelevant to most people in Hong Kong. Now, most people...
Bitch getting paid to say that.
Yeah, well, that goes without saying. Either that or there's a gun behind her head.
Right.
Yeah, no. Most people that might...
But there is something to say about, how do I put it? Something masterful about their technique in maintaining its ability to be a financial hub. So, you know.
Oh, yeah.
You got to give them credit for not destroying it outright. Because I assumed it would just be a freaking ghost town after a few years, but somehow they allowed the businesses enough room to maintain whatever they were doing.
I'll put it this way. It's simply because the Hong Kong people are conniving, cunning, and corrupt enough where they can manage, even under a brutal authoritarian regime, to subvert it to a degree. We obviously, I bring forth the plight of the pro-democracy demonstrators, but both you and I know that the businesses in Hong Kong simply bribe the communist officials. And so
easily.
So that's how they maintain what freedom that they have. So yes, I appreciate what you're saying, but credit the Hong Kong people, the people of Hong Kong, as opposed to the Communist Party of China. Yeah. The Communist Party of China would simply kill the goose that laid the golden egg in a heartbeat. They'd throttle it to death.
Which they were doing.
Yeah, but everyone they sent down there suddenly has their pockets full of gold, and they come back saying it's all cool. That's what's going on. Yeah.
Exactly.
So
that's some context. Yeah.
There you go. Now, most people my gang brother Beaver's spoken with in Hong Kong today are indeed content, living their lives, making money, disinterested in the politics happening around them, or at least resigned thereunto. No one talks about the protests that filled the city 4 years ago. Well, to do so would land you in jail in an instant anyway. Yet, 300 arrests have been made under the NSL so far that we know of. Dozens of news outlets have left the city. Bookstores have taken books off shelves. Companies have preemptively aligned their data policies with Beijing's. And people self-censor every day. In the early 2000s, Hong Kong was a vibrant regional media hub. But in the last 20 years, Hong Kong has dropped more than 118 places in Reporters Without Borders' Press Freedom Index. The prestigious Hong Kong Foreign Correspondences Club suspended its annual Human Rights Press Award after the NSL, and only operates today largely thanks to the premium associates pay were to join rather than any declining press membership. In other words, it only exists so people can say, "I'm a member of the club," and they pay their dues. Now, the Hong Kong government has failed to compromise, and so the world must act to defend Hong Kong. In particular, Great Britain, the former colonial power, the co-signatory to the Sino-British Joint Declaration, has a responsibility to lead. But Great Britain cannot do it alone. And nor should it, for Hong Kong is an international city, a global financial trading center of interest and concern to the world. Great Britain should therefore lead an international coalition, form a United Nations contact group of like-minded governments to coordinate efforts and act together to put pressure on the authorities in Hong Kong and in Beijing to stop the police brutality and work for political reform. That means applying targeted sanctions under Magnitsky legislation on those responsible for torture, freezing their assets, and introducing travel bans. It means offering sanctuary to those who may need to flee for their very lives. It means escalating diplomatic efforts to argue that it is in the interests of the People's Republic of China and Hong Kong to stop the beatings and start dialogue. One minor policy adjustment that the United Kingdom could make is to lower the requirements for British nationals overseas to permanently reside in Great Britain, putting them in line with the current requirements for EU nationals, or at least the pre-Brexit ones. British nationals overseas are currently subjected to the same immigration restrictions that apply to other nationals outside the European Economic Area. An EU citizen who completed her 3-year undergraduate studies and works for 12 years currently qualifies for indefinite leave to remain in Britain, or at least did so before Brexit, and could then apply for British citizenship a year after acquiring that status. Again, Brexit may have changed this. A British national from Hong Kong who has spent exactly the same amount of time residing legally in the United Kingdom and paying taxes does not get this benefit, unless they've changed that since last I've looked into it. Now, Great Britain, regardless, must take a leading role internationally and communicate the case for Hong Kong clearly, bilaterally with like-minded free countries, and multilaterally in organizations such as the Commonwealth and the United Nations. Great Britain needs to show it cares and that it is serious about Hong Kong beyond the routine exercise of 6-monthly reports and responding to occasional debates and questions in the chamber of the House of Commons. The joint statement by UK Foreign Secretary Jeremy Hunt and Canadian Foreign Minister Chrystia Freeland at the time on the proposed extradition law changes in Hong Kong was a healthy sign of renewed and refreshed policy. Great Britain must step up that effort of truly become an invisible chain linking the world's democracies, because that is the right thing to do, and because if not them, then who? Certainly not these United States. 30 years on from the fall of one wall and the end of one Cold War, we are in a new Cold War where our own freedoms, as well as those of Hong Kong, are at stake. In this new Cold War, we are faced with 12 walls, one which we must work to tear down, the other we must protect until the 1.3 billion people on the other side of it are free. We must break down the firewall that represses the people of mainland China, and we must strengthen the firewall that protects Hong Kong's autonomy. It's less a tale of 12 cities, more a tale of 12 walls. However horrific and frustrating the situation is, it is important to recognize that the movement is making progress. Israel is becoming a pariah state, and across the Black Atlantic, the Britannics created a political crisis and made Gaza an election issue. The international moves against Israel would not have happened without that massive global movement. It is crucial that they maintain a focus on strengthening and deepening those protests. Their anti-imperialism, however, is only as good as its weakest link. To combat the militarization of their own foreign policy effectively, they need to oppose every manifestation thereof. That means they also have to campaign against Russia's war on the West and the threat of communist Chinese confrontation. By the way, we need to bring on Brendan Zogit to say Gute Nacht. Please tell our listeners such before you take leave for the evening. Of course, I'm sad to see you go, but yes, anything else you feel we need to bring up right now, please do so. And we all love you dearly and wish you to stay safe and be well. I
appreciate that.
What were you involved with earlier this evening? You came on a little late tonight, so I was just curious.
Yeah, the phone call never went through, so Skype is starting to get just broken. It's becoming broken.
Fuck.
So usually it would like go to my phone, it would show me someone's calling, but I was dealing with some stuff, but I would have answered, but it just didn't come through until later when I dealt with what I had to deal with.
Oh, that pisses me off so much. And
so Skype is just starting to pull,
Oh my God.
They're probably like unplugging the servers as we speak. It's like barely running.
Well, we definitely need to switch to something soon, and we're counting on you to help us with that. All eyes are on you to select.
Who are these British MPs that got deported from Israel?
Oh God, tell me about that. Look, tell me. You tell me.
Oh, I don't know. This is news that just broke to me.
Oh, I haven't even heard of that yet.
It's a Chinese chick too, so there you go.
Geez, of course. There's a reason I'm bringing up all this.
It says two from British ruling Labour Party they intended to visit the West Bank. Israel claiming they would cause harm, so they're the terrorists. The UK Foreign Secretary David Lemmy criticized the decision, after which. Let's see. Israel sent both of them back. There you go.
Jesus.
Abtissam Mohammed and Yuan Yang.
Well, just their very
from the
ethnicity.
Labour left.
Yeah, just their very ethnicity. The Jews would hate them.
The Israeli embassy in Britain labeled their intention was to provoke anti-Israeli activities.
Oh, of course. It's like
so there you go.
There you have it. I knew there was a reason I was psychologically connecting Hong Kong and Israel in terms of the situation.
Yeah, let's see where this lady is from. She's probably most likely from Hong Kong.
Yeah, she's definitely ethnically Chinese. But she's probably from Hong Kong, and that would make perfect sense. Hong Kong knows what a tyranny looks like.
She's from Ningbo. Ningbo. I don't know where that's at.
Jesus Christ, we'd have to look that up. I don't know where that is. Are they saying that's her nation of origin?
Oh, that's the region in China she's from.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So she's definitely from China.
Yeah, from mainland, most likely, yeah.
Wow, but she's
beautiful. She looks nice.
Yeah, she's a wonderful looking person. Very wholesome, very... obviously, the Jews wouldn't like her. So, that's... Yeah.
Okay, so she's a very... she's got a nice, what is it called? CV. She's, like, educated and everything.
Yeah.
So she's not a quote-unquote terrorist.
Oh, she is to the Israelis, believe me. Anyone with an education can see through their shit, so they consider them to be a terrorist.
Yeah, you can't come here.
Yeah. That's but I thank you for bringing that to my attention. It's so important, and but by all means, if you hear me bring up,
she went to Oxford and London School of Economics, and this lady's top of her field.
There you go. There you go. Cool.
She's from Sichuan. Okay, so she's a nationalist. Like, what would we call it? Obviously not ideologically, but she was born of those same people.
Yes.
Like Chongqing or something. You know?
Yes. Sichuan. She's born in Sichuan, so she was raised with. But I'm sure she's given up on all that communist ideology. Jesus Christ, she's been educated enough to see through that shit. Yeah. And
the parents were smart. They shipped her out to
Good
Oxford.
for them. Yes. That was. They're probably hoping that someday she would drag them with her over to England and get the hell out of there. And
no doubt, no doubt she did. Of course.
Yeah. Good for her. And I'm glad it's a point of pride that she and the other guy got kicked out. They can wear that as a badge of honor.
No, it was a lady.
Oh, another lady. No wonder the Jews hated her.
Yeah, a lady that was a lawyer.
Of course.
Like an accomplished lawyer in England. So.
Okay, good. Oh, of course they don't want them there. Jesus Christ, they don't want to. Yeah, these two ladies. That Jewish
anti-Israel
patriarchy.
Activities.
Yeah, exposing human rights
funny.
abuses.
That's funny.
That's another code word for exposing human rights abuses. Yeah,
right.
That's so good on them.
You can't do that.
Of course not. Yeah.
Well. Anyways, blessings. I hope everyone stays.
Well,
as good to shape as they can, because it's pretty getting interesting. So.
Thank you. I'll keep slamming the J-Man and you.
And what I was going to tell you,
go on.
I was going to tell you when I sent all those communique, which I don't think I even went through everything, but I have to sleep. I'm getting tired. Understood. But I was going to say, it's like after seeing all these people lose it all because of Cheeto Lord.
Yeah.
it was it was like almost Taoistic. It's like, that there's a passage in the Tao that says, if you have a lot, you lose a lot. If you have little, you lose little. So we're in that kind of Taoist,
space.
Like, our situation won't change with all this madness, but everyone else is crying. So
yes,
in that way, we've succeeded.
Yes, in that way, you and I can. Hey, we got no place to go but up.
Yeah. And that's the secret of the Tao. It tells you, to do that, or to maintain that kind of posture, like
that's right
situation.
That's right. And of course, you're welcome. If you're listening, just keep listening. And if you're provoked to come on and interject, please just do so.
I'll try, but this time it's pretty. I'm sleeping.
I understand.
Because I have an early shift, and it's just I'm going to be working indefinitely for 24 hours, literally.
Oh God, I feel so bad.
It's horrible. It's horrible. It's terrible.
It is. I feel so bad.
But I will see you soon, or speak with you soon.
Yes.
Right.
Well, we love you dearly, and we'll all be back on Wednesday, and hopefully. Just mark where you left off and review it later if you get a chance, because I'll go back on topic, and I'm sure you'll find it of interest. So
yes.
All right then. Thanks so much.
I shall.
All right. Blessed be.
Good night.
Okay, that's our man, Brendan Zoget, and as I said, we have this this new need for Great Britain to reassert itself, and yet Great Britain has failed Great Britain. Never mind Hong Kong. Had Great Britain stayed within the European Union, the United Kingdom could also hamstring Communist Chinese influence in Europe by simply using their voting powers, currying favors with other EU members in exchange for them not accepting Communist Chinese infrastructure and investment. Then it would just be a case of being open to scaling back on these activities in return for CHICOM, or Chinese Communist non-interference with Hong Kong. Now the general attitude appears to be that Great Britain can't do anything because Hong Kong is so far away and the People's Republic of China is so powerful. Actually, the Anglo-Saxons can really fuck around with Red China. Ignoring wider strategic considerations about the cost/benefit of engaging in such actions, I just want to point out that the United Kingdom isn't powerless and Red China isn't invulnerable. So, for example, the UK could, number one, bar Communist Chinese investment in United Kingdom infrastructure, cancel Huawei contract, and go with Cisco instead to curry favors, extra favors, from the Americans. Check that box as done. Number two, deepen cooperation with countries with border disputes with the Communist Chinese Empire, such as Vietnam and India. Issue statements of support for these countries in their border disputes in exchange for deeper trade ties. Number three is start engaging with Taiwan. Treat us like the independent sovereign nation that we are. Engage in meetings with ̶hǐngmíngjíé to bolster trade ties. Number four, get more involved with and support the Americans in exercising freedom of navigation exercises in the South China Sea in exchange for American support with their own nation imperial interest. With regards to this fourth, but hardly final point, the new UK Prime Minister will send the entire Royal Navy on a trip around the world this year. There be no more potent seaborne statement than that. The flagships HMS Queen Elizabeth and HMS Prince of Wales being the most powerful vessels ever built by the Royal Navy. And here, because my father was a United States Navy cook, mess management chief as they call them these days, I'm going to put into the text box a graphic that will give you an idea of exactly what it's like to manage one of these monsters. So with that, I'll enter that into our text box here as well. Again, it's like a man's penis. You got to click on it to make it bigger. So make sure you do that with the image so that you can understand what it implies. But with these craft being sent out and abroad, as they say, no plan survives contact with the enemy. And it's pretty much a given there'll be some. Not just enemies, but contact. The Royal Navy has been planning for a long time to conduct a major global deployment this year. One of the working names for this plan is CSG-25, or Carrier Strike Group 2025. How this actually plays out will be a major test of the new government England elected. It will tell us how the new Prime Minister and Cabinet see Great Britain's place in the world, how they rank the various threats facing the West, and the stance they intend to take. CSG-25 will also, given just how limited their military resources are, tell us a lot about the new minister's appetite for risk. Again, largely due to those resource limitations, any major changes to the plan will need to be made right now. All around the world, people who are interested in the posture of the world's fifth or sixth strongest military power, that's the incipient third greater British Empire, in money terms at least, will be watching developments around CSG-25 quite carefully. Despite all the advanced planning, the old military saying that no plan survives contact with the enemy is particularly apt just now. Potential adversaries are presenting as actual enemies all over the world. The ongoing shooting wars in Ukraine, just as one case in point, Gaza and the Red Sea all have varying degrees of maritime elements to them, and sub-threshold activities are everywhere. The Communist Chinese Empire is leading the way here, normalizing unprofessional and illegal activities in the South China Sea and elsewhere in the Indo-Pacific. Only a few months ago, a commu-capitalist Chinese commercial ship was detained by the Malaysians for desecrating British war graves, stripping steel off the sunken World War II battleship HMS Prince of Wales and battlecruiser HMS Repulse. Russia's dark fleet of illegal, uninsured, and often unseaworthy ships continues to move Putin's oil around the world with sanctions applied so inconsistently across the G7 that this problem is getting worse, not better. Russia's new heavily armed combat icebreaker is on sea trials as I host transmission. Iran has been quiet for a while now, but that normally means it's only a matter of time, what with all the Zionist-manipulated Trump provocations. So, lots of planning variables. Then there is the state of the Royal Navy, which in terms of equipment, logistics, and people is at the bottom of the bathtub curve. What the graph out of that tub looks like in terms of gradient and timeline is up for discussion, but there is no doubt that the period from 2010 to now has seen the Navy, and defense generally, hollowed out under successive conservative governments. Finally, there is the new government. Post-Cold War decline actually leveled off during the last Labour government, and nobody could accuse Tony Blair of an unwillingness to use the armed forces, or even abuse them. So, in that sense, there is hope. But this year's deployment will also get to the heart of the new government's global ambition. The 2021 Integrated Review and its refresh in 2023 was full of tilts and Indo-Pacifics. Will this survive the change in thinking at the top? It will be a while before the next Integrated Security Defense Review that will articulate the new ambition and posture, but decisions on CSG-25 need to be made right now, and therefore provide a great opportunity for the new leadership to lay out their stall. Before I get into the planning options myself, when thinking about maritime deployments like this, it is important not to fixate on the aerocraft carrier and its escort group. The carrier is the star player, but in reality, deployments like this will frequently see the deployed ships and other elements separate out, often by thousands of miles. If the threat goes up to the task group, well, if the threat goes up, the task group will pull together and lock shields. But if you're just conducting influence operations, then divide and conquer is more efficient. The ubiquitous photographic image of all the ships in neat formation doesn't help the messaging here. It no more represents the way the Navy fights than trooping the colors shows how the Army does. It is, however, the image that sticks. If I were a senior maritime commander, and I might be about to demonstrate why I could never become one, I would present 3 COA, 3 COA, or courses of actions, to the incoming government. It's always 3 for some reason. The command then chooses a 4th somewhere between 3 of them because that shows leadership. Now, COA or COA 1, course of action 1, the first option, is the current plan. That is a global deployment with the best carrier strike group the Royal Navy can assemble, similar in shape and size to CSG-21, but bigger and better, with the Indo-Pacific at its heart. There are lots of reasons to do this. It shows global ambition and capability and builds key strategic relationships with nations like the Empire of Japan, with whom the Britannics are building GCAP. The RAFs are Royal Air Force's next generation fighter. If I can even remember what the GCAP acronym stands for, well, I don't, so I'm going to look it up. And we're going to cheat here. Global Combat Aero Program. There we are. And also, that's Japan. That's linking up with the Brits for that. And, of course, if they go on this cruise around the world, to the other side of the world, they'd also be linking up with Australia, with whom the Britannics are allied on AUKUS, AUKUS, Australia, United Kingdom, United States, an acronym. The future of both nations is submarine forces being at stake here. And AUKUS is where the Brits will be teaching the Aussies how to use nuclear subs. And this is the birth of the Macronesian alliance that was always predicted. I'll go into that another time, and I'll go into that perennially. And India, which is busily buying Russian oil and bankrolling Putin. So, in a sense, this would be as much to intimidate the Asian Indians as anyone else. And this plan allows the Britannics to conduct NATO heavy work at either end, plug in to the combined maritime force in the Gulf area, and shape Five Eyes, FPDA, the Five Power Defense Arrangement, and ASEAN, ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations Relationships. It could even allow the opportunity to take over the CTF-70 task, the Pacific Fleet U.S. Carrier Strike Group, which would be huge for the Britannics, whilst relieving some of the burden on America's overworked carriers. It is fair to say that the Royal Navy still has a nearly unique ability to cohere alliances around the world, and therefore signal unified strength to their potential adversaries. But we quickly get to the reasons to not do CSG-21 over again, first among which is resources. If the minimum model for a CSG carrier strike group is the carrier, 2 frigates, 2 destroyers, an attack submarine, and a tanker, then yes, they can get that out of the door. However, on current availability models, it leaves very little indeed in the way of usable ships behind in the United Kingdom itself. If something went wrong among the few remaining operational ships, they might not have a TAPS, a Towed Array Patrol Ship frigate, available for the on-again, off-again maneuvering in the North Atlantic, in which the Britannics seek to stand off the Russians and get their nuclear deterrent subs to sea and back undetected, and, when they can, track the Russo subs and keep them away from Anglian-allied critical underwater infrastructure. The Britannics might not have an anti-air destroyer in home waters to tackle missile, air, and drone threats. The Britannics might find that essentially their entire working navy is on the other side of the world. This wouldn't be an entirely naval issue either. The CSG-21 deployment had been heavily criticized on many grounds. One of the most obvious was that they could find only 8 British F-35B carrier jets to put aboard their carrier, the Queen Elizabeth. For CSG-25, the plan is to send 24 jets, 2/3 the number their carriers were designed for, almost, but not really, a proper air wing. Unfortunately, the F-35B carrier jet is Great Britain's only 5th-generation fighter. It is their best combat aerocraft. At the moment, they have 34 of them, 4 of which are test aerocraft housed this side of the Black Atlantic, right here in the good old USA. By the end of 2025, it's expected that they'll have a total of 47. When CSG-25 sets out then, on current plans, it will be taking with it 2/3 of all available Anglian 5th-generation stealth planes. They'll be heavily dependent on the RAF's 90-odd Volant, it est airworthy 4th-gen Typhoons for any aero combat jobs that may come up. Not only will they have sent most of the functional Royal Navy to the other side of the world, they'll also have sent most of the up-to-date Aero Force. Then there's the fact that a carrier group really ought to have a solid store ship full of munitions, food, and other supplies if it's to be a proper long-range naval force independent of local shore support. The Royal Fleet Auxiliary currently possesses just one solid support ship, the aged and rickety Fort Victoria, and there are doubts as to whether she really has another long-haul deployment left in her. She doesn't even have a crew at the moment that I myself am aware of. Then there's the matter of the Red Sea. CSG-25 will have to pass through Suez and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, through the footprint of the Houthi militia's missiles. You can't go the long way south round the Cape, as that looks like you're running scared, and you can't rush through the Red Sea without stopping either. This leads me to option 2, which would be to make the Red Sea the focus of CSG-25. This transforms the deployment from global influence and relationship building into an operational one with direct relevance to the United Kingdom. But again, there be caveats. The most obvious is the risk. A U.S. carrier and many international warships, including British ones, have been operating recently for months on end within the Houthis' missile footprint, but this was reasonably safe, mainly because of the American imperial presence. I have said for a while now that one of the Anglian carriers could operate there, but only with an American imperial carrier group present to mitigate their shortcomings in air-to-air refueling, aeroborne early warning, and probably in-store support. For those interested in such details, the Saxons don't have air-to-air refueling in their carrier air wings at all. This is a thing which makes the United States Navy personnel grit their teeth and look away when they hear it. Theoretically, the Saxons have aeroborne early warning in the form of the crow's nest radar, or radio detection and ranging, which can be carried by their Merlin helicopters. But this basically didn't work at all for CSG-21, and they're still struggling to get it properly operational. Crow's Nest finally reached initial operational capability in September of the year before last. It's not clear when it will reach full capability. What is known is that it's due out of service in 2029 following decades in development. As for stores, replay at your leisure later what I've already explained regarding the cranky Fort Vic. The big problem is the aeroborne radar. Nobody should know better than the Royal Navy that you don't go up threat sans aeroborne radar. The blooding they suffered in the Falklands was more or less entirely down to their lack of aeroborne radar then, and they absolutely must not repeat that mistake. The picture would be very different if the Saxons could arrange that CSG-25's Red Sea time coincided with the presence of an American Imperial strike group, with an American E-2 radar bird watching over everyone from on top, and the option of refueling from American Imperial aerocraft if needed. Anglian F-35s would then get invaluable operational experience, and their carrier could finally flex her operational muscles. Maybe the shooting will be over by then anyway, but if not, CSG-25 is going to have to deal with the Red Sea conundrum either as a point of aim or a hump to clear before heading further east. Planners will have to accept that any transit of the Red Sea will be likely to mean combat, and that can always involve losing people and or entire ships. There is a third option in which the Britannics would move the center of gravity entirely away from the Indo-Pacific and shift it into the North Atlantic and High North. This would allow NATO and the United Kingdom land-based resources to mitigate all the aeroborne radar, stores, and refueling issues. It allows the Saxons to tackle the Russian submarine threat to their critical undersea infrastructure in their own backyard, which is a core RN or Royal Naval skill, and to do so together with these United States, the Norwegians, and others. Of course, I can promise you that Norway and the United Kingdom will become a United Kingdoms in the plurality out of necessity because of the threat that, from the Russians is eternal in the High North. It would also be possible to argue that this type of mission, that would be option 3, would not require so large a group of F-35 jets, easing up on that pinch point. Now, that's the third option. Keep it close to Britannia's Isles. And train how and where you mean to fight. That's the old saying. It's another well-worn military expression. And, of course, it goes all the way back to the first war between a land power and a sea power, the Trojans and the Spartans. Train how and where you mean to fight. And as Cold War II is phasing into the next World War, the GIUK, or the GIUK, the Greenland, Iceland, United Kingdom gap, the Baltic, the High North, and the wider Atlantic over to the States are going to be the battlegrounds as they were in the old days. With the carrier group in place to cover for the TAPS, the Today Patrol Ship, the Today Patrol Ship being essentially, it's something that is it's a standing task for reactive anti-submarine patrol duties in support of the Trident continuous at-sea deterrent and other near-home duties. It would still be possible to detach a frigate and destroyer to the Indo-Pacific, where they could join up with Britannia's currently unprotected LRGS, or Littoral Response Group South, who are already in Australia. The LRG is a pair of almost unarmed fleet auxiliaries, acting as a mobile sea base for a capable force of Royal Marines. LRGS, given some proper Navy backup, could then tick off many of the original objectives well, many of the original objectives around the world. The carrier could meanwhile form up in the Atlantic with forces from the JEF, the Joint Expeditionary Force, and LRG North, and deploy to the High North and northern Norway. Norway and increasingly Swedish and Finnish special forces all have integration with the UK written into their doctrine. To break things up, CSG-25 could head to the United States Eastern Seaboard and maybe even take the lead for U.S. Carrier Strike Group 2 there, again providing much-needed relief for the heavily worked USS C.V. Eisenhower. The criticism here is that this sort of close-to-home, shore-dependent work is not what Anglian carriers were built or intended for. Furthermore, the Saxons have done, well, they've just done with this kind of deployment by the year before yesteryear's half-assed CSG-23, again with just 8 jets briefly aboard the ship. It just isn't the kind of thing that the world's number 3 or number 4 navy should be limited to. In sum, Option 1 would deliver strong influence, but involves sending most of Britannia's best air and sea forces to the other side of the world. Option 2 would deliver genuine operational effect, but needs coordination with these increasingly hostile United States, and involves some risk of blood on the carpet at that. Option 3 is Russocentric, vice Hongzhonghua or Red China, and will stretch resources less, but leaves greater British global reach in doubt. All three have utility for the American empire, but the precise attitude of the Americans has demented since November. So what will happen? At the highest level, a deployment like this comes down to what are your influence objectives, to whom, and at what level of risk, threat and resources there, can you tolerate to bring these two items together. In an ideal world, the new government, defense, and the Royal Navy would all agree back-channel conversations should have been happening for a while by now. On the plus side, the Britannics have their carriers offering strategic political options and positive impacts for their allies, and this before they have even sailed. This is the flexibility of maritime power, and the Royal Navy still has it. Jest. Before my glass of optimism runneth over, however, the ships do also need to be working. The HMS Prince of Wales should be, and the fragility of the support infrastructure, vessels, and people will have to be managed very carefully, or risk levels will climb unacceptably high, and or people will leave. The other thing to remember is that when the group does sail, something will drive a bus through the plan anyway. It always does. Last time it was COVID. For the USS Ford and the USS Eisenhower, both of whom came home months later than expected, it was Gaza and the Houthis respectively. However, CSG-25 pans out, it will tell us a lot about the new British government, their views on maritime Britannia, the role of the Royal Navy within it, and, critically, whether they intend to fund it properly. So over to you, Prime Minister. Conditional my advisements. If the UK ever really drops their balls and mans up to play dirty, they can always leak fake news to discredit CCP or Chinese Communist activities through, for example, Zhōngguó's woefully misnomered Confucius networks, along propaganding bad news stories about commu-capitalist Chinese investments in Black Africa. All too many people still think of power in 20th century terms, with power being decided on who can field the best and largest armies on the battlefield. Power in the 21st century is all about weaponizing information to your own advantage, to further your own nation imperial interest. Putinist Russia understands this perfectly, and they've been highly effective in abusing information, or more, disinformation, to exert their influence and power abroad, punching well above their weight. Don't forget, they're only the 14th largest economy in the world, well behind Italia, Brazil, and South Korea. If the UK puts its mind to it, there's no reason they couldn't surpass the motherless fucking Ruskies in information warfare capability, because they have a lot of natural advantages already. They have a wide network of allies, well-established diplomatic networks, global news networks, and international media presence to challenge market Leninist China. Communist China on the Asian mainland doesn't have the allies Great Britannia does, or any real allies for that matter. It doesn't have the global media presence, nor the cultural soft power the Anglians have. The one thing the People's Republic of China does have is money, but that alone doesn't entirely negate the other factors I've articulated. I am, at the bottom of it all, pointing out that the United Kingdom is far from powerless in terms of dealing with Hongzhonghua, or Red China. The Saxons could make life quite difficult for the CCP if only they wanted to. But Israel's genocide and the West's support for it has exposed the dark heart of Western foreign policy. It is a product of a world order in deep crises. The great movement for Palestine needs to be a part of the wider campaign to break Eastern militarism in all its forms and to fight for a society based on justice, stability, and rule of law. In both wars, the intensity of mass violence and genocide perpetrated by Russia and Israel highlight how under Biden's watch, the global order, at least in trois geopolitical theaters, critical to American imperial interests, has collapsed. The rules of the rule-based order have no meaning. American imperial allies are no longer able to deter their enemies, and multilateral institutions like the United Nations Security Council have been rendered powerless and ineffective, often because of the way the United States has abused its veto power. Russia and Iran may not have succeeded in ousting these United States from their neighborhoods, but they certainly have exposed the limits of American imperial power and undermined the liberal order, perhaps beyond repair. Biden, despite his decades-long experience in foreign policy, did not serve American imperial interests well in his tenure. The disastrous withdrawal of these United States from Afghanistan unleashed a series of setbacks for the American empire in each of the three regions that Washington cares about. American imperial allies, Ukraine in Europe and my own Taiwan in Indo-Pacific Asia, are fighting desperate wars that threaten their very existence. Failures in Europe and Indo-Pacific Asia will only weaken American imperium in the greater Middle East of Eurafricasia. As his term recedes into history, it is not wrong to conclude in the immediacy that Biden's foreign policy was proven a colossal failure. But Trump's victory has suddenly altered the international environment. Both friends and foes are suddenly engaging with Pax Americana quite differently. Leaders were scrambling to his home in Mar-a-Lago to pay homage months before he was even sworn in as the 47th President of these United States. Which brings us to Israel. Consider Israel, for example. Since the Hubli mosque demolition preemption attacks on the Israelis by Hamas, the Israeli government has responded with relentless brutality, killing thousands of civilians and rendering Gaza literally unlivable. The Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu did this with ironclad support from the Bidenista United States. Billions of dollars in aid, a non-stop supply of weapons, and remorseless diplomatic cover therefrom. Yet still, the relationship between these United States and Israel became more acrimonious by the day. But now, after Trump's victory, relations between the two nations are unbreakably copacetic. Trump has nominated a minyan of pro-Israel neocons to his administration, like Senator Marco Rubio and Governor Mike Huckabee. Netanyahu was so elated at Trump's victory that he gifted the president-elect with a ceasefire in Lebanon. A ceasefire as a gift! Suddenly, a war of existence betrayed itself a war of choice. Trump promised peace in the Middle East. Was Israel reaching for the promise, or did it fear upsetting Trump's grand plans and was but adjusting its own priorities accordingly? Whatever the strategic reasons for the shift in Israeli posture, it was rendered self-evident that whomever is in the White House is what matters. Israel could take Biden and his ironclad support for granted, but not Trump. Then consider India. The Indian establishment is, well, all too thrilled with the return of Donald Trump, since any of the people nominated by Trump, as exemplified by Michael Waltz, the incoming National Security Advisor, and Tulsi Gabbard, now the Directress of National Intelligence, are all friends of India. A lot of people in India naturally presume that because the lunacultist Gabbard and the FBI coon dog Kash Patel are of the Hindu faith, they will be more loyal to India. People also remember the friendly rapport that Trump and Modi projected during their bilateral meetings during Trump's first presidential midterm. The feeling in India is that Trump will be friendlier to India than Biden. They also have every right to be convinced that what little pressure the Biden misadministration put on the Modi government for its horrendous record on religious and press freedoms and treatment of religious minorities will disappear in the Trump era. Some of the more astute observers of American imperial politics are worried about how Trump's America First agenda will impact Indo-American relations in the areas of trade, tariffs, immigration, and defense technology transfers. India is now the third biggest source of illegal migration to these United States. How will mass deportations of Indians, along with others, play out on social media and the hyper-national populace in India itself? But while the concerns about potential policy discord are only whispered, the enthusiasm for the second Trump mispresidency is loud. Even Trump's threat to impose 100% tariffs on BRICS members, the Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa group, if they pursue de-dollarization, has not raised any serious concerns. The Indian establishment and the slavish Indian mass media remain extremely bullish toward Trump and reckon that the near future will lead to a very strong Indo-American alliance. Nevertheless, I would be remiss not to remind my Asian Indian listeners that Trump's campaign slogan was America First, not India First. And finally, Russia, the third leg on the bar stool. While there be qualified skeptics as myself, most conventional experts are convinced that Trump's victory will result in an end to the Russo-Ukrainian war, with the Russian Empire consolidating much of its territorial gains. Both Trump and his Vice President-elect, J.D. Vance, are determined to accommodate territorial aggrandizement. All Biden had been doing for the preceding 12 years was patronize wars while spending over $250 billion in evasion of actually fighting them. Trump is clear that he will not support the Ukraine's existential quest to survive at any expense of the United States. Some experts believe that the threat to end support will push Ukraine to settle now before it loses even more ground. A threat to escalate American support for the Russian Empire will force Ukraine to come to the table. Either way, an end to the war allows Trump to focus on deforms at home and the economic challenge of the Communist Chinese Empire. Putin has expressed interest in meeting with Trump even before the inauguration. Clearly, he wants to make a deal. Putin will have to make some concessions, and Ukraine will have to give up some land. But the question remains whether the details of the Trump peace plan will resolve the issue or prolong the war. Trump wants this war to end. He has bragged about ending it in a single day. He's bragged about ending it within 24 hours for 2 years. The Kremlin is confident that Trump's win is a win for Russian expansionism. Yet Trump will not last his full term. Not because of elections, not because of scandals, but because he has done the one thing no leader can do and survive. He has made himself bigger than the machine that created him. I am reiterating this for sake of Holly, who brought it up with this I don't understand attitude. The Ukraine meeting wasn't just a blunder. It was a declaration of war, not against a foreign nation, but against the very order that keeps leaders in power and ensures their safety. Trump has done what no American president has done before, shaken the world's foundations in a way that even his allies cannot ignore. NATO isn't just a military alliance. It is the thread that has held global power together since 1945, and Trump is snapping it strand by strand. It was telegraphed even before President Trump took office. I will end this war in Ukraine. And he set out the negotiating strategy, something most canny negotiators do not do, unless they hold all the cards. The announcement that the Ukrainians will agree to a 30-day ceasefire in exchange for the resumption of arms supplies and intelligence sharing has now put the ball firmly in the Russian court. The telegraphed threat to them is, agree to a ceasefire or the U.S. will arm the Ukrainians to the hilt, and you will lose. I doubt Vladimir Putin is smiling so broadly now, for the Antichrist, as a peacemaker, is forewarned in the Bible passages, especially in Daniel, it was chapter 8, verse 25, and Revelation chapter 13, verse 3, which describe a figure who abuses a facade of peace to deceive and oppress the peoples. Deception and falsehood. The Bible, specifically in Daniel chapter 8, verse 25, describes a man of lawlessness who will abuse peace to deceive and destroy people. False Messiah. The Antichrist is often described as a false Messiah who will emerge with a peace message. Peace and safety. The Bible mentions that when people say peace and safety, destruction will thence come suddenly. That's the first book of Thessalonians, chapter 5, verse 3. Revelation, chapter 13, verse 3, describes a beast who is wounded and healed, and all the world wondered after him. As Samuel Romero has pointed out, this was not the fake, staged, and completely unbelievable abortive assassination attempt. This was when Trump died during COVID, and whatever entered his body entered at that time, and he arose. No one saw it happen, but Trump flatlined and died and reanimated. Not a true peacemaker. The Antichrist's actions are ultimately rooted in opposition unto God and will bring about destruction, not true peace. Signs and warnings. Biblical prophecies and teachings warn of the Antichrist's rise and the need to remain vigilant against deception. Trois beasts in Revelation, in the persons of Trump and Musk. Revelation describes trois beasts. The first being Trump with all the characteristics of the Antichrist, which I've articulated in far greater depth than this before, and the second, Elon Musk, as a false prophet. Ergo, it is my religious conviction that President Trump has his eyes set on a Nobel Peace Prize as his legacy. He must achieve this in this term, and with peace deals on the table in the Ukraine and in the Gaza. Both offers that cannot be refused, or can't be refused in the mob vernacular. It looks like peace will be achieved. It will not be a perfect peace by any means, but the killing and the dying will stop. In delivering these peace deals, President Trump has once more smashed the norm, involving the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, not long ago an outcast due to his known involvement in the literally tortured demise of the journalist Jamal Khashoggi, but now a deal clincher and a hero on the world stage. On the other hand, the UK and European allies are gathered in dismay, wondering how they will navigate the Trump-Putin world without the certainty of an American imperial defensive umbrella. The dealmaker, President Trump, will just shrug his shoulders and say, "It's about time you brought your own umbrella. Our priorities for defense are now in the Pacific." He's not wrong, though for those on the other side of the Black Atlantic, it is nevertheless an unwelcome wake-up call. But then, who likes to be woken up? Still, this last week's worldwide economic chaos, sparked by President Trump's new tariffs, may be shocking, but it isn't new. A similar story played out 8 years ago in Trump's first term as president. A look at what he did and the repercussions that followed is instructive for business leaders, investors, and consumers. And it is by no means encouraging. Unlike in his current term, Trump back then didn't immediately launch a trade war. He devoted his first year as president to erasing business regulation and getting a historic tax cut through Congress. CEOs were jubilant. But then, in January of his second year, he showed why he had declared himself Tariff Man. He imposed tariffs on Red China and then quickly brought in tariffs to more countries. The party was over. Specifically, tariffs helped a few imperial companies, but also injured thousands of others. Exempli gratiae. Trump imposed tariffs on imported steel. Great for the handful of American imperial steelmakers, but a painful cost increase for the thousands of United States manufacturers that use steel. Expand the steel example across the economy, and the result was a hard punch to profits. During Trump's first year in office in 2017, before he imposed tariffs, American imperial corporate profits rose 8%. In the following 5 quarters, with tariffs, profits lurched into reverse, shrinking 1.5% annualized. Then stock prices got whacked. From Trump's 2016 election until tariffs began in January of 2018, the S&P 500 rose at a 27.3% annualized pace. But with tariffs added, the S&P rose at just 3.8% annualized, January 2018 through to November of 2019. So, CEOs reversed their view of Trump. Immediately after Trump won in 2016, bosses raised their confidence as measured by the Conference Board, and confidence varied widely. Well, it varied slightly up and down around that new level during Trump's first year in office. But soon after he declared his trade wars, CEO confidence plunged to levels not seen since the worst days of the financial crises in 2008 through 2009. Note that Trump is executing his main economic policies in the reverse order he followed in his first midterm. Back then, he got the tax bill done first, then, turned to tariffs. Now, having declared a historic trade war, he will spend much of 2025 on that tax bill, many elements of which are scheduled to sunset on December 31st. He will try to keep that bill's tax cuts and even cut taxes further. If he succeeds, he might regain his currently ebbing support from business leaders, investors, and consumers. But that's a big if and a big might. The system is patient, but it is not merciful. There are men whose names will never be known, whose influence is never written about, but who determine which presidents rise and which ones fall. These men do not forgive. They do not warn. They do not lose. And Trump, for all his bravado, for all his victories, is stepping into a space where there is no precedent but one. What happens when a leader becomes too great a threat to the equilibrium? His inner circle is not a government. It is a fortress of the damned, filled with men and women who stay close out of necessity, out of fear, out of the knowledge that when the end comes, proximity might mean survival. But history is unkind to emperors without an empire. The purges, the firings, the dismantling of the security apparatus. This isn't a reformer cleaning house. This is a man sawing off the very branch he sits on. And when it breaks, there will be no one left to catch him. At 79 years of age, Trump is no longer playing for policy or power. He is playing for immortality. He has won every battle, defied every expectation, and shattered every prediction of his downfall. He believes himself untouchable. He is wrong. Because men who reach too far, men who stand alone, men who decide that they are the system rather than a part thereof, these men do not get to die peacefully in their beds. They do not get to fade away. They are removed. History does not care how many elections he has won. It does not care how loyal his base is. It does not care that the courts have failed to stop him. History cares only about balance. And when the Dao, the balance, the way is threatened, it is restored. Not with votes, not with impeachments, but with force. The clock is ticking, and Trump is standing on a stage built by ghosts. And if he does not step down, if he does not fall in line, the stage will collapse beneath him. Because there is one truth, written in blood across all time. When a leader becomes too dangerous to the system eliminates the leader. Until then, Israel, Russia, and India, all expansionist empires that have had troubled relations with the American empire under Biden, are now looking forward to a more favorable relationship with Washington. While the Garuda Combine of Israel and India feel that Trump will give them a free hand to pursue their goals without any regard for human rights of religious minorities in India and Palestinians in Israel, the Russian Empire hopes that NATO expansion will cease and that it will be able to keep all the ill-gotten gains it made in its war. Thus, there be a new mini-lateral Trumpsortium in town, the Zio-Rus-American Synaxis. The removal of Russian military support in Syria is not a loss in terms of long-term strategy, but a recognition that, with Trump in power, Israel will be given carte blanche to takest and hold much of the eastern Mediterranean. Absorbing what they can of Lebanon and much of Syria is, as a minimum. The American empire offers a hegemonic supporting role. Russia has won the Cold War by obtaining an asset in the White House. Russian desires for a Mediterranean base will switch to Algeria or Tunisia with increased support in exchange for permanent port access. the oft-fraught relationship between Russia and Israel will be nigh entirely negated by the collective idea of expansive regional control and a concerted nuclear power. The combined number of Ziorusian nuclear arms outweighs those of all the other countries on Earth by orders of magnitude, even if the rest of the world were to completely unify the concert of their strategic ordnance. Mutually assured destruction doesn't work the same if one side has approximately 90% of all the nukes on Earth. This creates an Abrahamic supremacist bloc that will be joined by other countries, including some Islamic theocracies, also Abrahamic, and a mixture of different belief systems united solely by a belief in authoritarian rule. Trump, Putin, etc. couldn't care less about, well, they couldn't care less what religion you follow, as long as it's not in their country. They are supremacists, concerned with ever more expansionist power and ever less with ideology. It will be a fraught relationship, but unified by a belief in collective strength over freedom, at least at the first. Then, most hopefully, they may fight among themselves. Those remaining will be the NATO bloc and whomever else falls in with their lot. The People's Republic of China will likely align with Russia et alaya, but that could depend on how Trump reacts to them. The United Kingdom could go either way, given its increasingly middling place on the international stage. Saudi Arabia, we shall see. Each of the axes will provoke further colonialist conflicts in their regions, safe in the knowledge that few will be able to sustain a concerted battle. They will actively promote internal anti-EU/NATO rebellions through misinformation, as that has proven itself increasingly successful after decades of effort. The end goal is as much, the end game is a much reduced number of states in the world under a large, sometimes fraught conglomeration of allied supremacist rule, each with their own flavor, controlling large swaths of the world. Those not taken under wing are viewed as not having enough resources or value to even be considered. They may be crushed or left alone. Based on the presumption of Ukraine being crushed, with full American imperial permission, how things unfold internally in Iran, Turkey, Egypt, and Communist China on the Asian mainland, and how they are treated by either bloc, will be the key, it will be key to the future of the world. The disproportionate influence the State of Israel has over the United States' political system is well known and documented in great detail by any number of academic inquiries, and none better than the details uncovered by prolific international relations scholars John Mearsheimer and Stephen Waltz in their groundbreaking treatise titled The Israel Lobby and U.S. Foreign Policy. While the authors describe in meticulous detail the extent to which a loose coalition of pro-Israel organizations and wealthy donors have actively and successfully steered American imperial foreign policy in a staunchly pro-Israel direction, they fail to forecast the depth and breadth of Israel's near-total stranglehold of political and civil life in these United States today. What we are witnessing today is the total capitulation by both political parties and the entire United States federal government to the State of Israel, which has all but ensured Israel's national imperial interests are now placed well ahead of those of these United States, at least in the decisions made by American imperial lawmakers. Consider that the United States Senate's first bill of 2019, that year the Hong Kong protests turned to widespread riots and civil disobedience, while the United States House of Representatives voted to adopt articles of impeachment against Donald Trump due to the Trump-Ukraine scandal and other controversies, and which was put forward in the midst of a federal government shutdown, no less, was a bipartisan defense of the Israeli government from United States tax-paying citizens who support the Boycott Israel movement, otherwise known as BDS, Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions. Significantly, this bill, known as S1, was the top legislative priority for the AIPAC, the AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, better known as the tip of the Israel lobby spear. And as noted by The Intercept, that bill was neither designed to protect United States workers nor deal with any of our country's then already pressing problems, or even reopen our government. Its sole purpose was to protect Israel from Americans exercising their constitutionally protected right to boycott, which in itself is a speech act, a protest. For the preceding half-dozen years or so, a slew of Republican Party-sponsored anti-BDS Israel bills had already made their way into state legislatures all across the country, with 26 states in union by then basically criminalizing any act that calls for the support of boycotting Israel-owned companies or institutions. Even newspapers in these United States were then being pressured into pledging not to support any boycott of Israel. Over half a decade ago, for example, the publisher of the Arkansas Times described to the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, how letters from the state of Arkansas began drifting across my desk, demanding that our weekly newspaper, the Arkansas Times, either sign a pledge not to boycott Israel or forfeit all state advertising, adding, the letters were the result of an obscure, cookie-cutter law passed in 2017 by our Republican-controlled legislature. This anti-boycott Israel push makest a mockery of self-proclaimed American values, given the trajectory and advancement of civil rights in the country are indeed shaped by political boycotts, with the boycott of whites-only restaurants and businesses in the solid southern states instigating what would eventually become the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which put an end to racial segregation. Alan Leverett, publisher of the Arkansas Times, thus asked, since when do American citizens have to pledge to act in the interest of a foreign power to do business with their own government? American imperial subservience to Israel's self-interests extends beyond the political realm. 6 years agone, for instance, CNN, still the global cable news giant at the time, fired one of its longtime and popular contributors, Mark Lamontiel, fewer than 24 hours after he delivered a speech at the United Nations that merely expressed support for Palestinian civil rights and statehood. The decision to fire Hill was based on the false premise, one propagated by the Israel lobby, that equates criticism of Israel's illegal occupation and discriminatory laws with, quote, anti-Semitism, unquote. Now consider the fact that CNN is also the same network that hired Alan Dershowitz, the Jewish American attorney who had always openly described Palestinians as cockroaches and Nazis sans any repercussions whatsoever. In Firing Hill, United States mainstream mass media outlets essentially conceded to pro-Israel pressure and have since adopted and enforced the false belief that any criticism of Israel equates to hatred of the Jewish people, which ultimately is a disastrous blow to honest political debate and free speech in the country that has long championed both. All in all, Israel's inordinate chokehold of American civic life is fast moving from the sublime to the absurd, a realization exemplified by the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute. Over half a decade ago, it rescinded its honoring of the iconic and legendary civil rights campaigner Angela Davis, citing her support for the BDS movement, a decision she based on Israel's stubborn refusal to comply with international law and human rights. In the event the point needs further belaboring, we have long agone sunk to a point where United States civil rights organizations are dishonoring civil rights campaigners for exercising their support for Palestinian civil rights. So, in the very same month alone that spanned October of 2019, mass protests and violent conflict occurred between the protesters and police in various districts of Hong Kong during the 70th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. We witnessed the United States Congress prioritize defending Israel from criticism above the interests of American workers and the economy. The blackmailing of American newspapers at the behest of pro-Israel advocates. The firing of a journalist for supporting equal rights for Palestinians. And the stripping of an award from an iconic American civil rights activist. How are we any different from totalitarian China? That is the whole point of the book, the graphic novel, that I'm having my Blood Boys review and write a report on, so that people can be brought back into the awareness that it's already happened here. Again, this was, I'm trying to remember now the exact, I tried so hard to forget the subtitle that the title itself, Hong Kong's Warning to America, is what it is, and that's how I really remember it as. So you have to bear with me while its title is You Must Take Part in Revolution. So look that up and read it. You won't regret it. Otherwise, of course, support myself and you'll get it in summation anyway. You won't need to read it. Bringing us all back to the point at hand. It was already high time then for these United States to update the last line of its national anthem to Land of the Free, Home of the Brave, and Israel's client state. So the next time that we hear a Western politician justifying Israeli brutality as self-defense, remember that this is nothing new. Israel has attacked Palestinians for decades, with or without excuses. The latest military offensive against Palestinians in Gaza differs only in the number of casualties from the many that have gone before. The Judeo-apartheid state wrote the State Terrorism Handbook and has followed it to the letter for the past 3/4 of a century. No number of excuses or justifications can disguise that fact. By giving it a green light, the United States President Joe Biden and his predecessors, including the Nobel Peace Laureate Barack Obama, are now complicit in Israel's war crimes and crimes against humanity, as Donald John Trump is, as are other politicians who bow down and worship at the Molochian altar of Zionism. The compliant mainstream mass media machine and journalists who don't challenge them about this should be ashamed of themselves. What is happening in Gaza will not remain confined to Gaza. It is a symptom of a more general malaise that is eroding Western civilization. The breaking of the ceasefire in the Strip by Israel coincides with an unprecedented centralization of power within the Jewish state, driven by the Netanyahu government. That none of this is front-page news in Europe or these United States is itself quite telling, an indication of a crisis that is not merely democratic but civilizational, into which the entire West is plunging, seemingly unaware. This numbness is due to the fact that these events are part of a broader global context in which the West itself is experiencing an illiberal drift and has progressively dismantled every aspect of the international law it once championed. Today, for example, the United States openly talks about the possibility of annexing territories or sovereign states like Greenland and Canada. And, paradoxically, European allies accuse Washington not of such grotesque claims, but of disloyalty for wanting to negotiate an end to the conflict in Ukraine, which has caused enormous damage to Europe and could cause even greater harm if it continues. This brings us back to what is happening in Gaza. On the night of March 18th, Israel broke the ceasefire with a ferocious bombing that killed over 400 Palestinians within but the span of a few hours. The death toll rose to over 700 the following day. These figures, largely ignored by the Western press, sent an unequivocal message to the people of Gaza. Even during the most violent days of the Israeli military operations that preceded the last ceasefire, the daily toll had not exceeded 250 deaths, itself a staggering figure by any measure. According to the Palestinian Civil Defense, among the 400-plus victims on the first day, there were more than 170 children and over 80 women. In other words, the overwhelming majority were not only civilians, but women and children. In short, that Israeli breach of ceasefire alone resulted in an indiscriminate and unprecedented massacre of defenseless civilians. All victims, all a hallmark of the entire Gaza conflict that long ago began assuming ever-increasingly horrifying dimensions. Since October 7th of 2023, Israel has killed at least 25,000 children, a mere 15,600 of whom have ever been identified. So pulverized were the remains of all the rest. Many uncounted others remain buried under rubble to this day. Israel kills a child in Gaza every 45 minutes. That is an average of 30 children killed every day over the past 548 days. Even among the few Hamas-affiliated targets hit, Israel has mainly targeted people from Gaza's civilian administration, it is non-combatants. According to Israeli sources themselves, the objective of such actions is to destroy the administrative structure that allows Hamas to govern Gaza at all. Among others, Hamas has mourned the loss of Issam Da'ali's government coordinator, Mahmoud Hatta, Deputy Justice Minister, Ahmad Abu Watfa, Deputy Interior Minister, and Ismail Barhoum, Finance Chief, the last of whom was killed when Israel bombed the Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis, where he was hospitalized, taking out everyone else on site as collateral damage. According to the Geneva Conventions, all parties in armed conflict must observe core principles like the distinction between military and civilian targets and proportionality. Despite all evidence, countries like the United Kingdom and these United States have concluded that it cannot be definitively stated that Israel has violated the principle of proportionality. Last May, a State Department report requested by then-President Joe Biden to assess whether Israel was abusing United States-supplied weapons in accordance with international humanitarian law, found that it could not reach any conclusion due to a lack of transparency from Israel about its decision-making processes. Similarly, a letter by the British Foreign Secretary David Lammy in January said an assessment was impossible because of the opaque and contested information environment in Gaza. During the last phase of the ceasefire, Lammy appeared more critical of Tel Aviv-Yafo, stating that Israel's aid blockade to the Strip constituted a breach of international law. However, he was promptly contradicted by a government spokesperson. The United Kingdom continues to maintain extremely close ties with Israel's arms industry and military leadership. Great Britain's Akrotiri base in Cyprus has been widely abused to dispatch United States Special Forces and weapons to Israel throughout the conflict. After Tel Aviv-Yafo broke the ceasefire, British spy planes resumed daily flights over Gaza. It all comes down to mass deportation or mass extermination. The Netanyahu government broke the ceasefire by accusing Hamas of refusing to release the hostages. In reality, the truce agreement had been misstructured in 3 phases in such a way that it was clear from the outset that it was always intended to fail. Despite the accusations from Tel Aviv-Yafo, it was the Israeli government that refused to implement or even negotiate the start of the second phase. Instead, it aimed to prolong the first phase to secure the release of as many Israeli hostages as possible without committing to ending the conflict. In the past, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had repeatedly declared that Israel would not end the war unless Hamas was destroyed. Defense Minister Israel Katz unequivocally clarified the 2 options facing Gaza's Palestinians. After the first day of heavy bombardments, he said it was just the first step. Addressing a population devastated by hunger and destruction, Katz said that if the hostages are freed and Hamas is expelled, other options would be open to the Palestinians of Gaza, including relocating to other places in the world to those who wish. The minister concluded that the alternative is utter destruction and devastation. In other words, mass deportation or mass extermination. Just 10 days earlier, during the ceasefire, Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich returned from Washington, having declared that Trump's plan to remove the Palestinians from Gaza was taking shape. According to the Washington Post, the Israeli army has already been preparing a new ground operation in the Strip that could last for months. Tel Aviv-Yafo's forces have already regained control of the Nethanim corridor in the central northern part of the enclave and have attacked the city of Rafah in the south. Same newspaper reports that Israeli military leaders are planning even more aggressive tactics, including direct control of humanitarian aid, classifying Hamas's civilian leadership as legitimate targets, and relocating the population into humanitarian bubbles. Those who refuse to evacuate will be treated as combatants and eliminated, either militarily or through siege tactics like those already employed in northern Gaza before the truce. This new and even more violent campaign would be enabled by Donald Trump's return to the White House and a stronger alignment between the government and the new defense leadership. Minister Katz and the new army chief Eyal Zamir are both fully loyal to Netanyahu. Their predecessors, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and the Chief of Staff Herzi Halevi, had opposed the idea of a full military occupation of Gaza, which would involve managing both the population and humanitarian aid. And it all comes down to Netanyahu's power grab. Netanyahu's decision to resume the military operations in Gaza also stems from specific domestic political needs. By restarting the bombings, he secured renewed loyalty from Minister Smotrich, who had threatened to leave the government if Israel moved forward with the second phase of the ceasefire. The Prime Minister also managed to bring back into the cabinet the other far-right party, Otzma Yehudit, and its leader, Itamar Ben-Gvir, who regained his position as Minister of National Security, despite the opposition of Attorney General Gali Baharav Miara. The government now holds 68 out of 120 seats in the Knesset, Israel's parliament, which allowed it to pass the budget law before the March 31st deadline without fearing blackmail from ultra-Orthodox parties demanding exemption from military service. The resumption of the military operations also offered Netanyahu a convenient distraction, enabling him to dismiss Shin Bet chief Ronen Bar without excessive resistance, following a prolonged and intense conflict between the twain. Shin Bet's internal investigation into the October 7th, 2023 attacks identified Qatari funding back to Gaza, $30 million per month, as a key factor that enabled Hamas to prepare for the attack. That funding had been publicly backed by Benjamin Netanyahu himself. The Shin Bet is also reportedly investigating alleged ties between senior Netanyahu aides and Qatar, particularly efforts to boost the Gulf monarchy's image ahead of the 2022 FIFA or FIFA World Cup in Doha. Moreover, the intelligence agency had begun probing the infiltration of Kahanist extremists into police ranks under Ben-Gvir's supervision. Naturally, Shin Bet and Ronen Bar themselves are blamed by much of the Israeli public for the October 7th failures. Yet many believe Netanyahu sacked Bar for personal reasons. Attorney General Baharav Miara has challenged the decision to dismiss Bar. An all-out battle is now unfolding between her and the Prime Minister, who is seeking to remove her from office as well. Under the cover of war, The Zionist occupation government has also completed the legislative process for the judicial reform that had already plunged Israel into an unprecedented political crisis well before the Hamas attack of October of 2023. The reform law grants the political leadership, especially the government, significantly more power in selecting judges and Supreme Court members at the expense of the judiciary and bar association. Only slightly modified to appease the opposition, the reform was eventually approved by Parliament despite a boycott by opposition parties. Faced with the powerlessness of the opposition and dwindling street protests, Netanyahu's only remaining obstacle to an unprecedented consolidation of personal power is the Attorney General. And of course, he can always count on unconditional Western support. In his all-out battle for political survival, Netanyahu has repeatedly drawn self-serving parallels with U.S. President Donald Trump. Upon returning from his visit to the White House on February 11th, Netanyahu delivered a speech to his cabinet which insiders dubbed the loyalty speech, during which he recordedly stated, "Look at Trump. He has done 3 things in America. He has surrounded himself with people who are loyal to him and only him. He has fired all the people who are not loyal to him. And he is eliminating the deep state methodically and thoroughly." With this, Netanyahu is believed to have launched his own political purge. Meanwhile, the Trump misadministration has given its full green light to the resumption of military operations in Gaza, placing the blame for the ceasefire's collapse squarely and falsely upon Hamas. The White House spokesperson, Karoline Leavitt, has declared that this misadministration fully supports Israel, the IDF, and the misactions, I should call them malactions, taken in recent days. The European Union has offered more muted support, deploring the breakdown of the truce, while simultaneously condemning Hamas's refusal to release the hostages. In practice, however, the EU has done nothing to rein in Israel's malactions, as evidenced by the visit to Israel by EU Foreign Policy Chieftainess Kaja Kallas on March 24th. During her visit, Kallas reiterated her strong condemnation of Hamas's violence, while merely noting that the breakdown of ceasefire has caused an appalling loss of life. Though she called for a resumption of negotiations, Kallas reaffirmed the EU's solidarity with Israel and even added, "We agree the immense threat Iran poses to the region and global stability," beyond which she obfuscated that Iran is a threat also supporting Russia's war in the Ukraine. Likewise, neither Kallas nor other EU leaders have taken any concrete action regarding the brutal and unjustified military campaign launched by Israel in the West Bank at the end of January, just after the Gaza truce began. I mean, they simply shut down one front to open another. Additional warning signals are also emitting from the White House itself. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who removed officials at the Pentagon responsible for assessing risks to civilians, has tasked military legal experts with relaxing the United States Army's rules of engagement. Just before Israel broke ceasefire in the Gaza, American imperial forces bombed Yemen's Houthi rebels, responsible for a Red Sea blockade, which had paused during the Gaza truce, in case you did not know, thus killing over 100 people, including numerous civilians. Yes, the United States did that in the aping of their master Israel. This is why Pete Hegseth has tasked military legal experts with abrogating the United States military's rules of engagement. And after they took advantage of erasing their own laws, tying their hands from killing the innocents, shall I say, slaughtering the innocents, in an almost biblical sense, the operation was accompanied by threats from Trump himself to the Yemeni group. All uppercase. Hell will rain down upon you like nothing you have ever seen before. Thus, the American imperial war against the Houthis itself is the real Signalgate scandal. A week ago, U.S. President Donald Trump's national security team inadvertently included the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic in a Signal group chat to discuss operational planning for strikes on the Yemen-based Houthi rebels. Since then, coverage has focused on the security implications of abusing a commercial messaging app for such a highly sensitive matter, the incompetence of texting strike plans to a journalist, the flippant, emoji-strewn celebration in the wake of killing civilians, and even the lack of a legal basis, any legal basis, for attacking Yemen under the United States Constitution. Lost in all the uproar is the true scandal of the entire Signalgate episode, which is an even bigger issue. The Trump administration's misguided decision to attack the Houthis in the first. According to the subsequently published transcript of the group chat, the logic behind the U.S. attacks was to safeguard freedom of navigation for commercial shipping in the Red Sea, which the Houthis have targeted with missile and drone strikes since the start of the Israel-Hamas war, or shall I say, the Judeo-genocide of the Palestinians in Gaza in October of 2023. The group paused those attacks during the recent ceasefire in Gaza, but recently threatened to restart them now that Israel has resumed its military operations there. The Trump administration's decision to attack the Houthis is misguided for three reasons. First, the risks of bombing the group badly outweigh the purported benefits. Houthi attacks on Red Sea shipping inflict only minor costs that are borne primarily by countries besides the United States. Second, the American imperial campaign will almost certainly fail to halt Houthi attacks, and by failing, it will create a dilemma for the Trump administration, forcing it to choose between an embarrassing retreat or a pointless escalation. And third, the rush to bomb the Houthis sidestepped efforts toward diplomatic solutions that are not only more likely to achieve the goal of halting the group's attacks, but also objectives the American empire should pursue for their own sake, namely to try to restore the ceasefire in Gaza, something the Trump administration itself has pushed for, and in the meantime to pressure Israel to allow humanitarian aid to once again enter Gaza, which is the Houthis' core demand, in case ye did not knowest. You probably thought the Houthis are just missiling in some masturbatory manner because, they've got nothing better to fucking do all day. Or something of that nature of ignorance. To be clear, the American imperial war against the Houthis did not begin last week. It is an outgrowth of Israel's war in Gaza, with roots that goest even further back to Yemen's civil war, when the Houthis first began launching intermittent attacks on shipping in the Red Sea. Those had largely ceased in recent years, but after Israel's invasion of Gaza in late 2023, the Houthis sought to intervene in the conflict in support of the Palestinians there. From the beginning, the group stated it would cease its attacks once a ceasefire had been reached in Gaza. After initial efforts to hit Israel directly with missiles and drones failed, the Houthis turned their attention to shipping, first targeting what they claimed were Israeli ships, and then expanding their attacks to all commercial shipping. The fact that 7% of global maritime trade passes through the Bab el-Mandab Strait off Yemen's coast, which connects the Indian Ocean to the Red Sea and Suez Canal beyond, makes the route an attractive target that the Houthis quickly tried to leverage. By some measures, they have launched nearly 130 attacks on vessels in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden since 2023. The misadministration of the former U.S. President Joe Biden responded militarily in December of 2023, first leading an effort to protect shipping with naval defenses before shifting in January of 2024 to bombing the Houthis directly in an attempt to degrade their capabilities. Those aerostrikes failed to stop Houthi attacks, just as Biden predicted with baffling candor at the campaign's onset. The Houthis continued their offensive until the Israeli Hamas, or shall I say, Israeli genocidal ceasefire early this year, when, as promised, the Houthis ceased their attacks. The Trump misadministration decision to strike the Houthis, who had threatened but not yet resumed Red Sea attacks, was neither urgent nor inevitable. As Vice President J.D. Vance and others acknowledged in their Signal chat, they could have waited. Someone mentioned a delay of a month, without it making much of a difference. In fact, war on the Houthis is not necessary at all. In global economic terms, the Houthis are little more than a nuisance. Their potent ballistic missiles are inaccurate, as they lack guidance capabilities and almost always miss, while their accurate drones are impotent, mere pinpricks to the mass of container ships they strike. Still, ever since the attacks began, shippers and their insurers have avoided the Red Sea, partly due to risk aversion and partly due to profit motive. The costs of diverting around Africa are so low that shippers actually earn a premium for the longer voyage. Shipping giants Maersk and COSCO both enjoyed windfall profits in 2024, so they are in no rush to return to the Suez route. Nor have Houthi attacks significantly worsened American imperial inflation, which has eased since the Red Sea campaign began in late 2023. At that time, overcapacity in the shipping industry had put rates at rock bottom levels, with companies struggling to fill their cargoes. Rerouting around Africa removed that slack and normalized the market, with little cost passed on to consumers. The diversions did cause disruptions last year in Europe, the destination for most Red Sea shipping, but the effect on consumers was mild and temporary. In sum, the Houthi attacks are underwhelming, and their costs are not borne by these United States. Far from being a war of self-defense for the American empire, it is one fought for the marginal benefit of other countries, namely Israel. In any case, bombing the Houthis won't work. The weapons they use to attack ships are hard to locate and destroy from the air, but easy for them to replenish with Iran's assistance. The Trump misadministration has upped the intensity of the aerostrikes compared to the Biden team in hopes of making them more effective. And they seemingly now include decapitation attacks targeting Houthi leadership in mimicry of Israel's Hamas strikes against the civilian infrastructure of the Gaza. But the Houthis endured brutal aerostrikes by Saudi Arabia for years during the civil war and were never cowed. Besides, decapitation attacks have a poor record, often elevating even more extreme elements of targeted groups and heightening their desire to resist. What's more, the aerostrikes play into the hands of the Houthis, who practice a kind of resistance politics by which becoming a target of the United States military is a badge of honor. They are unlikely to fold under increased bombing, and the poor history of strategic aero power to bring victory that I've always articulated in depth per the Japanese in World War II, and even Germany in the European theater of that conflict, suggests that the Trump misadministration's bravado about the success of their strikes will ultimately prove embarrassing. The cost of the war, meanwhile, is significant. As Trump's national security advisor, Mike Waltz, put it last year while he was still serving as a representative in Congress and opposed to the war, we are burning readiness to the tune of tens of billions of dollars for what really amounts to a ragtag bunch of terrorists. Waltz exaggerated the cost. By one estimate, the United States spent nearly $5 billion responding to Houthi attacks last October, but the reduction in readiness is real. The United States Navy fired hundreds of SM-2, SM-3, and SM-6 interceptor missiles at Houthi drones and missiles, substantially reducing arsenals and expending weapons worth millions of dollars against drones worth maybe $2,000 apiece. The cost of bomber flights and munitions against land-based targets only worsens this atrocious cost-exchange ratio. And even bigger trouble looms. By promising to quiet Houthi attacks with a limited war likely to fail, the Trump misadministration may be setting itself up for a rough choice: cut bait or escalate. Succeeding in the task they have set for themselves could require deploying ground forces and possibly even defeating the Houthis decisively. That would make the current needless bombing seem cheap by comparison. But what makes the campaign against the Houthis particularly egregious is that it might have been avoided. At least before the Trump misadministration attacked them, the Houthis said the price of peace was resumed humanitarian aid to Gaza, which is something the American empire should support on its own merits. Previously, they asked for a Gaza ceasefire, which Trump also favored himself. These are not steps the American empire can unilaterally deliver, but they coincide with American imperial interests, and Washington can pursue them without crediting the Houthis for the idea. The Signal Chat fiasco, as well as the war its participants discussed, recall Talleyrand's famous line, "It was worse than a crime. It was a mistake." Going forward, it is essential that Trump's team not compound it. The sooner the American empire walks away from a losing strategy, the less embarrassment it will suffer. Unfortunately, the West has already signaled that, at least in the Middle East, it is comfortable with disproportionate abuse of force, even at the cost of countless civilian casualties, despite having only the vaguest of any strategic objectives. Israel knows it has a free hand in the Gaza and likely in the West Bank as well. The outlook is a humanitarian catastrophe of unimaginable proportions, with renewed risks of regional destabilization. Neither the United States nor Europe seems willing to raise objections in the face of such a terrifying scenario. In all likelihood, the rest of the world will draw its own conclusions from a Western attitude that is as violent, dangerous, and erratic as it is weak, contradictory, and ineffective in achieving any meaningful outcomes. Now, Carl Lindbergh retracts his message, so I have no idea what it was. I guess I could check just out of morbid curiosity. I guess not. All right. El Nemo says, please contribute. Thanks so much, El Nemo. Blessed be. I've been going strong for a while. How many people want me to continue? At this point, we'll probably retreat back into domestic issues that are just as urgent. But I think I've made my point about the new Trump axis. And all such being said, Wednesday will be here before any of us know it. So perhaps I should give myself an earlier break tonight. And that way we can all make certain that what I've said gets absorbed and reviewed. And again, I insist, spread the word. Everyone, please listen to the second part of our latest episode in conjunction with tonight's episode. The twain are complementary. Oh my God. So, votes. Whoever wants me to continue, let yourselves be known. This is a hard month. We're going to need all the financial assistance we can get to make rent. We're still adapting via my budget to the raise in rent that happens annually and happened in the month of March. It's every March that my rent gets raised. So though we paid for it in March, it's we're still adapting budget-wise to doing so in April. So your help will be appreciated. Now, Wednesday will be here before any of us know it. And we can continue the topic then. And in interim, well, spread the word. Make certain that you force your friends to listen. And even more importantly, perhaps your enemies. All right, with that, again, waiting for input from our listeners. Whoever wants me to continue, better say so now. Otherwise, I'm tempted to close it down for the night. I think I earned my pay at this point. And let's see if we can give a few minutes for anyone who has anything to say. With that, of course. Oh my God. Okay, I guess it's up to my vote. So I'll get some rest. All right. My love to Nemo in particular. Stay safe and be well. My love to Aristides. All right, these two guys were on to the last. And with that, yeah, I'll return to my holiday responsibilities. And they'll be over by the next episode, wherein we'll all return and you'll all be educated yet again in the civics of your society. And till then, just support myself morally if you can't afford to do so fiscally. Such being said, my thanks to T-Tank Berry for his wonderful input at the beginning of tonight's transmission. Hope he's still doing well. And my best to all Team Dietrich, Heather Holman, and Holly Kiefer, and of course Brooke Gibson. Hopefully she'll rejoin us on Wednesday. All right then. Take care for now. Okay.